advancing the economies of the future. In alignment with this vision, we are proud to introduce the Innovation Outlook in Economies of the Future, a guiding framework designed to align, communicate, and shape our research agenda. It reflects our commitment for a science and research progressive policy that will enable transformative technologies to define the economies of tomorrow. And today, as the world races toward an era defined by intelligence, we are inaugurating 3 national moonshot R&D missions. First, establishing 5 cognitive cities across Saudi Arabia by 2040. The second, developing a scalable, fault-tolerant quantum computer by 2045. And third, developing aligned artificial general intelligence by 2050. These R&D missions require robust collaboration between the public and the private stakeholders across the nation. Accordingly, we are proud to announce 2 strategic R&D alliances. The National Alliance for Autonomous Logistic Vehicles, which aimed at creating the kingdom's first autonomous logistic vehicle, and the National Alliance for Quantum, establishing the kingdom's position in advanced computing. Also, recognizing the transformative power of artificial intelligence in reforming health and wellness, we are launching a Center of Excellence in AI and Data Analytics for Healthcare R&D, supported by 100 million Saudi Riyal investment by our Health National Champion, Faqih Care Group. Ladies and gentlemen, in June 2024, the National Semiconductor Hub was officially inaugurated with the objective of establishing a fabless electronic chip hub for leading companies as well as startups. Today, we are delighted to present some of the remarkable advancements achieved within the NSH. I'm honored to welcome Dr. Naveed Sherwani, the visionary architect of the National Semiconductor Hub, to join me on stage for NSH announcements.
Thank you, Abu Fahad. For my first announcement, it is a great pleasure to tell you all that we have first cohort of 10 semiconductor chip design companies, mostly from Silicon Valley. They are starting their operation in Riyadh using Saudi engineers. Inshallah, in the next 2 to 3 months, we'll have 10 companies designing state-of-the-art chips. We are very thankful to our partnership with NTTP for their relocation initiative for that one. For my second announcement, we are announcing that we are setting up a design and manufacturing center in Riyadh that will be designing human-machine interface chips. These are the chips that you see that you don't have to touch anything. You move your hand and something happens, goes into cars and many other things, with a company called UltraSense. This company is setting up their manufacturing and design center here. This is done in collaboration with Ministry of Industry and Minerals. Very big thank you to Ministry of Industry and Minerals. The third announcement is about all of you use your credit cards, your Metro cards. There is a little chip in it, right? So that chip has your personal information and things like that. It is our desire that such chips should be made in Saudi Arabia. So I'm announcing today that in collaboration with one of the largest credit card manufacturer in Saudi Arabia called ACT, we are setting up a company called Riyadh Silicon Manufacturing. Inshallah, by next year, all such chips will be made in Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much. Thank you, Abu Fahad.
Thank you, Dr. Naveed. Your leadership is shaping the future of semiconductor in the region. Finally, these aspirations and achievements wouldn't be possible without the invaluable contribution from our brilliant minds. I now invite His Excellency, Engineer Abdullah Swaha, to the stage to honor our nation's most distinguished scientists in recognition of their remarkable impact on the economies of the future.
This award honors visionary scientists whose contributions are shaping the future of economies. And now, welcome to the stage, الدكتور عبد الله أبو سرة، الدكتور أحمد القرني، Dr. Bernard Ghanem, Dr. Carlos Duarte, Dr. Donald Bradley، الدكتور خالد المعشوق، الدكتور محمد العلويني، الدكتور محمد غلام، الدكتور عثمان بكر، الدكتور طارق النافوري، الدكتور صالح الشبيلي، الدكتور عبيد السقاف، Congratulations to all our winners.
Please welcome Mohammed Kande, Global Chairman, PwC, and your moderator, Riyadh Al-Najjar, Middle East Chairman of the Board, PwC.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the intelligent age, reinventing to lead in the AI-powered world. A fireside chat with Mohammed Kande, Global Chair of PwC. Today, we will explore how AI, emerging technologies, and geopolitical shifts are reshaping the industries, redefining competition, and creating new opportunities for reinvention. Mohammed, thank you for joining us today.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Mohammed, so let's start with the big picture. We're seeing a period of rapid transformation, what you have described as the intelligent age, in which AI automation and emerging technologies are redefining industries. What is driving this shift, and how is this changing the way businesses operate today?
You know, Riyadh, when we think about the last 18 months to 2 years, with the advent of emerging technologies, today we talk a lot about artificial intelligence, but we also have automation, we have machine learning, we have drones, 3D printing. What it has done is to redefine what we call industries today. We're seeing industries converging today. Like when you think about healthcare services today, they're just not only the hospitals that deliver care. Insurance companies are moving into providing care for people. You have consumer markets companies doing the same, but also technology companies. You know, I'm wearing this ring today, which is getting some of my vitals. Yeah. It's provided by a technology company. Is that also a healthcare company? So what we are seeing today is that technology, especially emerging technologies, are changing the definition of industries. Now, rather than thinking about industry, we are thinking about some of the new domains of growth. We think about how do we care about ourselves? And we're finding out that the participants are very different from what they were in the past. We think about how do we make things? Technology companies, manufacturing companies are getting involved. How do we feed ourselves? In agribusiness, we have a lot of companies also in technology getting into agricultural industry. So what technology has done is by converging industries where whoever a company is competing against today to create value is very different from who they were competing against in the past.
That's very amazing, I have to say. So AI is at the center of this transformation. How do you see it reshaping businesses and the global economy being the center of that transformation?
You know, I think we all witnessed when Gen AI was launched. You know, you remember ChatGPT in November of 2022. And a lot of the conversations were mostly around productivity improvement. So many corporations around the world, governments, have started to adapt generative AI, reshaping how business is being done today. That's what we're saying. Whether it's in finance, it's human capital, customer service, AI is changing how companies and how governments are delivering their services to their stakeholders. But there is a new trend that has started over the last, I would say, 6 months. Is how AI is shifting two major things. The first one, what is the next generation of product and services that will be offered, that will be AI first? Think about what is an AI first car? What is an AI first refrigerator? What is an AI first industrial machinery? So now we are seeing that AI is now getting embedded into new products and services, how companies are going to make money in the future. The second thing, AI is also creating brand new business models by companies about how they can monetize the product and services that we offer. So massive change, and there is one thing that we all have to understand is that AI keeps evolving. AI is not only one thing. You have generative AI, we have industrial AI that is coming up, we have agentic AI. So you are going to see a spur of innovation because of AI that is coming up over the next few years.
So given, with so much focus on AI, how is that going to shift the physical world? And what would be, what's the role that the physical world will play as a crucial role in this process?
So, to answer that question, I will go back into the past. So when you think about the third industrial revolution, it was about physical assets. Physical assets where companies were having a geographical footprint that was global, and it was the scale of the physical infrastructure that they had. The fourth industrial revolution, which pretty much started with the mobile internet, was all digital. Companies like the large technology companies, many of them are here today at NEOM, that became the most valuable companies on the planet. But it was mostly asset-light, digital. We talk about software engineering. They were having different digital platforms. That is what the fourth industrial revolution was about. Now, what we call the intelligence age is a convergence of digital and physical at the same time. Think about artificial intelligence. We all think that artificial intelligence is about a technology. The technology is only one part of it. When we think about artificial intelligence, you have the technology and the large language models. But there is no such thing as intelligence without computing power, which means that this requires the semiconductors. We just heard the announcement here in Saudi Arabia to create a national semiconductor hub. Because without semiconductors, there is no computing power. You also now have to think about the data centers. They're all physical, that will integrate all the electronics equipment. Real estate is going to be important for the data centers. One of the equipment that is missing the most around the world today when it comes to data centers is something very simple. Cooling equipment. They generate a lot of heat. It's physical. So you need industrial equipment for the data centers, and now you need energy. So when we think about AI, it's an ecosystem. It's not just a technology. So you have the convergence of both the digital world and the physical world that need to come together to deliver an outcome, which is the intelligence that comes out of AI. The beauty of this, though, today what we have seen, and it was a pleasure to hear the announcement that just got made around energy, around semiconductors, around artificial intelligence. Today, there is no single country that has the ability to deliver the 6 layers of the AI ecosystem. And what we just heard is that that's a big goal for Saudi Arabia, so it was great to hear that earlier today.
It's really impressive.
Absolutely.
So it's not just about efficiency, it requires a lot of physical abilities, supply chain, etc., to make sure this happens. So it may create a whole bunch of new jobs in the future. One of the other points I wanted to bring to you is trust has always been a pillar for any business to succeed. But what makes this even more critical in the era of this transformation in AI?
Trust is, it's actually the currency of business. Because without trust, citizens or consumers do not adopt the technology or don't even purchase products and services. And artificial intelligence, it's something that is very new.
Yeah.
And to be fair, we travel a lot around the world. We hear a lot about adoption of artificial intelligence, but people still fear artificial intelligence. For one simple reason. People fear what they don't understand.
Right.
So what we are saying, though, it is very, very important to make people understand artificial intelligence first, so that they can trust it. So I give you an example of some of the things that we are doing within PwC, is that to make people trust artificial intelligence, which we have provided to all of our employees, and today we have 370,000 employees around the world, we are exposing them to AI. The first thing we had to do was to upskill them, to introduce them to the technology so they understand what the technology does. The second thing was to tell them, this is how you use it. But then try to tell them that they were part of the solution. AI was not going to replace individuals. AI was going to augment them. So they start adopting the technology. And by exposing employees and consumers to what the technology can provide, that's a critical element of trust. Transparency is key, because as AI continues to evolve, it is very important to maintain that level of transparency about what it can do or not. It is, there are a lot of say that AI can be a very good technology to create new business models, but AI can also do some damage when it's not used the right way.
Look, I mean, I agree with you. Trust, I mean, it's critical to all of us in every business, whether it's a consumer, consulting, technology, it's a really an important part of business, and we need to maintain that as we move into this, this new transformation era. Now, if I go to, just final takeaways, Mohammed, and thank you for all the information. As leaders navigate through this time and this era of transformation, and I'm sure a lot of our audience are leaders of businesses, what is the most important message for those looking to stay ahead in this new transformation and new era? What would be your message, given your global exposure, your reach to many CEOs around the world? What would be the message to them?
That's an interesting question. So the first one that I will mention was, in that new intelligence age, everybody gets to participate. And what do I mean by that? It's innovation can come from everywhere. That's the one thing. And innovation can be in the technology space, it could be in semiconductor, it could be in energy, it could be in my micro data centers, you name it. So anywhere in the world, ensuring that everybody understands that. The AI game is a game of skill. It's not a game of experience. It's not a game of where people went to school. So what we believe that the first thing is to ensure that everybody understands AI so that it can spur innovation everywhere in the world, in the West, in the East, in the global South. That is the first thing. The second thing, when it comes to not just artificial intelligence, but technology in general, is the need today to learn fast. I will say that over the last 15 years, for many of the leaders in the room, and this applies to us, many of us have been trained to run businesses that we were scaling up. It was the same approach, the same business, the same playbook. It was about doing more of the same, to do it better, to do it faster, to do it cheaper. Now we have to do things differently.
How?
The question is how, which means that it's no longer a game where we have to provide the answers, because we don't know.
Right.
It's a game of experimentation. It's a game of innovation, which means that what is critical is about what questions we need to ask and what choices we have to make. But it's very difficult to do so without understanding and without learning. So what we are seeing for many leaders around the world is that the time that is dedicated to learning new things needs to be spent the right way. And my advice for leadership is the fact that you cannot delegate learning to anybody. You have to learn yourself. You have to put in the time, because we will be all faced with choices and decisions to make about where to invest. We might make some mistakes, but it is okay. So it's no longer the game of scaling, faster, better, cheaper. It's a new game of innovation. And it's a game of choices that we all have to make for our businesses today. And you cannot make choices if you don't understand what's happening. It's a different leadership skill that is required now.
It's a great takeaway for all of us, Mohammed. Thank you for being with us today. and I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Good. Yeah. Thank you, Riyadh. Yeah.
Many thanks both to Riyadh and to Mohammed. Please welcome Jerry Inzerillo, Group CEO, Diriyah Company, and as your moderator, the journalist, author and podcaster, Louise Minchin.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, very warm welcome. Lovely to see you back here. We're going to have a fabulous discussion over the next 20 minutes or so. Jerry Inzerillo, I don't think you need much introduction, but so many of you will be very familiar with who he is. Group Chief Executive, Diriyah Gate Company, a visionary in hospitality, tourism, and development. And I don't think there's anything that you don't know about it. So thank you so much, and do come in and sit down, everybody. Lots to talk about. We're going to talk about culture, tourism, technology. Let's talk first about your amazing background, hospitality and tourism. What convinced you to take on the responsibility of an urban project on such a vast scale?
Well, Louise, always wonderful to see you. Salam alaikum. Thank you, everybody, on day 4 of LEAP. Our heartfelt congratulations to His Excellency Al-Shwar for his leadership in this ministry. It's a great pleasure to be back with everybody. So, you know, I started my hospitality career May 2nd, 1967. So this May will be 58 years, hard to believe. But I love a few things. I love real vision, and I love authenticity, and I love the protection of culture and heritage. When I read Vision 2030, when it was originally published, I was very impressed with the clarity on the commitment to tourism. But a lot of people don't know this. I actually studied Diriyah in 1998. In Diriyah, we have a fun picture of me sitting there then, wow, and 27 years later now. But when I started talking to His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, about tourism and what it would mean to the kingdom, I saw his vision, his sincerity, his work ethic, and I went home and I begged my wife, can I please do this project in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. For that, because there's only one Diriyah, as we say, it's the birthplace of the kingdom. It's the ancestral home of Al Saud. But the one thing that I loved, besides his vision, were all the young Saudis, the Saudi young men and women, because I believe they have a fabulous future. And in the 7 years that I've been here, come June, they have proven me so correct on that. So it was a must-do project.
And it is quite something, isn't it, to conserve and preserve 300 years of history. And also, it's a World Heritage Site, so you're juggling something very important, aren't you, with development, but also heritage.
Yeah, this is, we take this very seriously because as His Majesty, the custodian of the two holy mosques, God bless him, King Salman, If it wasn't for him, we would never have won UNESCO designation for the birthplace at Tenerife. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have a federal national holiday, him and the Crown Prince and Prince Badr, Dr. Samari, on Founding Day, which will be our 4th on February 22nd, celebrating the 300-year history of the first Saudi state. So with them, we now see ourselves as a custodian of the birthplace of the kingdom, the home of Al Saud. But what's very important about today, it's also the source of Saudi identity. It's the source of Saudi pride. So we take that very personally because we want people to come from all over the world. I'll give you a little idea. Last night, we had 11,000 people for what we call Layali Diriyah season, the UNESCO site, Bujeri Terrace, and our new Bob Samhan Hotel that we just opened with the Marriott Luxury Collection, sold out. It's in the Najda typology, walkable just 2 minutes from Bujeri. We had 11,000 people last night. I walked there, Chinese, Japanese, Austrian, Omanis, Bahrainis, Qataris, everybody having a great time. It was so beautiful. And by this month, we just exceeded 3 million visits to the UNESCO World Heritage Site. So we're very proud of Diriyah.
And how does that affect your development plans? Because it's got to be right at the core of it, hasn't it?
Yes, so there's 2 big areas. Number 1 is that everything we do for quality of life benefit of our local community of Diriyah, what will benefit our citizens of Riyadh, what will benefit all Saudis, then the Gulf, and then to allow people to come from all over the world, not just for a fulfillment of a life stream, which would be a pilgrimage to the 2 holy cities of Mecca and Medina, but to come to the G20 mother city of Riyadh, which now is winning all these big, we've done over 100, in the last 5 years, we've done over 100 international events. So now, in 2027, we'll host the Asian football games in Riyadh. In 2029, as you know, we won and we will host the full Asian Winter Games in our Neom city of Trojena. In 2030, everybody thought the great Koreans were going to win the Expo, the largest single ballot vote ever given to Saudi to stage the Expo here in 2030. And then everybody thought the Australians were going to win the World Cup. They're fabulous. We win the World Cup for 2034. And I'm sure at some particular point, because the kingdom has the expertise right now, that we could host an Olympic game. So Diriyah will be the jewel in the middle of the city, a pedestrian-friendly, walkable, high quality of life city within a city. This is very important. Beverly Hills, California, sits in the metroplex of Los Angeles. It's 14.7 million square meters. Diriyah is 14.2 million square meters. So Diriyah will be the cultural heritage city that will sit in the new RCRC, the Royal Commission for Riyadh City master plan to take Riyadh from 8 to 10 to 12 million people. So in order to do that, our infrastructure is 100,000 people, 42 hotels, hundreds of restaurants, 1,000 shops, 30,000 residences, right? So people can work, live, play, universities, all within the 14 kilometers. So we had to install all smart city technology and preserve the cultural heritage above. And just very quickly, thanks to our partners with solutions by the great STC that we love, our friends at STC, we signed an epic deal with Giza Systems, and my friend, the CEO, Osama Sahur, is here and his team. We're going to ask them to come up because they're installing our entire smart city technology that will emphasize smart living, mobility, sustainability, operations, and experiences for quality of life. So livability, Walkability, we've already planted 6.5 million trees with smart city technology. So Diriyah will be a very, very important cultural asset above, smart city below.
What is it like to have that ambition? In some ways, you're starting from scratch, apart from the core of it, the history. What is it like to have that extraordinary freedom and vision?
Well, we're very, very lucky because we're blessed to have two visionaries at one time. So you have the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman, and everybody knows that in addition to being the king, he's clearly the kingdom's top historian, knows everything about the first, second, and third Saudi state, and with the House of Al Saud, and we're building the most beautiful, first time in the history of Saudi Arabia. Norman Foster, Lord Norman Foster, has designed the House of Al Saud, which will be the finest museum repository for everything over the last hundreds of years. So we have the vision of the crown of His Majesty since the UNESCO site in 2010. But I'll tell you something that a lot of people don't know about His Royal Highness. He still approves every single rendering. He's in the details, and he's methodical in terms of your timing and keeping it. You know, we're on time and on budget. Today has got to be finished today, a one for the expo, right?
Yeah.
So to have such a visionary who's in the details, but with him, everything is quality of life. You know, so every single decision, are my people happy? Are they healthy? Are they educated? Are they safe? If we're going to spend $64 billion to make a place where people can come from all over the world, how does the local community benefit from that? And I'll give you an idea. 16% of our staff are from Diriyah. This is very important.
Let's talk about smart technology, because here we are, and there's so many extraordinary innovations being talked about here at LEAP. So how important is technology? And explain to me, what is a smart city? What is it going to mean for people who live there?
Yeah, sometimes with technology, it gets a little too complicated in buzzwords. Sustainability, you know, what will AI mean? Here's what it all comes down to. With the use of technology, is my life better today than it was yesterday? Will my children and my grandchildren have a better quality of life? Well, that's very much one of the top, if not the top, priority for His Royal Highness. So what does that mean? We want people to come from all over the world, not just learn where Arabia started, not just see the home of Al Saud, but to see Saudi hospitality, Saudi warmth, to see the beautiful Diriyah, which is one of 8 UNESCO World Heritage Sites. His Highness Prince Badr, our amazing Minister of Culture, and our Governor of Al Ula, we feel that we have numerous UNESCO potential sites in the future coming. So now with smart city technology, you have up top where everything is beautiful, built in the Najda Central architecture. Mm-hmm. We had to make 20 million mud bricks by hand so it looked authentic. But when you go down below, you know where your car is. We know what traffic congestion is because of AI. We know the use of water, the use of electricity, the use of managing waste. All these things make the quality of life. His Royal Highness allowed us. We've already finished now, 2025, 9 kilometers of parks. We've planted 6.5 million shrubs, trees, bushes. What does that mean every day? Now, 5 years ago, you saw no one in the Wadi Hanifa. Now you come on a Thursday, Friday, thousands of people jogging, on a bicycle, on a scooter, picnicking with their families. You know, early this morning, I was driving through the Wadi. 5 years ago, I didn't see a single bird or hear a bird. Now there's thousands of birds in the Wadi. Why? The air quality is better. We have all recapture systems now for the water when it floods. We use the water to irrigate all those new trees. So now quality of life is better because of technology.
You've talked quite a lot about sustainability there as well, but how important is it to the whole project that it does remain sustainable?
Well, it has to be, because when you have a project of 14 million square meters, the size of Geneva, right? To be efficient, all of the systems have to talk to each other. So, our chief technology, our chief innovation officer, Michael Liebertson, I mean, he has a team, a fabulous team. And all they do with our partners, like Giza, all they do every day, how will Direya run more efficiently so we can improve upon quality of life? Last night, when you have 11,000 people visiting you.
I'm just sad I wasn't there.
Well, you should have been. Come tonight. You're welcome. How you move your traffic.
Yes.
How you park your cars. We core drilled through 10 million cubic meters of rock to put the infrastructure below, 60,000 parking spots. We're a 2030 project. Last night, we already had 6,000 of those parking spots operating. So now your computer, your hand device can tell you where your car is, can make you a restaurant reservation, can book you into Layali Direya, can book you. So all of the experiences of music and song and dance and everything for Layali Direya, which is hundreds of things, you can do right on your phone.
Talk a little bit about the impact you hope it might have, because what you've done is visionary. Are there other cities, other countries, do you think, who should look at what you've done in Direya and think, well, maybe this is how we should build our future cities?
This is something that I'm so happy about, and I'll answer it today differently than I could 5 years ago. One thing with His Royal Highness that's ingenious, I think brilliant from a visionary point of view. Too often, development around the world comes from private sector development that will buy a piece of land, and the developer will determine what they're going to put on the land without a consideration of the personality of the community. The one thing of all the development around the entire kingdom is that it's community-centric first. What's the personality and the needs of the community? How do we preserve that personality and needs? So I think what you're going to see now are people coming to study how do you do master plan development from day one with the intention of cultural preservation, preservation of national or regional identity, right? We just had this past week at the Real Estate Forum, which was great, the two-time American president, William Jefferson Clinton, Bill Clinton. Very, very good man. And someone said to him, what did you think about Direya? You came to see Direya. He and I have been friends for decades. He said, it was spectacular, it was beautiful. But he said, this Vision 2030 that His Royal Highness has done, I think everybody should come and study it, especially we Americans, because sustainability is also about your community. It's also about the development of your people. So he went and he saw young men and women working. He saw young people from the community, like our tour guides. This is very important. We have 80 tour guides at the Tarev site. We said to them, we will pay if you learn another language. We've had over 40 learn languages. So now our local young Saudi men and women are speaking Korean and Japanese and Chinese and welcome guests. That's very good. So I think people will now come to the kingdom and study how you build master plans primarily with the needs of the community first before ROI. Now, we have a very good ROI, and one day I'm confident that we will list the Direya company, PIF company, fabulous leadership at PIF. I'm confident one day we'll list it on the Saudi Stock Exchange. So we have a very good ROI, but it was driven by the needs of the community before the profitability.
It's been absolutely fascinating to talk to you, and I've been there myself, and it is absolutely stunning, the development, and I loved visiting. I'd love to visit again. So thank you so much for your time. I know that you want to invite people to the stage as well from Giza Systems to have a little photo call as well. But Jerry, thank you very much indeed. I hope that's been helpful. I hope you've enjoyed it. And please don't go and visit as well.
Only one today. Hey, everybody, come and see our new Bob Samhan Hotel. It's fabulous. Layali today, there's hundreds of things to do. Everybody's welcome. Maybe what we can do is have our friends from Giza Systems come up, and we can take a picture with Osama and the team. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much indeed, Jerry.
Please welcome Dr. Ibtisam Badris, Chief Researcher, King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology, Nancy Wang, Partner at Felicis Ventures, and your moderator from the Board of Women of AI, Akriti Skrikanth.
Maybe not. Well, hello everyone. We're so glad to be in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Today we have a very interesting topic we're going to discuss. So we're going to be talking about women in tech, something very dear and close to my heart. So I've personally been in the technology field for a long time. I'm on a board of the nonprofit called womenofai.org and also becoming involved with Nancy's nonprofit, AWIT. And it's just been amazing to see like how we can educate young girls to become more skilled in artificial intelligence. So let's talk a little bit about AI. AI is changing the world, right from generative AI to agentic AI. Responsible AI is one of my personal favorite topics. And it has personally transformed the world in the last few years. I was involved in launching IBM Watson back in the days, like more than 10 years ago. And fast forward now, we're like in a new era of generative AI. And now we've extended ourselves to agentic AI. And we're very excited to be at this intersection of AI and innovation. I would love to introduce our panelists for today. We have Nancy Wang. Nancy was the youngest general manager at AWS, that was Amazon. She also was the founding product manager at Rubrik, as well as a PM at Google back in the days. And she has had a fantastic career to now being a partner at a really reputable venture fund called Felicis Ventures. I personally know Nancy for a long time, and I really admire what she has built in the world of tech, building some of the most impressive products like Google, whom everyone is familiar with, and now going on to invest in some of the most innovative startups in the Bay Area, in San Francisco Bay Area. We're also excited to explore all the startups in Saudi and all the innovation that is happening here, which is extremely impressive. I'd also like to introduce to you a very qualified, amazing woman in tech here, specifically in nuclear physics and particle physics, our very own from Saudi Arabia. Welcome.
Thank you.
So today we're going to talk about a few topics that are extremely interesting. We're going to talk about nuclear and particle physics. We're going to talk about AI and security, and that is very exciting. So let's dive right in. So my first question for the professor here. So she's been one of the pioneers in the space of nuclear and particle physics. And I would love her to tell us about her journey and also talk about how nuclear and particle physics is shaping innovation today.
Of course, with pleasure. Let me talk first about physics. Physics, in principle, is the study of nature, the universe, the energy, matter, and the constituent of matter. It was fascinating me from the early years of study. And when I reached university, I didn't find it difficult. I found it really interesting, challenging, yes, but inspiring at the same time. So that curiosity about the universe, about the constituent of matter, all this inspired me to join this field. It's really an important one. Nuclear physics and particle physics, even though we see it, or it seems to be disconnected to our daily life, but I believe it is, it really led to advancement that impact industries of different fields. Medical, we can see the CT, the PET, the MRI, the radiation therapy. All this is part of particle physics and physics in general. We can see it in computing, the World Wide Web. It's one of the famous contributions of particle physics that was born at CERN. Many other things. So we can see that nuclear physics, particle physics, play an important role and advance the different sectors in our life with transformative potential for the future. So this is in general. If you want me to speak more, I can do so.
Well, thank you, Professor. So over to Nancy now. So Nancy has been one of the amazing innovators in security and enterprise and AI. Nancy, would you like to tell us a little bit about your days back, in launching products at Google, as well as some of the startups you're investing in and what you're passionate about lately?
Sure. So certainly following on to Dr. Badress's amazing background, we start really from first principles, or I say from the ground up, right? Particle physics. Now we're going to zoom maybe many, many layers on top, right? So start out my career actually building network infrastructure software, as Aku mentioned, at Google. So that is, when things happen in the network that affect, let's say, for us consumers, our network bandwidth, right, or internet performance, how do you go resolve that, right? How do you know where within your entire network, let's say spanning, multiple cities, geos, right, states, what is actually causing that outage, right? And how do you address that outage? I think fast forward to, more recently working and building on data protection and data security products, as Aku mentioned, both at Rubrik as well as on AWS, right? It's a hefty mission, right? And so my team and I took on the mission of protecting all stateful data that landed on AWS public cloud. In fact, in this region and other regions in Southeast Asia, right, Asia itself, Europe, North America, South America, right? And I'm sure you all are very familiar with AWS's durability and resiliency guarantees, right? 11 nines. And so, of course, all of that goes into, well, if, let's say, data fails or gets corrupted, how do you make sure that you can get the customer up and running? And that goes back to cyber resilience, right? So if we fast forward to, the age of AI, right? Data still remains at the forefront of what we need to protect, whether that's your sensitive data that you're feeding into models, or, for example, the data that the models output, right? Making sure, is it accurate? Is it revealing sensitive data that, let's say, another customer might have used in their prompt, right, to generate their output? Maybe you're seeing information that you're not supposed to see, right? So a lot of the same permissions issues, identity access concerns around traditional software engineering continue to apply today in the world of AI.
Well, thank you for those amazing insights, Nancy. I do believe that data is the holy grail of everything, and it all starts with data, especially with big companies like the Googles of the world, the Amazons of the world. They just have so much data, and it's also interesting for startups to be able to partner with these companies, to be able to have access to that data and create better AI. So that's another super interesting topic. I want to just dive a little bit into our professor's background. She's one of the few women in tech who's achieved a lot here. Would love to just learn about what are some of the challenges she's had to overcome.
One of the most important thing is finding the balance between life and work for us as female. So I think this kind of thing and finding that balance, it's really challenging. And also the management of the work hours, the flexible hours in work, all these things, it's kind of essential for us to proceed in the field of research, innovation, and development. But I believe 2017 marked as the year of the empowerment of Saudi women. And 2018, we saw the progress in different aspects, the laws, the policies that supporting women in the different fields. And here I quote Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman when he said, "Half of Saudi Arabia is women. For that, I support women." I think by hearing these words only, this is really a big support for us, giving us the power to face any challenge facing us because of what we see of the support of the government, the reforms, the policies, all these things supporting us to be in that field, to fight for our careers, to say that we are here and we can do it. And we did that as a pioneer in the field, in the region. So I said, for all the young generation, you can do it. Have that schedule in your life. Find that balance. Know what you have to do and do it, and you will reach it. So this is in brief.
Yeah, thank you for sharing those insights. It's very,
Thank you.
like, I personally also come from a country named India, and I was an only child. I mean, I am an only child, so growing up, it was interesting. I always had these really solid ambitions, and I wanted to make my parents super proud, and you know, my godfather and my parents instilled in me that I could do, if I wanted to achieve something, impossible is nothing.
Yeah, and for me, working at King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology, and we can see how this organization, since 1977, when it was established, this organization led the science research in different fields. They support both male and female to proceed in their career by training, by education, by giving this really support to find this sustainable growth, not just for the supporting the human capital, but also support the long-term growth of the economy in Saudi Arabia, building these capabilities.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of my childhood, I was really into math and science, and I did computer science, but I always grew up thinking I wanted to go to the United States, and that's where I am now. But it's been so interesting, kind of like being a support circle for women there, and letting just younger women know that if they want to set their mind to something, they could totally achieve it.
Yes.
And I think that support circle is very important. And it's not just women. We need male allies, who support us in our careers, who, let us go the extra mile and kind of believe in us and sponsor us.
Exactly. We need this kind of support.
Yeah. Nancy, would you like to add some thoughts to that? Like your journey, I know you were born in China, and then you grew up in the United States.
Yeah, that's right. Well, what both of you have mentioned is very inspiring. And, Aku, I know you also have run, for example, the New York Stock Exchange Bell as part of Women of AI. For me, right, in terms of, I would say, how I've grown in my career, a lot of that relates to skills and training. And so you mentioned Advancing Women in Tech, and that's a nonprofit, global 501c3 that I founded in 2016. With the purpose of advancing all people into higher levels within tech. Because our work is not done, right? If you look at, for example, the most recent McKinsey report, for every one woman that makes it into the C-suite, 2 leave, right? So if you think about that math, right, we're overall net negative. So how do you change that equation? And so today, a lot of our focus for AWIT, or Advancing Women in Tech, is related to content production. So we have about 100+ hours that we've put on to Coursera that is available to anyone in the world on topics such as product management, cloud product management, and engineering management, which are some of the most popular fields, right, that also, I'm sure as we all know here, as well, is also economically, I would say, beneficial for most people pursuing that discipline. And I'm proud to say that after 6 years of putting on our content on Coursera, we now have 40,000 learners around the world taking these courses. And it's every week or almost every other day that I get notices on LinkedIn of, hey, I got a promotion through your Coursera specializations, Or, for example, I was able to get a job at Amazon through those specializations. And so for any folks actually here who are interested, those courses are also accredited by the American Council of Education for college credits.
That is
So,
amazing.
yep, at the affordable rate of $89, I believe, a month on Coursera, you can get college credits and you can better yourself.
That is truly amazing. Nancy's doing a lot of great work to help other women, and AWIT is truly amazing. Yeah, and yes, the experience of just bringing the leading women in AI and being able to ring that bell at the NASDAQ in New York was really exciting to just honor women in AI and just celebrate them. And I think we should have more moments to just appreciate and celebrate women who've really, been persistent in spite of all the barriers that we face and been at it to achieve what, we've achieved. And I think that is a pretty, impressive trait to have for women. I mean, would love to just expand on whether, I know you work at a university. Would love to hear more about that.
King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology, it's national labs and science parks. So, as I mentioned earlier, when CAXT established, she put the support for all researchers in different fields, touching medical technology, touching energy, when we're talking about fission and fusion, which will give us clean energy, and all these things, communication, 5G, 6G, computing, AI, machine learning, all these things. So they really foster the innovation through different centers, through organizing international conferences, incubators, many other things. So touching all these fields under one umbrella, which is CAXT, giving this support for the researcher to proceed in their journey, to find solutions that can help building the knowledge-based economy for future transformative potential for the future. This is really something. I'm proud to be part of this leading organization in this different fields, searching, finding solutions for different challenges, not just locally, but even internationally. So this is one part. I also want to mention my journey when I started at CERN. I was the first Saudi female to join them, and to see this large, huge experiment. At the beginning, really, I was afraid. How can I proceed? How can I work with this huge thing? But really, I put a target, and I found really a support from my family, from my government. Then I start, and then I managed to finish my PhD, and I'm proud to be, at that time, contributing in the discovery of the Higgs boson, where I start with a simulation for studying one channel for the Higgs boson to see how particles gain mass. Many other things, neutrino oscillation, the famous N-EXO experiment, searching for the behavior of the neutrinos. This will lead to a lot of changes in physics if we manage to find our goals. So there is so many stories to tell, but I think your time is not available for all of them, but I'm happy to share it.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think one of the important things that I've been focused on is bringing a lot of, women CXOs together so they could support each other. That peer-to-peer network is very critical when you're out there at the top How can you support each other, teach each other new things? How can you keep that network going and build relationships that are, help you and help each other in big ways? How can you share notes? And Nancy's been to one of my events as such, where we had another panel focused on women in tech, and she shared some amazing insights there. Nancy, would you like to share some insights about just your experience and some of the topics you're passionate about?
Yeah, I would say, a lot of what Dr. Badras just mentioned in terms of making sure that we're educating the next generation in the right skills. And so I'm a proud graduate of the University of Pennsylvania School of Engineering and Applied Sciences. And one of the key themes that we're always focused on is how do you prepare your graduates to be successful in the workforce? Right? And so especially with all of the new skills around, for example, code generation, right? You may not have to write every line of code, right? Maybe it's the natural language prompt to code, right? Or even these days, there are full stack app generators, right? So how do you teach incoming, computer science graduates, right? So once they graduate college, they can land those jobs. And that's really where we've gone into creative lengths to generate programs that fit different graduates and their lifestyles. So for example, we're the first Ivy League university to put out a Master's of Computer Information Technology degree fully online, right? And so that really opened the door for working mothers, right? Folks who are already in the workforce, but who wanted to get their foot into tech to be able to get that degree. And then likewise, we just followed on last year, creating a Master's of Artificial Intelligence, or AI, again, fully online, right? And so that just represents, I would say, this new wave of education, of meeting students where they are, which is, you don't have to come to the classroom 5 days or 6 days a week, right? You can learn from the comfort of your own living room, right? But it's really that focus on learning new skills, which is incredibly important in engineering. Right? I didn't graduate that long ago. I won't give away my age, but in terms of even programming languages that we use, right? The types of databases that we learned on has completely changed.
Yeah, totally. And it's really interesting. Another space that I'm personally very passionate about is the space of responsible AI, and that's really interesting because there have been cases of bias in AI, and that's I've launched products to combat the bias in AI, more specifically around, fairness, designing fairness scores that make sure there's no bias in the AI in certain technologies, such as facial recognition or loan lending, or other aspects, other use cases. And I think it's super interesting, the AI kind of follows the humans in a way. If there's bias in the judgment of people that train the data, there appears bias in AI. So that's super important. How can we change this whole thing? But adding another layer of auditability, which is what we did in the product, was super interesting, because how can you empower a brand new persona of chief legal officers or chief auditing officers or chief risk officers who could actually look, with a product that could look through the data and audit it to make sure that there's no bias. And that's a super interesting topic. What are you all also passionate about the responsible AI space? Nancy, I know you invest in a lot of startups in the Bay Area. I've personally spent some time in venture capital too, and I know there's a lot of cool startups arising in the space of AI as well as security. What are your favorite ones?
Yeah, so maybe going back to the data theme, this was recently announced in the Wall Street Journal. My firm made an investment in a company called Mercor, where if you think about how you train, for example, models to specific domain functions. So let's talk about, for example, in the medical field, and you need a model that is intelligent enough to tell you, which radiological diagnosis indicate maybe cancer, right? And there, your margin of error is going to be very, very small. And so what data do you train on, right? And also, how do you instruct that model, whether a diagnosis is false or positive? And so that is becoming a fast industry where you want human expert data labelers, right? And so that is actually what the company Mercor does. And so going back to your points on responsible AI or making sure that your data set is representative, right? That's really where I would say labeling comes in. Another aspect is also that of artificial data, right? And there are now companies and startups that, for example, if you're targeting a field that simply just does not have that much data publicly available or simply doesn't exist because it's such a new field, right? How do you, for example, generate artificial data to be able to train your models? And there, again, exists the quandary, right, of how do you make that data set fair and also representative. And especially, I would say, if you extrapolate that to use cases, not just medicine, but also public safety, right? We're talking about, for example, being able to say, how do we want to intervene in certain cases, right, when we have enough signals that that situation is potentially dangerous, right? And so are you profiling folks or are you being representative?
Yeah, that's super interesting points there. Thanks for sharing. Back in the days, I know Nancy's also familiar with the startups. I was involved with a startup called Credo AI, and we raised the first $5.5 million for them, and it was really interesting. It was an interesting time because it was 2020, and that was a time when the EU updated their regulations, and other countries started doing that, and then IBM, like Microsoft, all the big companies, Google, banned some facial recognition technology because of bias and racial discrimination and stuff. We actually looked to, it was funded by Andrew Ng, and we actually looked to combat this bias and take it to a whole new level where we match it with the external regulations that the government had laid out and make sure that the AI was fair and associate a fairness score with it, similar to what we have with credit scores and et cetera. So that was like kind of a baseline to figure out if the AI was biased or fair. And that was super, an interesting time back in 2020. Like, what are some of the more, what is your favorite startup of all time at the moment?
Sure, happy to start. And then I would love to hear from Dr. Badress as well. Wow, favorite startup of all time. That's a really high bar. Well, I would say currently, right, one of the, I would say, biggest complaints in every public Fortune 500 company, right, is around cost. And so along that axis, right, one of the companies that I invested in last year called Observo.ai is truly crushing it in terms of helping large enterprises not just save money, but also be able to get to the right signal, high fidelity signals, that much faster through their AI engine, right? And that helps companies realize, hey, actually, I have a breach, or this is a threat actor, long before they have to reactively go into their logs and discover what went wrong.
Yeah,
right.
totally.
So that's one of my favorite companies.
Yeah, Doctor,
How about
do
yourself?
you have a favorite startup as well that here in Saudi?
Yeah, but I want really to go back to one point that Nancy mentioned is supporting the new generation to understand the different technologies and how you give them this support to start to be really leaders, let's say, for the future.
Yeah.
So I think working with this different technology, especially in my field, which is nuclear and particle, which is actually the base of different technologies. So I think I will talk about that just quickly, is building these capabilities and sharpen their skills to be the leaders for the future. This is one of the things that I'm working on these days.
Yeah, that's really impressive. Thanks for sharing, Doctor.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's so many interesting, startups here in Saudi Arabia. It's just amazing, like what you're building out here, and even the alliance with the United States and everything going on.
2030 as well, yes, and the vision and fusion we're talking about these days, all these things.
Right, totally. And how all the tech companies are coming here.
Exactly.
It was literally like bumping into all my friends from the United States in Saudi Arabia, halfway across the world.
That is true. I can second that. Yes, it's easier to meet up with startup founders here in Riyadh than it is back home. Absolutely.
Totally, that's super been interesting. Yeah, I know we bumped into our friend, the Zoom CIO, Gary Sorrentino, earlier, and then a lot of others. And he lives in New York, we live in the Bay Area, and we meet halfway across the world in Riyadh.
Okay.
So that's been a really interesting, journey. Yeah, well, this has been a super interesting panel. Would you like to share any last thoughts, Dr. and Nancy? And
Nancy?
Sure. I would just say, women of AI are doing amazing things. And so if you can support them by giving them, upskilling, training, right, different programs within an existing company to showcase their skills, right, that's going to be the future.
I will say women in the field of particle physics, high energy physics, which is in the region considered to be a new field. I think also supporting them and giving them the opportunity to show that they can do it, and I believe they do. So we need this kind of support for different research and projects that we have in mind for these projects to see the light, let's say, and how can we compete with others in such fields, and we are able to do so.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thank you, everyone. Give it up for our panelists.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, there we go. Thanks to our panel and, of course, to Akriti. Please welcome on stage Nicola Mendelsohn, CBE, Head of Global Business Group Meta, and your moderator, the journalist, author, and podcaster, Louise Minchin.
Excuse me. Apologies.
That's one way of getting everyone waking up in the room. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I am so pleased to be here with all of you today. Now, the last time I was in Riyadh was actually about a decade ago, and that was just before His Highness Crown Prince Mohammed Al Salman announced Vision 2030. And it is just extraordinary to see how His Highness's vision is truly coming to life. Because Riyadh is not only growing, bigger, but it's better. It's better health, better education, better economic outcomes for citizens, and better quality of life, and a more resilient economy. From initiating the National AI Strategy back in 2020, well ahead of the recent crave, to the strategic adoption of open source software, to a vast infrastructure and data center improvements, and not to mention your deep investments and funding. This foresight means that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is rapidly emerging right at the forefront as a tech superpower and a global hub for all things AI and next-generation technologies. Now, undertaking a transformation to meet the needs of the future is a little bit familiar to me, because just 3 years ago, my boss, Mark Zuckerberg, rebranded our company to Meta, changing not only our name, but also evolving what we do and build in order to better meet the demands of the future. We are spending hundreds of billions on AI infrastructure, including $65 billion this year, to help support our ambitions for the future, as well as the innovation of today. Everything from AI-powered advertising, which is driving stronger results for millions of businesses that are using our platforms, to the state-of-the-art Llama family of models, and most excitingly, our AI assistant, Meta AI, which just launched in the Middle East, and in Arabic. Now, question for all of you. Who here has tried Meta AI out yet? Give me some hands up. Not enough, not enough. Let me tell you, it is so easy. It is built directly into our apps. And here's the good thing, it is completely free, making it a game changer for AI adoption. So do go and try it out. Because let me tell you, Meta AI is well on track to being the most used AI assistant anywhere in the world, with more than 700 million active users monthly. And we want to be the world's leading assistant this year. We want to serve more than 1 billion people globally. Now, Meta AI is just one of the ways for consumers to leverage AI technology on our platforms. For businesses, we're building even more AI-powered solutions, and we see an enormous opportunity ahead with business messaging. More than 1 billion messages are sent between consumers and businesses every single week on Meta platforms. And we know that you love WhatsApp. Do you love WhatsApp in the room? Yeah, come on, we love WhatsApp. Well, it is the highest used app in the kingdom, and it represents one of the biggest messaging opportunities for businesses over the next 5 to 10 years, because it really is an opportunity for an entirely new way for consumers and businesses to interact. And as we stand at this threshold of this technical revolution, I am so proud that Meta and the kingdom are not just witnesses to this change, but they are partners in shaping the trajectory. And as this region has beautifully shown, when you build for a future with people, not just technology at the forefront, amazing things can and will happen. And together we're going to harness the power of AI to create new opportunities, drive innovation, and build a brighter future for all. And with that, I'm going to go over and join Louise, and she's going to ask me a few questions.
Thank you very much, Nicola. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great to talk to you. So, the future of business, harnessing the power of AI. So many things to talk to you about. Let's start, though, with Meta AI, because for those, there are a few people in the room who have used it. What is it designed for?
Well, it's designed for so many aspects of your life, but ultimately, I think it's about increasing your own productivity, having more information at your fingertips, making you more creative, inspiring you. People are already using it my kids are using it for education, for job applications. I'm using it for recipes, home decor, inspiration ideas. The list goes on and on.
So tell us how you physically use it, because some people will not be familiar. So
Sure,
you
sure.
ask a question, essentially. How does it work?
Yeah, so how it works today is if you're on any of our apps, Facebook, WhatsApp, Messenger, Instagram, it's in the search bar at the top. There's a little round icon. You click in, you go in, and today it's text. But Mark Zuckerberg has spoken very publicly about the fact that this is going to be the era of voice. And so you can imagine a future where you'll use voice to be able to suggest what you want and where you might go.
So how do you say use it for various things like recipes, but how do you think, and how does Mark think, that people will be using it? What's going to be the main use?
I don't think you can single it down to a main use. This is something that's going to disrupt every aspect of our lives. It already is, the way we live, the way we work, the way, businesses are already using it to be more productive, more efficient. We're using it at Meta. We've created our own assistant. Everybody's going to have an assistant in their lives for all the different aspects of your lives. So in the workplace, ours is called MetaMate. We're using it all the time. It enhances your productivity. It gives you more information at your fingertips so that you can spend more time on the things that you love, more time on the things that you're passionate about, and less time on some of the kind of more drudgery.
So you might have an assistant, I might have an assistant, for example, what would they organize my diary, or how would it?
That's exactly right. You can have, if you're in work, you'll have an assistant in your workplace. You might have one for financial matters. And the companies will have assistants as well. So in the same way that every business has today a website, an email, sometimes a store, every business will have its own agent. And the agents today are text-based. We're already trying this out. We saw a company called White Glove in Manila. It's surgical products that they sell. they saw a 20% reduction in their cost of customer service and an enhancement in that service as well. Because most stores are only open certain hours of the day, whereas the assistants don't sleep, and so they can be available to enhance that service. That's an example.
Okay, and you have to explain to me, because you are one of the leading women in technology. I am not. You have to explain to me, so where does the information come from? So you've got your assistant, you ask a question, and then what happens?
So it depends. So the large language models are being trained on, in accordance with all the available in a guaranteed and a publicly safe way.
Yeah.
But actually, it's about the information you give it too. So one of the things that we've announced is that we have an AI creator studio. So that would be then that I would be saying to the creator AI, I want you to take my information, and my information in that instance could be the posts that I've put on Instagram, the posts that I've put on Facebook. So it would learn more about my voice, the way I want to talk, and together we'll learn together. It will give me answers to the questions I might pose, and I'd go, I wouldn't say it like that. I would say it like this.
Yeah.
So the next time I'm asking the question, it would get better and stronger.
How much depends on asking the right question?
That's a really good question. And actually, we're seeing in a number of businesses now something that people are calling chief prompt officers, because it is a skill to make sure that you're putting in the right insights in order that you get the right outcomes back. But you can keep refining it. If you don't like what you're seeing, you can change it. And you can say to it, no, I didn't want it like that. Could you make it look different to me?
So let's talk, it's really interesting to see how it might help us personally. So from businesses, what do you see the main things it's going to change?
Well, I think the increase in productivity is going to be an extraordinary thing. I think there's a number of things that come together at the same time. And I was just mentioning a little bit about messaging. And this is a WhatsApp first region. And the app usage here is really number one. If you think about how people message in their personal lives, we're seeing an increase in the way in which businesses and people are coming together to talk and to exchange and do commerce together. So when you bring that together and you bring an AI on top, that's a totally different way that we're seeing that businesses and people are communicating, which I think is more effective, more efficient, and a greater experience. But we're right at the beginning of that. And so in the future, the businesses will be able to, back on the training, put in more information about their brand, their values, their color scheme, and you'll start to see it in a more agentic way than where it is today.
Okay. Some people are very skeptical about AI and the kind of control and where the information comes from. You have been working in technology for a long time. Where are we on this journey, do you think?
Yeah. So from a meta perspective, we take issues like this incredibly seriously. Anything that we create, any new products, go through, we red team them, we have privacy controls that we think about, and we work before we launch products. So that's very important to us. I do think there's a bit of a technology adoption curve as well, which we've seen time and time again from the beginnings of even newspapers, where there were people that were incredibly excited, and then in Victorian England, they told women they weren't allowed to read newspapers because it would make them blind. So you always get the positive, you always get the negative. And I think, what I'm feeling more, I was in Davos at the beginning of the year. It feels like a long time ago. It was only last month. And what I felt this year versus last year was much more leaning into the positive side of AI, the positive benefits that it can bring to people, that it can bring to society. And so much more leaning in on that. And what can we do to accelerate? Because actually, the pace of change that we're seeing here, the scale of the investments is pretty extraordinary.
How can we rely on safe? How do we know the data is safe?
It's not how I think about it. It's much more thinking about how are the models being trained. And in many ways, if you like, a simplification of it is that you have good AI, and there's obviously always going to be bad actors out there. You're not going to gate that. And so you'll always be able to utilize the good AI to take away the bad AI. A good example.
How do you know the difference between them?
A good example of that is when you have content on our platforms, because we're using AI through all different aspects of our business. In terms of the platforms that we have, the things that are on newsfeed, etc. And there are bad actors that come and they want to put things on, and we're very clear about what our community standards are. And so we're using AI to be able to do things that people couldn't do and to take it off the platform. So if it goes against the community standards, we can use the AI in order to take it down.
Yeah. talk a little bit about your creators, because that is where so much comes from. How important are they to you?
Yeah, well, we love creators, and this region loves creators as well. Goldman Sachs was talking, published a report recently that said the creator economy is going to be worth over $500 billion in the next couple of years. So you think about all those people, and you're one of them, that are monetizing the content. She's a writer, she's a thriller writer, get the books. So, putting out that content every day and monetizing it in different ways. So it's important to us. So we love creators, we love the creative that they put out, and we love the reels that they put out. That, the short videos that come on our platform now, we see more than 4.5 billion of them being shared every single day, and that's AI. That's AI giving you recommendations on things that you might not have realized that you wanted and suddenly become very passionate about. So I love the fact that I'm getting more history in my feed now, because AI realizes that's something I'm interested in, I interact with, and it's very different from video of old, because video of old was very passive, it was kind of shown to you, whereas the wonderful thing about creators is that you can now interact with them in new and different ways.
How do you see that changing? Because you're not in control of it, are you? So the creators are in some ways in control. So what do you see the main innovations will be? I mean, it's difficult to tell because they'll be deciding, but...
Well, I think when you bring together, creators and how creators are utilizing AI with the character AI, I think is going to be very exciting. So you can have one. You can have your own AI that can be like a little chatbot that we could talk backwards and forwards, but it could preempt a lot of what might seem like the obvious questions for you.
Right.
The other thing that we're working on at the moment, and this is really exciting, is translation. So when creators are putting out reels, and so many creators now go cross-border, we'll be able to translate and lip-sync simultaneously, and so they can go out in multiple languages, and that's something that we're looking at and testing at the moment.
Talk a little bit as well, if you would, about democratic access to AI.
Yeah. So Meta, at its heart, has always been open source, open access. And actually, that's something that the kingdom believes in as well. Saudi Arabia believes in open access. The reason this matters and the reason it's important is because actually, to encompass some of your previous point, it allows, well, first of all, it democratizes access for all countries and the ability for all developers to be able to build on top of it. And remember, our large language models, our Llama family of models are free. They're free, and so I think that's an amazing advantage, but also it's much more transparent. So it means that everybody can rise together and everyone can build together. A good example of that is in Kenya. There is a health startup which is all about helping women who are pregnant get better access to health. And they've built on top of Llama a Swahili translation. You think in the past about how expensive that would have been to be able to make that happen, just probably wouldn't have happened. But those women are now able to get access in the same way that some of the women that are living here would be able to get access to the finest and most important information.
You're really, obviously very positive about all of this. Where do you think the major developments will be? You mentioned healthcare, for example. What other things do you think will actually change fundamentally?
Well, healthcare, you have to take a moment on healthcare because the idea of personalized medicine has been around for so long, but actually through AI, you will be able to diagnose people in much more specific, much more individual ways. That's exciting. I'm a mum of 4, and thinking about the opportunities that AI affords to children, children will have their own individual, personalized virtual assistants that will work with the real assistant, the real teacher in the school, but they'll be able to be experts on multiple different areas. And again, not all standards are the same the world over. So that brings together that the millions of children around the world that will be able to realize potential that was never before been possible. I think that's exciting. And then when you bring in the whole area of wearables, and you bring AI together with wearable glasses and technology, that takes you into another whole immersion as well. So one of the products that we have is called Ray-Ban Meta. It is our smart AI glasses. And so you can envisage a world in the future whereby if I want to learn about history, not only do I have my virtual history tutor teaching me, I've got my real teacher helping me, but I can also immerse in the world and I could feel like I'm walking through ancient Mecca, to really realize and have a much more fulfilling experience when it comes to education. But these are just some of the ways that this is working.
And that, I just want to go, because so much of this conference has been about AI. And, there are people who have very serious concerns about intellectual rigor, about trustworthiness, about safety. You say you address that all the time. How can we guarantee that humans stay in control?
One of the people that I'm incredibly inspired by is a guy called Jan LeCun. He works at our company, he's our chief AI officer. And he talks about the fact that we forget about people are in control. And the idea of how clever the AIs are, we're some way off that, I have to say. Yeah. So I think it's important that as we're doing this, that the guardrails are being built in line with governments around the world, like the government here, to ensure some of those things and learnings that we've taken from other places. What I would reassure you about is that any of the nefarious activities is pretty similar to things that we've seen in the past, and so we're very clear about the things that we need to put in place in order to overcome such things.
And what sort of things do you put in place then?
Well, you have bad actors that are trying to put misinformation out. That's not something that any of us want, and so we work very hard to make sure that we take those things down.
Can we forward wind 5 years?
Yes, we can. But well, hopefully we'll be back at LEAP. I would imagine LEAP will be 20 times bigger by then. I mean, if you even look at how LEAP has progressed year from year, it's pretty extraordinary.
So let's, forward 5 years. Human connections are still, we've met today. Human connections are still really important. How do we keep those in this world, which is becoming outside of our brain space, as it were?
So I think there's always a thing with any new technology that something new is going to replace the old. But at the heart of it, we're people. People love being with other people. This place here, just being with people, learning from one another, being inspired, all the things that make us human is not going to change. But what is going to be at our fingertips is an amazing array of tools that are going to make us be more productive, that will lead to greater enhancement of human productivity, human output. So for that child that wasn't creative at school, they can now be creative. For that child that wasn't good at maths, they'll now be able to do maths. So I think about some of those things, and I just think how extraordinary it is that we're living in this moment in time, and all that goodness that's about to come. Well, I personally can't wait for that.
Nicola, thank you very much indeed. It's really interesting and lovely to meet you in person.
And
so thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, everybody. Thank you.
Many thanks to our guest and, of course, to Louise. Please welcome Manos Raptopoulos, Chief Revenue Officer, APAC, EMEA and MEE, SAP. And welcome back your moderator, the journalist and presenter, Louise Minchin.
You have a very loyal audience. Nice to meet you. Do come and sit down. Thank you very much, everybody. We're going to continue talking about AI. Manos, lovely to meet you. Thank you very much indeed. So you're regional president of SAP. Lots of people in the room will know what that means, but for the people who don't know, what does SAP do?
Right. Louise, thank you very much for having me here, and thank you very much to the audience for being at this time to hear us. So SAP is a company which is a worldwide software company. We specialize in domains that are supply chain, HR, finance, and we run operations across the globe. It's a company which is quite large. It's the largest company, regardless of sector, in Europe.
Yep.
It's one of the biggest companies when it comes to software and technology and applications in the world. We have something like 400,000 customers. and 300 million users worldwide. So it's quite amazing position to be, thanks to our customers.
Yeah, and you mentioned again some of the types of customers that you have.
Basically, if you go across every sector, retail, consumer goods, pharmaceutical, oil and gas, utilities, public sector, and you take the top 100 customers of that sector, you would typically find something between 70 and 80% of that being SAP customers. So it's across every sector, basically, of the economy. We touch a lot of the real economy, let's put it like that.
Okay, so tell me, and we're going to take a bit of go backwards in some ways. So AI is not new.
True.
Right, so take us through the journey that we've been on so far, and then we'll talk about what SAP does, etc.
Yeah, it's actually a very interesting question. When it comes to AI, definitely, the foundations of AI were put around 1940, 1945, right? And it was the effort to predict outcomes based on computational models.
Yeah.
And we made a lot of strides, a lot of advancement throughout, but if you look at the history of AI, there was always a period of optimism. That period of optimism was followed by a plateau. The optimism was never realized. Look, a simple example that probably everybody in the room knows. Look at what Elon Musk's prediction was, and he's a formidable entrepreneur, don't get me wrong, and super clever, but his prediction on autonomous driving was that 15 years ago he was saying we are 5 years far. After 10 years, we're still far from having full autonomous driving for completely different reasons. So AI had this effect until very recently, about 3 years ago, when ChatGPT came with what we all know right now and we call generative AI, which is a different form of AI. It's not based only on the computational models for prediction, but it also has the ability to synthesize, to read, to digest, read vast amounts of information, and re-synthesize that information in quasi-human language. And that has expanded to other forms, like a little bit more artistic, considered from a human perspective, including music, including images. So the point that we are right now is to understand, okay, that's pretty cool about an AI evolution, but what can it do for business? So looking at it from our own vantage point, this is what customers ask us.
Okay, so why do businesses need to transform then? What can it do?
Right, I think something that probably everybody would agree in the room and beyond is that we live in a world that in the last years has become a little bit more complicated. Probably it was always complicated, but geopolitics, the overall economic situation, which is not all the time great, we have ups and downs, shortages in supply chain, in materials, other events that prohibit materials to go from source to be consumed, has brought us into a situation that companies basically live in a new normality, or a normality, in quotes, which is a disruptive normality. Continuous disruption is probably the norm of what we see these days happening. Therefore, companies turn to technology in order to try to solve those problems, because every customer that we speak to, and we speak to quite a few, these days wants to do more with less. Yeah. Investments compete, and this is where technology comes into play. And this is actually the discussion in the boardroom. It is very rare that pure technological subjects with the depth of AI enter the boardroom, and it is one of those moments that if you ask every CEO, they will tell you, yes, I want to understand what it can do for my company. Is there real business value behind?
Okay. So in some ways, is there a business that doesn't need to use it?
Well, yeah, it's a very good question. I don't think there is, to be honest. There are possibly sectors that it will penetrate late, or we don't want to penetrate. Simple example, would you trust an AI doctor, Luis? I don't know, you speak to a bot and they tell you this is what you have, and okay, let's say you trust it.
Really good question.
Would you trust it to operate you? So when it becomes really personal. So maybe there are some areas that we will not go because it's a matter of trust. It's very core to the human.
I definitely want a human to oversee some.
That would be too bad.
Go on.
But if we go from a business perspective, I do believe that it touches every sector.
Yeah.
Probably there is a little bit of inflation of expectations of what it can really do at this point, but it progresses really fast. So we will catch up very quickly. So when we go to different industries and different personas in a company, you see the CFO wants to understand how it can help do faster collections, how AI can help close the books faster, how can it help in order to do better predictions when it comes to cash flow needs for the future. Supply chain, exactly the same. We have customer examples, maybe I can touch a few. AMD, the manufacturer of semiconductors, a US company. They are using predictive AI and traditional AI, the one that we were discussing before, in order to deal with disruptions in supply chain. And when they have delays, they need to inform customers about those delays and find different sources of raw material in order to fulfill those orders. So they analyze about 30,000 orders per day, and they are able to save per day about 3,000 hours of manpower, of work, in order to provide the optimum outcomes to their customers. Other example, Shalhoub, which is a retail chain here in the Middle East. In the luxury business they operate. Highly important business, but also fast-moving. They need to understand per store how much of that merchandise they should fulfill at the right time and not overstock, because these are expensive items that they need to devalue afterwards. So how can they use that in order to make better and faster predictions? And the list goes on. So there is a lot of application that you can see actually in the business.
How can a business get it, so you can go to a business, how can you decide what is the right use for them, for business purposes, that will make a difference?
Right, so, and that's a brilliant topic, brilliant question. And if I can go a little bit back.
Go back.
About a year and a half ago, when ChatGPT was introduced, there was this overinflation of hype, I talked about it just now, of the expectation of what it could do. And probably we are right now at the point that we try to average out the expectation and understand exactly what is actually what it can deliver. So the point is that this technology needs some time to mature, and in order to make it useful, you need a big amount of data. And customers come to us right now and say, okay, what can it do to my business? And instead of providing a huge big picture of a use case that will solve the world, we go very specific and very narrow. So we go by persona, we go by business process, we explain what we have, and we have a huge library. Right now we have 250 specific use cases that you can actually go in the different CIO, head of supply chain, CFO, etc., and you can explain to the customer what they can gain out of that. And this year, we are having in our pipeline another 350, plus what our partners are going to deliver. So we're going from a practical perspective, and we really can showcase to the customer. We have something that we call a value model. They can benchmark what is the situation today, and when you apply each and every use case, how this piles up value for the company on a monthly and yearly basis.
I mean, presumably, it requires them giving you the right data as well, them having the right data, doesn't it?
Indeed. There is a very important consideration here, Luis, and again, goes back to trust. It's one thing to write an essay for the university, right? My son goes into ChatGPT, finds something, he puts it in the university, and something happens. In an industrial context or a business context, you seek the single version of the truth. It's not an option for a CFO to go and say, my bottom line result is about 1 million or 2 million. Therefore, precision there counts. And probably something we already know and realize, even if you go to Copilot and put something, or Gemini or any of the models, they tell you, there is a small disclaimer that says AI can produce false results. Anybody that has used it, it says that there. In an enterprise context, that's not an option.
Sorry, say again.
In an enterprise context, that's not an option. You need to have the precision. Therefore, what we do, and exactly to your point, we use that data in order to try to train the models and avoid what is called in AI hallucinations.
Hallucinations, yeah.
Nobody wants hallucination in a business context.
No, they do. Nobody wants hallucinations, probably in any context. I suppose the question is, what will it take for business to leverage AI then? And what do they does everybody need to be thinking about this?
Yeah, definitely everybody needs to be thinking about it, and no matter what the expectation, there have been, Goldman Sachs was saying that the impact on the global economy is going to be something like 5 trillion in the course of the next 4 years. We can debate, and the number, there is no absolute science on how you produce that number, right? But the value is there. There is definitely value into the concept. And the companies that will be able to extract that value will have a competitive advantage. Therefore, to the question, do I do it or I don't do it, the question is, you do it. You need to get proficient to that, because we will not lose, nobody will lose their job from an AI agent. But we will lose jobs against a competitor that did a better job with the AI agent than our company.
That's nice to know that humans have some role in this.
Absolutely, we believe in that.
You've also got your own AI co-pilot as well, haven't you?
Yes, indeed.
Joule.
We call Joule, yes.
Tell us about Joule.
So the difference, probably one very good differentiator for Joule is that it is AI for business, so it understands the business context. If I can become a little bit geeky here and go one step back, if you take any large language model, they are very good, especially the very well-known ones, at digesting and analyzing text. You give them a text in any format, and they can analyze it and resynthesize it, as we said before, in a very good human-like way. They are terrible, those LLMs, when it comes to tabular data. And normally, applications use tables, use databases, structured databases, which are not like the unstructured data that ChatGPT or any other model or Gemini or Copilot would find on the internet. Therefore, what we invest in SAP to do, invested already and it's already there, we created, I call it the Rosetta Stone. It's a translation layer between what is the business context that we have in SAP, and it gives the ability to any large language model to access that Rosetta Stone, that translation layer. And the beauty of that is that Joule is using that, therefore it knows the semantics. It knows the business context. It knows that an invoice is a business object. It's not that just 10 digits. Picture. Exactly, it's not a picture, or it's not 10 digits somewhere.
Yeah.
So that the business context is one very important thing. The second is the basis on which Joule is trained. I mentioned before that we have 400,000 customers. About half of those customers have their data already stored in the cloud. And with their consent, we are able, with anonymized data from the customers, to train Joule. So Joule has context and has very good basis for training. Therefore, the hallucination effect will be much lower. Thirdly, it provides a completely new experience when it comes to accessing the system. Systems like application systems are very structured, but with Joule, you can access it using human language. You can say, Joule, give me that report that compares sales of this year of that territory with the sales of the other territory in that year, and it will fetch it and present it to you in an easy way, in a human-like way.
Okay, so in a written context, it'll come back as a written context. But, and Joule works with other systems as well?
Joule, yes, is open as a system. It has its APIs to be able to communicate with the rest of the world. We have announced already a partnership since 6 months already, a little bit more, 8 months actually, with Microsoft. So we have a bi-directional interface between Copilot from Microsoft and Joule, which means that you can be working in a Word document and you want to create a job description for HR purposes, and you can ask Copilot, and Copilot will go and ask Joule, and he will fetch the result. Same applies, you are on Teams and you want to find out a report that is missing. You can ask on Teams and it will go fetch it from an SAP system through Joule. So we have an open architecture for that.
What do you find it most useful for?
For
Joule, yeah. Do you use it yourself?
My personal favorite is the human-like interaction. It's the ability for any executive to be able to access the system and just ask anything, basically, in their context. Because Joule understands, if you have open an HR window, an HR part of the application, it will contextualize and translate the question in an HR context. If you have a finance window, it will do the same. And I believe that opens up a completely different capability for business users, especially those that are, let's say, senior people in the organization, to access those systems.
Okay, let's talk about the Middle East. You're here now. What are your thoughts about being here, investing in here, what's going on here?
Yeah, so and it's very interesting that the organization chose LEAP as the brand name for this conference, which runs its 4th edition already and grows substantially. I believe that the basic characteristic of the Middle East, and I also say that when I speak to my European colleagues, is that thirst for innovation, that directional move to do the leap, actually. And there is always business context behind that, and there is always business rationale, but there is a genuine motivation to do the best thing. And the best is never there. We can never do the best, so the best is always something that we aspire for. Having said that, we recognize that in the company many years ago. We have a presence which dates back 20 years or more. Since 2017, when the cloud era of SAP started, we made substantial in-country investments. Direct investment is about 1 billion, what we have done already in order to create data centers, in order to keep up to the regulation, because of course there is data sovereignty regulation in the country. But we don't stop there. We don't stop in the direct investment. We try to train the youth of KSA, of Saudi. We have piloted here a program which is unique. We call it Engineering Academy. About 400 people have flown from KSA to California to be trained in our centers in California and have graduated having certificates already, and we continue the program. It's a deep dive program to transfer knowledge from SAP. We invest in youth, as I said before. We have a program which we call Young Professional Program. About 1,200 people have been already trained. 95% of them find jobs in less than a month. And we enjoy a great ecosystem of partners. For every €1 that SAP invests in KSA, there is another 9 to 10 euros that are being invested by our ecosystem, by big partners and local partners that do business with us.
Let's forward wind. I've been asking everybody the same question, and things go so quickly. So let's forward wind to 5 years. You talked about the sort of journey that we've been on with AI and the hype, and then perhaps we're in the place where we're a bit more questioning right now. Where do you think business will be within 5 years? Where do you think we will be as human, with human interaction in 5 years? Will we have jobs in 5 years? So many things.
Well, as they say, it's very difficult to predict, especially in the future. So but if I could try to lay out a few principles, the technology will continue to mature. With the level of investment that is happening right now, and we just saw 2 weeks ago what the Chinese entrepreneurial answer with DeepSeek was to what the US was developing. The technology is certainly going to evolve, and it's going to require less processing power to produce better results. That's the Moore's law, translated in a different way. Probably we can bet on that. It will deliver value to companies, but ultimately, we are going to be able to get that value if we respect human values. And the value of trust that we were discussing before is essential in order to get there. Therefore, we believe in a future that there will be this, let's call it co-pilot concept. There will be we will get more insight and deeper insight from AI and the technology, which is ever evolving, but it will be human decision what to do with that insight, because the ethical point of view, it's never a machine topic. It's always a societal and human topic.
I think that's an optimistic note to end on it. Thank you very much indeed, Manos. Thank you very much indeed. I hope that's been interesting for you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise.
Many thanks to Manos and to Louise. Please welcome on stage Abdullah Arshagi, Chief Technology and Digital Officer, Taiwania.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello, everyone. Last day, I hope that you have a good energy. Listen to me. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm the Chief Technology Officer for Tawniya. Tawniya is the biggest insurer in the MENA region. We have multi-line insurance, health, general, motor, and life, protection and saving. I was here last year on this stage presenting about how are we offering our services digitally and how we treat our customers. I was thinking, what's the right topic to present to you? And obviously, it's the first thing that came in my mind is, what's the future of this industry? And when we talk about future, we talk about AI. If you go anywhere in business, in IT, in research, you will see AI is the topic. So today, I'll be speaking about 3 pillars. First one, what's happening globally in AI? And I believe there is a lot of speeches, a lot of topics that have been covered here that will be continuation of enriching your knowledge in that area. The second one is how AI is empowering businesses, and especially insurance, what we are doing. And the third one, how future look like with using AI. Now, if we look at the evolution of AI, it started back in the 1950s. And then it has been grown and grown to machine learning. And then after that, it goes to deep learning. And now we are enjoying generative AI. All this innovation that we are seeing from OpenAI and other companies, and the great innovation by DeepSeek as well. This tells us the continuation, the investment that's happening in that arena, and where are we going. And we'll see another wave in the very near future. You see this? Every 20 years, there is another wave. If we look at the US market, which is the biggest market for AI investment, in 2019, the market was around 1 billion, and now in 2024, 45 times growth, 45 billion. And this number may be unupdated if we look at January 2025, and the announcement happened here in this stage with all the great leaders coming from all over the world in this stage. And as per the statistics, we have around more 240 billion investment worldwide in this. So this means there is a lot of technologies coming. When I was in Gartner last year in October in Orlando Symposium, every application, every infrastructure, every solution, if you are not offering AI, you are not offering a solution. So that means that you have to be ready. If you miss it, you will be missing the trend. If you miss it, you will not be able to serve your customer properly and provide the right solutions. And yes, this will take us to the trillion number. Expected within 8 years, within this growth, we'll reach the trillion number and will overreach that with a lot of investment. It's not only financial. When we see the transactions and we look carefully what happened in OpenAI in ChatGPT, more than 360 billion transactions up to end of January 2025. What does this mean? There is a lot of content over there. There is a lot of research. There is a lot of business models. There is a lot of process optimization, which take us to a new era. What happened in DeepSeek, it's not a shocking, it's a wave of continuation. How you do solution in a better optimized cost way and deliver it in a very fast approach. And you will see the guys on OpenAI will come up with another innovation. And this tells us is there is more than 90 million jobs that will be created either in development, optimization, analysis. There is a lot happening in that arena. When it comes to development of AI, it's always a question between, yes, there is investment, there is optimization, but what's the accuracy? Is it that accurate? Is there challenges? Can we rely on it? It's a legitimate question between the users and the interrupters. And yes, IBM did it. 93% accuracy of a medicine, doctoral feedback on diagnosis. When you get a human that is 90% accurate of his decision, this means this is a very efficient decision support system. And it's not only in medicine. And by the way, in Ta'awuniya, we started a use case called Pricify. It takes all the clinical coding based on the Saudi billing codes, and then it do the verification and the matchmaking. We started with accuracy and push and back with our great medical team. We claim that it's 80%, they claim it's 40%, and we work together, and now we are more than 90% accuracy. So you continually learn and teach, and it will give you a really great outcome. And it's not only in medicine. Research said to us that there is more than 53% based on the feedback of process optimization, because there is a proper analysis, because there is a proper improvement, there is a continuation of doing things and enhance it. There is more than 40% enhancement in the customer service. And very soon we'll say goodbye to the human customer service. It will be AI oriented. They will understand the questions, they will analyze, they will be virtual. And please visit us. I know it's the last day, but we are very close. Visit us and see Badr. Badr is an AI being learned all the information from insurance and respond. And if you walk through Leap everywhere, you will see the virtual AI assistants over there. So within 3 to 5 years, we'll say goodbye to customer centers, and it will be more AI oriented. Given this and that, what's happening globally, what's happening in the technology leaders, His Excellency Al-Suwaha announced, and there is a lot of communication, Saudi Arabia will be the hub for AI as a sovereign data distributor. And I was talking to one of the market leaders. Yes, we are serving different countries from Saudi. There is a lot of investment happen that will impact up to 2% from the overall GDP. Now for us as insurance, what does this mean? There is technology investment. There is global trends. There is a government who is enabling this. Should we look at it and do nothing? No. We should be a leader and we should invest it. And there is the InsurTech. The InsurTech is part of the FinTech. It's the old technologies that providing insurance, starting from customer service to pre-authorization, to claim handling, to customer feedback. If we look globally, there is 3 leading nations in the InsurTech. From 2018 up to 2024, they were relying on 33% of their operations in InsurTech. Now it's around 70%. In what? In claims processing, in customer satisfaction, in managing operations. There is huge investment happening in this arena. If we deep dive, we see claims management. One of the great areas, one of the optimization areas that you need to use AI to do so. There is codes coming from hospitals or from workshops or maybe from distributors. you need to unify it, optimize it, and make it digitized and with predictive capability to have an AI applications. And one of our applications, and the first applications, was the claim processing. If you look at the health sector, you see outpatient is 80% of the claims comparing to the inpatient. So we focus on that. Sometimes it takes multiple doctors and it takes up to 30 days for handling claims. Now we are processing it with 10 minutes. And the doctors are looking at more complex cases rather than looking at those ones. We have as well recommendation engine. We have matched the demographies with the products and with the income level, with the gender, everything together to give you the more personalized insurance. Fraud and detection. We have another case called Pricify with the great minds of Tawniya data scientists. We have a lot of codes coming. Sometimes the match is not properly because there is human errors. Now we have a really match engine that clarify what's happening between the codes and give the right, precise integration. Predictive. What's the predictive analysis of our customer? They are driving from here to there. They are running. They have this family. They have this dependent. How can we serve them more? And yes, you can measure it. You can see the ROI clearly. 50% that is improved in fraud detection. Why? Because of the matchmaking of the codes. And there is more than 62% reduction in claims. I just gave you an example on the 10 minutes comparing to the 1 month work. And last but not least, there is 80% accuracy in the chronic disease. We have an application, an AI model called Rashid. Please go and visit. It's a case management, more personalized. We are now focusing on the diagnosis for the chronic people, how we can serve them more. What's the visits that they did, and what's the medicine that they take, and what's the network that they're using. And based on that, what's the medical pathway that they're providing, we will provide them, and how we can improve their life in a better way to manage them. Imagine that in your mobile app, you have the pop-up that you walk for that much and you need this medicine, but if you continue in doing this, you will reduce your risk by diabetes this much. This will be more a better way of prevention. And that is the future. The future is going from direct cover to predict and cover. Predict and prevent. Will help you through AI, through a care, to live better, to understand what you are taking. What's the possibilities? If you look at one of the investment app, if you invest this much, after 3 years it will be that much, taking in consideration the interest rate, the risk, etc. Your life is more valuable. Your driving is more valuable. Your children is more valuable, and you deserve to have this. And this will enable us to give more dynamic products, personalized, just for you, when you want to travel from this to that, and when you have your kids, and when you want to plan for your future. We are there with AI capabilities. And this is the differentiation that insurance companies will do to have a better offering. Pricing. When you understand the risks, you will price better. You will understand what are the potential and the variables that will impact the price, and then there is optimization, and there is prediction and risk pooling better for the underwriters. There's a lot in fraudulent activities. There is a lot on connected devices. We have Vitality, as you know. We have Drive, as we know. If we connect it to your mobile app with a performance analysis, with predictive analysis. It will be your self-caring app, helping you to live better, drive better, and plan better for future. From Tawniya, we took the lead. As we are the biggest in the MENA region, we have the leadership role to improve the InsurTech, and we announced Insure AI. It has been announced last December. We got more than 35 applications. We got more than 1,000 applications from 35 countries. And we'll be announcing them very soon, inshallah. In the next 2 months, probably, we are selecting the best of the best in the world, and we'll be investing and helping them, and they will be rewarded within awards on all of those activities that you are seeing and industries that you are seeing and use cases. Thank you for listening to me today. I hope that I added to your knowledge, and thanks a lot.
Many thanks to Abdullah. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Ronaldo Mushawa, founder of Souk.com and VP of Amazon Middle East, Africa and Turkey, and your moderator, the broadcaster and journalist Kai Wilshaw.
Brilliant. There we go. Well, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's the honor of honors to host these final two sessions. For my final two sessions of the conference itself, this extraordinary leap in Riyadh. Now, since 2005, the man beside me has been at the forefront of the region's tech ecosystem, founding Souk.com, the largest e-commerce retailer in the Arab world. In 2016, its $275 million funding round put shockwaves throughout the world. And in 2017, it was acquired by Amazon. Ronnie Mushawa, the founder of Souk.com, joins me now as the VP of Amazon Middle East, Africa, and Turkey. Ronnie, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Now, I think everybody is wondering and really wants to know, you were born in Syria, moved to Boston, worked in Boston, and finally founded Souk.com in 2005, post the dot-com bubble. How was that journey?
I mean, that's a long time back. At the time when I started Souk, really, the region was just, the connectivity in the region was probably the #1 topic, where how many internet users are online, are they connected with broadband, is there connectivity, is the market large enough? We always thought for the region we should have our own Souk, you know, our own trading platform where buyers and sellers in the region. We thought, for example, a seller in Cairo can sell into Jeddah, a seller from Jeddah can sell into Dubai, a company in Dubai can market to Saudi Arabia. So we always thought that we need our own market. From an ecosystem perspective at the time, I think the industry was at its beginning, you know. Internet connectivity was just picking up, and many users were even on dial-up. I remember we used the SMS early on in our website to bring people back to the website. From a tech perspective, obviously, our #1 focus was how do you develop a team, how you bring talent to the region. I managed, for example, our CTO came from eBay at the time. We managed to bring him back to the region. So it was kind of reversing the brain drain at the time to bring people back to the Middle East to solve problems that are really related to the industry. For e-commerce, I mean, we had challenges with delivery. You don't have a good postal system. Your delivery companies were more like express or B2B, you know, shipping containers to businesses. There isn't that B2C consumer delivery. Payment was a challenge. For example, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, when we launched, cash was prevalent. We had to do post-order delivery and cash on delivery. And then obviously developing the content, the Arabic language online, making sure that the content is relevant, safe, and then the transactions to take place. So there's a lot to plumbing that we had to do pretty much to get things to work. And that took, I think, for us at Souq, somewhere between 205 to about 210. Then we started really raising. Our first raise came from Naspers and Tiger around 212. It was like $40 million. That was like one of the largest round of funding in the region. And at that time, even investors didn't really know the region well. So we had to educate them. Where is Dubai? Where is Kingdom of Saudi Arabia? What's the internet penetration like? What's the demographics? Is the industry viable? Is the business plan workable? How do you navigate around so many countries? And things that are very specific to the region we're in.
Yeah. I was going to ask how you built for the Middle Eastern consumer and why that was, but you've answered that so well. I'm going to ask you something else. When did you realize the real potential of this as such a high growth market in this region?
Yeah, I mean, in 2010, till 2010, we had many different business models on our platform. We had classified sections for cars and properties. We had an auction section for collectibles and stamp and used items. And we had a small, what today we call B2C, which is brands and sellers selling on the site. We took a decision around 2010 to stop the classifieds and what I call a consumer-to-consumer transaction, only focus on the elements of what you need to get a B2C website to work, which is lots of selection, good prices, and good experience in delivery and payment. When we did that, we started focusing on the customer. And the minute we did that, we realized, wow, customers started coming back, the transactions became simpler and smoother. We felt from our sellers that the platform was growing for them versus their traditional distribution channel, be it malls or shops or their own way of distributing products. And suddenly, you look at UAE and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and you start seeing the number of customers shopping online exponentially grow. So the lesson is, if you're able to tailor the product to the local markets, solve customer pain points, keep your website simple, effective, build trust on your platform to have transactions, things started to grow. And then we realized, like, every day we just had to keep up. Obviously now the challenges moved to working capital. Is our logistic partners investing ahead to grow? They're not so sure if we're going to continue to grow. And payment was always a challenge in the region when we started.
That really brings me on, and I do want to come to Amazon next, but brings me on to the final question. Can you give us a sense of the scale of Souq.com just before the acquisition?
So I'll give you some numbers that I remember. 2012, we were doing about, I think, $60 million of transactions a year. We raised $40 million. In 2014, we were doing $275 million.
Wow.
2015, it was about $600 million. And around the exit, we're somewhere around like $900 million in transactions. So the number went exponentially, and just think of all the sellers, product, even carton makers, warehousing, all the things you need to do at scale while the ship is flying. It was, the most exciting time that we went through, and I think for the whole region, because after that we had our exit. Then Kareem was got acquired by Uber, and then things just totally changed in the region for entrepreneurs in terms of a story that someone can anchor on and say, you know what, these guys did it, these guys did it, we can also do it. And you saw the ecosystem of investments flourish. Local VCs started forming, local investments started coming, funds investing in funds, government investing in the entrepreneurship journey and the ecosystem. And that was, I think, for the region, a very proud moment for us and everyone living here.
You've given such an amazing sort of ecosystem behind those figures, right? Some people don't realize just how much goes into
imagine going to a courier and telling him, if you have 1,000 drivers, you need 4,000 just to serve us next year. And it's like, how do I know you're going to grow? Should I really forward invest? Should I charge you now? Would you guarantee the volumes? How do you plan with that? So all these drove us to innovate around, building technology to scale faster, to depend less on the external partners, to build the ecosystem of entrepreneurs that started doing deliveries for us. So you just have to innovate around, what you're facing.
It's an incredible story of building confidence in the region, and it sort of comes to the acquisition of Souk.com by Amazon. How do you translate the Souk.com mission and vision to your current work at Amazon?
I mean, we were focused on the region, connecting the region with products and services using technology. That was kind of Souk's core mission. In reality, the region had borders, different currencies, different regulations. So while we had a UAE marketplace, a Saudi marketplace, we had, I think, Egypt and Kuwait at the time, we really were not connecting them well at scale. There were so many boundaries that you really needed Amazon to bring its global supply chain experience to kind of solve some of these in terms of systems that help you move products across border, compliance, payments, supply chain at scale. And I think with Souk, it was more, we had the local experience. We've solved around local issues like payment and delivery, but we needed Amazon's scale and technology and expertise to really scale e-commerce in the region and connect the region. And really our mission of connecting the region really didn't come true till we migrated some of the Souk systems somewhere around 2019, 2020 to the Amazon systems. And if you see today, the GCC is well connected. The Saudi website, we have products flying in from the US, from Europe, from Germany, from the UAE, while we also have local sellers and businesses on the website delivering millions of products. In Souk, we used to talk of thousands. If you go to a retail store here, maybe it's 50, 60,000. We're talking about millions of products to customers within days, now even within hours. We have same-day delivery for Prime. So totally different ecosystem. Since then, e-commerce and investments in e-commerce, especially in the kingdom, have grown. Competition is healthy, customers have choice, and we really need to continue to meet the demand and the expectation of our customers in terms of quality, product choice, and speed of delivery.
You've talked a bit about this and the focus on the customer. And this region is not homogenous by any stretch of the imagination, but it is fair to say, I think, that SMEs continue to be the backbone of the region. Between 10 and 40% of all employment across the different countries in this region. How do you go about, in the role at Amazon now, supporting those SMEs, apart from, of course, the obvious benefits of the increased connectivity? What specifically are you doing to try and encourage that ecosystem?
I mean, I think this is the beauty about what I do and the type of work we do in the region, especially on Amazon.sa, the local website. We're providing small businesses and entrepreneurs and brand owners who have created products really access to technology that has scaled to millions and millions of customers, access to customers all around the world, fulfillment services. So we have this model called Fulfilled by Amazon, where sellers basically ship their products in bulk to our buildings, and then we fulfill them same day, next day, and handle the return and all the transactions on behalf of the sellers. At the same time, these brands over time have grown, so we help them register their brand. We take them global to other Amazon websites. So really the backbone and more than 60% of what we sell on our own website is coming from these smaller businesses. And in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we had an MOU signed with Munshaat to bring almost 40,000 sellers and businesses onto the website. Think of these sellers and businesses as they grow. They employ 1 person, 2 person. We have companies who've employed 25, 30 people. They're going across border, building a brand for their own. If you think of the magnitude of the employment, think of a factory or a project that employs hundreds of thousands of people. You've been able to do that, really using a mobile app for a seller and a mobile app for a customer. So it makes me really happy when I talk to these sellers. They're amazing at what they do. They understand their customer well. They know the products. They know the market super well. But then when it comes to fulfillment, managing the delivery, the operation, security, the technology, this is where Amazon comes in on the e-commerce side, obviously, and provides that technology. On our cloud business also, instead of putting servers on your own premise, connecting them, having engineers who manage hardware, you can just focus on deploying your applications on the cloud. It's easy accessible. Last year in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we announced to a local data centers about a 5 billion real investment to have local cloud for even the local entrepreneurs or governments or agencies that required data to be here, and that will be coming live hopefully next year.
Yeah, it's incredible. At these conferences, often we talk about the first unicorns creating a flywheel for other startups. But what you're talking about also is creating a flywheel for the vast majority of existing SMEs as well.
I mean, the most enjoyable thing for me is to meet one of our sellers who has who just loves the products. He knows what he's doing, and then through Amazon, either through the technology or our fulfillment centers, is just reaching customers all over the world. We have the same with companies abroad who really love the kingdom, but they're not here. They don't really understand it. They don't have their products Arabized. And with using technology, AI, we're able to bring these products to the kingdom. And the first Saudi customer, suddenly he has access to millions and millions of products, not only the local products that are available here.
We'll get to AI shortly. Just one question, zooming right back out. The e-commerce industry in recent years has been through quite an interesting journey. You know, we had the pandemic, we had supply chain gluts and then shortages, and then also in the world of fast delivery, you know, we had a new wave of startups rise and fall in there. What are some of the key trends you're looking out for in e-commerce and in hyper-connected retail?
I mean, you have two, obviously the convenience that you talked about. Customers have pushed us really, especially our prime customers who come often on the website, to really deliver super fast speeds. Hours, minutes is something that we're looking at, and this is something you see in the region, specificity. So that's one. And second, this huge number of products on your website, to be able to discover them, for the sellers to be able to list them, you really need to bring AI in. And over the last, especially year and a half, we've seen an incremental increase in the role of Gen AI into the business of our customers, the sellers, our operations are all kind of interconnected using AI. So basically, higher efficiency at scale, much more customizable offering to customers in a world that technology more and more has become accessible and in a way commercialized. AI was something engineers used to work with. Today we're seeing consumers interact, much more advanced, easier to use. The more easier the frontier are to use, the more adoption, the more these engines learn, and the more we're going to see acceleration. We've already witnessed, I think, historic last 18 months. This is kind of like, you know, the internet, then the PC, and then the mobile phone. And I think we're on the crisp of you know, the fourth kind of revolution in the industrial, in the IT sector.
Yeah, I think AI has been on the tip of everybody's tongues here at the conference. Even in the 4 days we've been together, we've seen multiple announcements from across the world. And of course, a few weeks ago, DeepSeek, putting the fear of God into some startups, I think, and some large companies. Just in terms of other new technologies and innovations, before we talk about the future, what are some concrete ways that you're harnessing, perhaps not AI, but other technologies to transform retail, really, but make it easier for the consumer?
I mean, I'll speak a little bit about the region. Obviously, you have your search and recommendation, what we talked about. For us in the region, it was about localizing the offering to the local market. And obviously, Arabic language is at the heart of something local. You want to transact in the mother language of the countries you're working with, especially here and the rest of the GCC. We focused a lot in terms of using that technology to localize the offering, to Arabize these millions and millions in catalogs and products that otherwise would not be available here for local customers. That's one big area. And as you talked about speed and delivery, you know, the region doesn't have a very good postal system like the US and the UK, where you have a PIN or a zip code. And with that, we had to innovate around how do we go by giving promises for customers on a day of a delivery when the product may sit in the US, may sit in a free zone here, may sit in a warehouse, may sit in Jeddah, may sit with a seller at his own premises. How do you make sure that, you know, we have delivery on time for prime customers within a day, within a two, whatever the promise is? How do you manage the addresses locally? And we have a team that have worked very, very hard on a technology that helps us do that in terms of navigating around the challenges of addresses and the logistics in the market, in addition to, obviously, the language and how you localize it. This on top of all the goodness that come with supply chain and the Amazon systems and the robots we have in the buildings that help us basically maintain the products that customer wants at locations that they need. So placement of these products in a way that we continue to maintain this fast delivery for these millions and millions of products at scale.
Well, Ronnie, we've gone through a roller coaster ride of e-commerce and your own journey, what an incredible journey it has been. My final question to you, and with just over 1 minute on the clock, and it's a bit mean, but I think we can be optimistic to finish off. You know, we're here in 2025. You founded Souk.com in 2005. What's your vision for 2045? Or what are some of the things that you think we can come to expect from the great future that awaits?
I mean, there's a vision and there's my wishes for the region. I'm a bit optimistic. In a way, in the previous technology revolutions, if you want to call it, or we were a late adopter of these technologies. We were worried from the internet and adopted it late. We didn't know how to manage the mobile phone, and it was pre-regulated when it started, and then the industry deregulated. I'm optimistic that, especially in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, you see all the global companies are here. You know, the hyperscalers with their cloud, with their computing capabilities are all being either built or have already established presence here. And I do feel for the consumers in the region and the technology operators and the entrepreneurs, we have a chance that we catch this wave early.
Yeah.
And I believe like maybe in 240 we'll have companies like DeepSea or OpenAI or others here in the region focused on solving problems with AI for the region, but also kind of scaling beyond. And I think we're early in this journey that everyone is aware, and the regulations, the governments, the global companies are physically present here. The government of Saudi Arabia have made that possible for these companies to come. And I'm hoping that would change the outlook of basically the young generation that just now, you know, working with AI can adopt it early and develop the real solutions that can go beyond the region.
Well, your confidence is infectious. Thank you so much. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking Ronnie Muchawar, the Vice President of Middle East, Africa and Turkey at Amazon.
Thank you.
Many thanks to Ronaldo and to Kai. Please welcome on stage Abdullah Alias, Chairman and Co-founder Kareem, and welcome back your moderator, Kai Wilshaw.
Hi. Thank you so much. Now, what a bittersweet pleasure to join you all for my fifth and final session at Leap in Riyadh. But it's an honor to host a man who I doubt needs any introduction. Abdullah Alias is the chairman and co-founder of Kareem, the everything app of the region, a one-stop shop for mobility, food delivery, payments, and much more. It became a Middle Eastern unicorn upon its $3.1 billion acquisition by Uber, and has created a flywheel of regional success that we see across the region and indeed at this conference today. Abdullah, thank you so much and welcome.
Thank you for having me.
So I'm going to start with a challenge, if I may. Is having everything at our fingertips really such a good thing?
I think the question is more around life is already so fast, should we even speed up more? And I agree, yes, this is definitely something that crosses my mind also. But before that, it's always a pleasure to be at Leap, such a vibrant audience. Thank you for making the ride out here. I know it's a long one, and I hope you used Kareem to come here and used our promo code. But to the speed question, I think life is becoming definitely way, way faster than we sometimes wish it to be. And the question is, where do we want to speed up even more and where do we want to slow down? And we believe we should speed up even more on things that aren't adding so much value to people, right? The chores, the daily chores that actually pull people down and do not make them more productive and more taking away time from family, taking away time from... And I think queuing up, for example, in a supermarket to go to the cashier, to pick your things in order to pick that one banana that you love so much is maybe not the best use of time, we believe. But let's give people back this time so they go back to their families, spend it with their loved ones, learn something they don't know yet, go to the mosque, whatever people love. We would love for them to use it on those things. And as a nation, we will become more productive and more prosperous.
In a few sentences, you've always reframed the entire discussion around convenience. I'm sort of wondering how central that was in Kareem from the start. Was it something you thought about? Or maybe just give us the vision and the mission for Kareem when you first started.
Yeah, fantastic question. So when we started, and we like to think of our journey in a journey of 3 chapters. When we started with a very clear mission statement. We want to ease the lives of people, simplify the lives of people, and build an awesome organization that inspires. And this is where we started, and we've seen, okay, ground transportation in the first, when we started in 2012, ground transportation was not there where it should be. We were able to come in and to disrupt it, make it more affordable, more convenient, safer. And in that part of our journey, we scaled, we blitz scaled. It was very common to have a year where we grew 10x. And at the end of this journey, we had our footprint in more than 10 countries and more than 100 cities. And we became, during that journey, the first unicorn, or unicamel, how we like to call it in the region. So that's chapter 1. Then in chapter 2, we joined forces with Uber. So we basically continued the journey. That joining forces was also a flywheel effect for the whole region. Because a lot of entrepreneurs started believing and daring to dream. A lot of investors did the same. A lot of investors invested in people who were in the journey with Kareem and the ex-Kareemers who went out and started their own companies. So that was a beautiful lift-off moment for the region that we've seen in chapter 2. And on the back of the pandemic, we learned, okay, ride-hailing is coming almost to a stand still. What other things can we do to ease the lives of people, right? Back to our mission. And we quickly mitigated the risk and ventured into food delivery and groceries. And this is really where we doubled down. And that was the second part of our journey, where we started believing in the power of the super app. And now we're in the third chapter, where we joined with EAND to raise $400 million US. And we're really doubling down on that idea of the super app. The super app, which when the customer opens the app, they get ride-hailing and they get all the other services. When you go today to Dubai, you see more than 20 services. Again, everything at your fingertip and at your convenience and fast. So you name it, whatever you need on a day-to-day basis that actually takes away time that you want to put in somewhere else and more meaningfully. You will find it then on the super app. And this is the journey we're in, and we're scaling it city by city.
I'm very keen to get onto that super app. But first of all, you've talked about chapters 1 to 3. Could we go back to chapter -1? I mean, this, Kareem wasn't your first business. What drove you to build in the Middle East?
Funny enough, both my parents come from Mecca, but I was born and raised in Germany, in fact. So my parents went to Germany to study there. They stayed, they found their life mission. They started this dialogue between Muslims and Christians in Germany, and my dad got a Peace Award for doing so. So we were born into this very mission-driven family, with seeing firsthand the nice impact of a mission-driven activity every day that leads to a betterment of society, right? So that was really what inspired. And during those years in Germany, we started together with friends a couple of social startups to do so and to support in Germany. And most of them didn't work. Then at some point, the decision was, okay, should I stay in Germany or should I come back to the Middle East? And obviously, the Middle East, this was, I'm talking 2012.
Yeah.
We came back 2010, so I was already seeing a lot of change in the society in Saudi. It was fast change, it was very rough at the edges, but every person you would ask on the street was upbeat and was very excited about the future. And we said, maybe it's time to go to Saudi and see how we can impact society through tech and have some meaningful life that we live in Saudi and in the region.
Yeah. You mentioned blitzscaling earlier. And if those in the audience remember back in 2012, it did feel that way, the sort of hyper-growth, hyper-scaling companies, Uber being one, famously. That was de rigueur, that was the norm. How competitive was it in the Middle Eastern market compared to what you were maybe seeing in Europe and the United States?
It wasn't as competitive as it is today, for sure. There was, of course, Souk back in the days. I'm talking 2012, right?
Yeah.
There was Souk. We were there. A couple of smaller companies also in Saudi were there. OpenSea, I think, was one of them that was doing retail. But again, the layer of tech companies in the Middle East, 2012, was very thin actually, and money was cheap, so there was investor appetite to actually go and blitzscale, and we just got super lucky with being with the right idea at the right time in the right region with the right team and the right product. So everything somehow. Stars were aligned. Our moms were praying for sure, and we got blessed with being also supported by competition to actually learn quickly and scale and go super fast across the region. Now these days are over. It is very competitive in the Middle East. As mentioned, a part of it was also the flywheel effect. So people dared to dream. There's a lot of local and international competition. People started believing in the region and that we can live a more tech-led life. And today, while back in the days, I remember I was ordering pizza on the phone. I was doing food delivery on the phone, actually.
Yeah.
And I believe a lot of people might remember these days. Today, no one orders any food on the phone anymore, right? We open our apps, and we get food delivered. That's reality. Today we're talking, for example, in Saudi, north of 1 million food orders every day are being done here. So a couple of these sectors or a couple of these opportunities are quite red when it comes to penetration, and a couple of them are not. And a very exciting one is actually groceries, which we believe is wide open, still very early. We're talking about a market of 200 billion Saudi riyal, where today, at max, we're talking about 3% offline to online penetration. So that is a massive opportunity. It's very early. It's around 100,000 grocery orders per day in Saudi. And we would love to go heavily into that market and make the user journey way better.
Yeah.
Because when you look at, let's talk a little bit about the user journey today and the Saudi customer today in retail. We of course, we have to offer that customer what he wants at the right quantity, at the right price.
Yeah.
So that's the core of your business. But then there's also the app experience. And we believe the app experience, when you look at the landscape, the app experience is not slick enough. We want the smart app that actually predicts what I want and supports me, and the whole checkout process is super fast. And then also, we want the delivery that is fast, and that's not always consistent from what we see in the market. And we want the last mile and the handover experience to be flawless, right? And just looking at the audience, we sometimes give away our phone or let other people order, because we don't want that last mile experience of being called to explain where the doorstep is exactly and how to hand over and which floor it is for the 20th time for the same. So we believe the journey itself is really ripe for disruption, and we should be doing much better, especially as the Saudi consumer has actually very high bar on quality.
I was going to ask about exactly that. You know, the Saudi Arabian market and the Saudi Arabian consumer, how different are the cultural and taste requirements, I suppose, that the Saudi consumer has compared to other markets that you operate in?
Yeah. Look, the Saudi consumer, when you look at Saudi, it's a very, very young population, right? We're talking about half of the population being below 25. So tech trends are picked up super quickly. Tech adoption is very, very high. And even the cultural adoption to new trends, to new, the culture changes that are required actually to introduce new tech is done in rapid speed. I've never seen that globally, to be honest. And it's been now, since I'm back, it's 13 years, I've seen over and over when you think, hey, this will not be picked up so fast, you're again and again surprised how fast the Saudi society is picking up new trends. And then again, we as Saudis have a very high bar on quality. And once we got that experience, we don't want to go down. Right? So when you ask friends around you, when you ask people, they are very, very outspoken about all the flaws of the current experience, even if that is what everybody is experiencing. So it's not that we need to be told how good looks like. We actually know, even if it's not offered, and we are craving for. So we believe when it comes to Saudi, there's never a wrong time for a fantastic product to hit the market and to offer it to the people.
I said we would get to the super app. And, you know, these days, Kareem is more akin to the super apps that you have in Southeast Asia and Latin America than a ride-hailing app that you see in the UK and the US. When did you begin to add those functionalities in? You sort of talked about that, but how did you start, and when was that inflection point when you started to really think of yourselves as the everything app?
Yeah, look, when we started, we had a lot of doubts. And every super app, a pioneer that we were asking in the East and in the West, they were telling us maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. So we were told maybe it's not the right bet to go for. But we still went for it. And also because of the pandemic, right, we were forced into it, basically. And now I believe we have been able to prove the concept. So when you look into what we've done in the past year in Dubai, we basically have proven through all the numbers that the flywheel effect of a super app is working. What does that mean? When the consumer comes on board, it's one single login, it's one credit card that I put on a platform, and then I get access to all these different apps at a quality that I'm trusting. How will this show in the numbers? When we were only in ride-hailing, 65% of our customers were sticking with us the next month. So the retention rate was at 65%. When we look at our active users on the super app today, retention rate is 90 and plus. So when you please the customer with a consistent quality, they are very happy to leave away all the other apps that were like patchwork in their day-to-day and be only on one app, and you build a nice wrapper around it with a subscription, which we call Kareem Plus. 400,000 of our customers are already on the subscription. They save on average 300 dirham in the UAE, and the very heavy users are saving 1,000 dirham. And they pay, of course, way less than that. What this allows us as a service is to offer things at a more affordable rate, right? because we get the loyalty of the customers and the repetition.
Yeah.
So overall, it's a win-win. We are able with that to roll out more and more of these experiences, and the consumer has an easier life. So that's the concept of the super app. And of course, it is a city-by-city game. So if the service is fantastic in that city, it doesn't mean that the customer gets it here, because it's very on the ground, very operational. And we basically are now focusing on Saudi to roll what we have proven in the UAE out here in Saudi, with more and more of these services coming live, especially in Riyadh.
Yeah, fascinating. I know we don't have too much time left, but I know that everybody is talking about AI. I don't want to bore people too much, but I'm sure that there's a lot to say when it comes to AI with Kareem.
Yeah, look, of course, AI is front and center for us in Kareem. And the app experience has to be completely different and driven by AI, right? It should be personalized, predictive, and it should be AI-led with an assistant. What does it mean? If you open your app today and I open my app, we shouldn't see the same thing. It should be highly personalized. You're a tourist being here for a couple of days, you shouldn't be offered any home cleaning services, for example, right? And then also when it comes to dining out, we have this dine-out service where we offer people a discount when they choose a restaurant, and we get them there, we get them the discount. You should be seeing more touristic experiences on dining out, not the day-to-day. And for me, it should be different. So that's personalization, and we should be smart enough to understand that, right?
Yeah.
And second is the prediction. When you open your app in the morning, we should be knowing that you're going now to the office, and we shouldn't be offering you, for example, grocery shopping. What will you do with that in the office, right? But when you come back from office, this is when we should tell you, yes, before you reach home, do your grocery shopping in the car and have it delivered when you arrive home. Yeah. These are the predictions. So we should know before the customer opens the app what is actually needed at that point. And then lastly, of course, the assistant, we sometimes don't even know what we want, right? It's very regular to me. I open the food delivery app and I'm scratching my head, and then I go to the default and order every day the same thing.
Yeah.
But sometimes if I can chat with the app and ask and get recommendations and be guided, that's maybe more humane, and this is where everything is moving, right? And we're investing in this heavily. We think this is where the future is.
Fascinating. Well, that answers the what next question. And Abdullah, I can't thank you enough for this conversation. It's been fascinating. And yeah, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please do thank me. No, not thank me. Welcome me in thanking Abdullah Elias for this fascinating conversation.
Thank you, Kai. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome next Rory O'Neill, Chief Marketing Officer, Checkout.com, and your moderator, the CEO and founder of LMF, Sonia Barlow.
Thank you so much for being here and for showing up. All right, I would love to know who's just having the most epic time ever. Show of hands.
Definitely me.
And thank you so much. I am so excited to be here with you for no other reason than I have the pleasure of interviewing Rory, the CMO of Checkout.com, and I promise you the questions I'm going to ask him are actually the questions that I want the answers to. Before I kick off, I'd love to know who's in the room with us. Please show of hands if you are a business owner. Show of hands if you're an investor. Show of hands if you are working in a day-to-day in a business. Great, just so that we know who we're talking to. Rory, thank you so much for being here and for sharing your story. I'm going to kick right off. What is your brand story?
My brand story?
Yes.
Thank you for that one. So I'm currently CMO of Checkout.com. It's a pinch yourself gig for me. I love the payment industry. It's a brilliant industry. I love being at Checkout. It's a dynamic company. Does a lot of work here in the region, particularly in the UAE and, of course, in the Kingdom. And we're growing really fast, and that's really exciting. So I've sort of found payments via way of consumer electronics, having worked for 2 mobile brands and begun my career working with General Electric in the US.
I'm going to be slightly controversial here, and we spoke about this in the green room. I think people have confused what branding is with a brand story and storytelling. A lot of people want to be seen, but not a lot of people have substance. People want to go viral, but they don't quite know how to add value. As somebody who's been in the game for years, what is your perception of the way that people now perceive branding, storytelling, and showing up online especially?
Gosh, there's a lot in that. I think if I was asked, the number of times I've been asked to create a viral video or create something that would go viral, I wish I asked for a penny for every time I was asked for that. So I certainly don't think that's substance, for sure. But look, I think there are a couple of things in that. I think the first thing, I think human beings are inspired by stories. And we're inspired by great storytellers because we find them interesting. And what we find interesting is when we feel people talk to us about something we genuinely care about. And actually, all great brands and great brands around the world are great storytellers because they know exactly who they're talking to, they know exactly who the audience is they want to reach, and they know exactly what message they care about and what message they can actually get across. So I think whether you're brand building or you're telling your story, know who you're talking to, be interesting, and land your key message.
It's interesting, I was doing some research beforehand, and the research tells you that 81% of consumers need to trust a brand before buying, and tech is the world's largest industry for brand value, valuing in 2022 at 1.3 trillion in total. So I'd love to ask you, what are your thoughts on a business story versus an employee story? Because we see a lot of companies now encouraging their colleagues to make TikTok videos or content online or focus on employee branding versus employer branding.
Yeah, so a couple of things. I think, look, the guiding principle here is, I think, generally speaking, I'm pretty sure about this one, companies only have one brand. And sometimes when you try and fragment the brand or bifurcate the exercise and you end up with an employee brand and you end up with an external brand, you can get into a lot of trouble because you lose authenticity, and actually you have multiple audiences, but you only have one brand. So I think you're seeing a lot of trend in a lot of companies now where, one of my best friends at work is the CHRO. I spend a ton of time CHRO. I spend a ton of time thinking about the talent we're trying to attract, the talent we want to keep in the company, the talent we want to grow in the company, and making sure there's a really clear contract between the company we work for, the culture we're building, and what we have to do for our customers. And that's the employee story, and it comes from the brand more than anything. So I think that's an important point on that one. And then the second thing, I think I've been asked a lot, having spent too many years in consumer marketing and too many years in B2B marketing, I often get asked, like, what's the difference between the both? And yeah, sure, there's a ton of difference in buying models and the number of people that are involved in buying, and sometimes there's a difference in budgets, certainly when you think about Super Bowl ads. But look, I think that more and more you're seeing consumer marketing trends in great B2B brands. Because consumer marketing has tended to be two things. Slightly better storytellers, slightly more interesting artifacts and stories to tell, and B2B needs to do the same. And then secondly, consumer brands tend to be better with data. And they were first into performance marketing. They were first into social media. They were first into getting insight and data on their customers to kind of, target them more effectively and attractively. And B2B needs to do the same on that. And if you wouldn't be surprised, but Checkout, we spend a ton of time looking at data and insight and intelligence so that we can build better marketing and more interesting stories.
I had the pleasure of running a mentorship circle yesterday on power of branding and storytelling because I run my own business. And 10 different entrepreneurs came to me and they said, look, we get it, we need to build a brand, but we don't understand why. Why do we need to build a brand? What is the value? What is the purpose? So can you break that down for us? Why do we need to have a brand, especially as a business?
It's a very deep question that hopefully I won't use all 14 minutes to answer, Sonia. But look, I think a couple of things on this one. I think, so there's an amazing relationship between brand and product in tech. So if you look around these halls, if you walk around the floors here at Leap, everything that's on offer does something. This isn't brown sticky liquid in a red can or brown sticky liquid in a blue can, right? This is tech and product that does things for people. And in many cases, has amazing impact on people. So you have to figure out that there's a brilliant relationship between what your product does and the brand. And they're not separated in tech. It's why often the first roles in marketing teams in tech is product marketing, because the product is really, really important. So that's kind of the first thing. Then I think the second thing is, for us in tech, our products have an impact on people. So we spend a ton of time at checkout on Net Promoter Score. We want to know what people say about us when we're not in the room. And we measure every aspect of a merchant's journey with us through across the entire life cycle, and we track how we're doing and how we're improving based on the various touch points we have. We don't just survey our customer support teams, we'll survey how our account managers do. And it's really, really important to us because we want to know that our Net Promoter Score is ever increasing. One of the fastest growing banks in the world has an NPS of over 90, new bank in Latin America. At checkout, we're not quite that good. We're at 64 at the minute, but we're only about 6 points below iPhone.
At least you're honest about it. Transparency is key. And I think one thing that I'm hearing from you speak is it's not about perfection, but about progress. It's about knowing your customer, knowing the challenge you're solving, and not being afraid to story tell that solution to the consumer whilst taking them on that journey. And if I was to bring that back is, we see a lot of brands now, we see a lot of businesses now building brands in public. Do you have any thoughts on that? Have you seen any of those case studies where, you know, companies are starting from point zero, but they're doing it in the internet landscape so you can all see the good, the bad, and the better?
Yeah, I think, you know, as you go through various consumer worlds, for sure, the importance of transparency, I think, is getting more and more prominent. But I think, again, if you think about B2B brands, most great B2B brands have great elements of trust. And there are great brands in the payment space, like Visa and MasterCard for sure, who, you know, have put a lot of time and energy into building trusted brands. And that's super important in that space. At the end of the day, we're moving people's money. So you have to trust, you have to be trusted. I think where you show up is an interesting thing. And like, again, we can go back through all the quintessentials about being authentic and being who you are. But look, I think, again, it goes back to the basics. It only makes sense to be somewhere if the people that you're trying to reach are already there and they're ready to hear from you. In 9 times out of 10, you know, when you get to look at B2B marketing, we use email, we use LinkedIn. You know, if you're lucky, you might get budget enough to sponsor an airport. But I'd argue that...
Or sponsor Leap.
Or sponsor Leap, I should mention that. But like, you got to ask, I mean, are people really ready to be advertised to when they're in an airport? When I'm running through an airport, Sonia, I'm not looking at ads, I'm looking where the gate is. So I think it's always got to be, you've always got to show up where people are ready to hear from you. And again, like one of the things that consumer marketeers do really, really well is they'll use data and insight to actually target you much better when you have purchase intent and interest in who you're going to buy from. Too often, B2B brands spend time thinking about, do I know the CFO? Can I send the CFO an email? And maybe they'll read it. And I think we can be a bit better than that.
And so you've really touched on that movement from here's the company story to here's our customer story. And more we're seeing that customers should be the ones that we're spotlighting, how you've solved their challenges, how you've created their solutions, and how you've showed up for them. Can you give me some examples of how you've been able to speak directly to your customers or understand their challenges, especially in the evolving world at checkout.com?
Yeah, I think, well, look, Checkout, I think, is founded on the principle of customer first. And actually, one of the things about the payment space is you'll see a lot of payments providers, they draw their ecosystem and they will always put themselves in the middle. And actually, that's not true. Like, it's the merchant, it's the customer that should be in the middle, and we all work around them. So that's really important to us. And I think what we've realized in some of our marketing is that we want to hero great customers. And we want to hero what customers are able to do, because we do a really simple, basic thing for them, which is just allow them to take a payment when they've done all the hard work. They've done all the research, they've done all the marketing, they've done all the selling, they've done all the service provision. We're there to help them take a payment when they're ready to convert it to revenue. And it's super important because without a payment, there's no revenue. Without revenue, there's no profit, and without no profit, there isn't any cash. So that's super, super important. But look, I think the really important thing for us is, I guess it's a trick out of, Nike's book. Checkout marketing is based on wanting to get across that we're a high-performing brand. And Nike is a performance brand.
Absolutely.
And Nike doesn't tell you about their shoes. It tells you about the athletes who wear their shoes. And whether you read the book or whether you watch the film, it's always about heroing great athletes. So for us at Checkout, one of our simple tactics is hero our great customers, hero our great merchants. And we're thrilled to work with some brilliant brands and great innovators here in the Kingdom and in UAE and many regions around the world. Like we're in 55 countries across the world now with great merchants doing incredible things in the digital economy. So our marketing is fairly simple in that we just celebrate that. And that's what we want people to see.
155 is a really large number. I mean, you have extensively evolved. How do you navigate shifting your brand message for the consumer and the culture? Because I don't think every company's been able to get that right? Being here from London, I love the fact that we have this multicultural approach, but it doesn't mean that we need to put a Western spin on every business model. So as somebody who runs a learning and development platform, I know that the EdTech platform I'm running and launching in London has to be very different to the messaging they have in Riyadh based on the consumer, the customer, and the problem we're solving. But that means you have to be on the ground. Does that mean that you, Rory, are on the ground at every space in which you serve and get to know the customer? Or what are kind of your top tips on how to do that?
I think there's a couple of things. So I think you have to think through what is global about you and what is local about you. And as you say, they're two very different things. So, Checkout, we have a global proposition. We move digital payments between companies, and it's 55 countries. We're not quite 155.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said 155.
Right.
55 is still a lot, don't worry.
I still couldn't name the 55, so don't worry. But it's, so we're in, so it's very global. It's a very global proposition. The reality is, though, that money movement is local. It's very local, actually. It's local people, local currencies, local time zones, etc. And of course, many countries around the world, some banks are still closed at the weekend, so you know exactly how local it is. So we spend a ton of time figuring out what's global, what's local. It's why we invest in the regions that we're in. It's why we invest in having people on the ground. It's why we invest in having local commercial teams, local operations teams, local support teams, so that for our merchants, there's always someone they can call or someone they can reach out to that knows about their business and can help them with their payments. So that element of our brand is very local. And yes, we do absolutely have people on the ground. At the same time, with a global proposition, we want to make sure that every company that operates in the digital economy can do it really easily and that they're there to thrive for their customers. And our aspiration is to just make sure that we're there for when the world wants to check out.
Wow. As we're talking, I started to think about, the last final minutes, I really want to take some actionable tips away from you. So one thing that I've started doing as I build a brand is thinking about my 5 hashtags. So the point being is if an opportunity, an event, a business doesn't sit within one of those 5 hashtags, I say no, not right now, or I pass it on to a friend. And for me, that means that my brand story as an individual or as the business is able to have a focus, alignment, purpose, vision, add value, but also, and most importantly, know what we're not a part of, because it can get really noisy and really messy. That's something that I figured out in the last 5 years of business. You've been in the marketing space far longer. What are your tips or tricks for especially budding business owners and budding businesses, because we have tons of them at Leap, right, on how they can start really thinking about creating their brand story for their business?
Yeah, look, I think you mentioned a lot of that there in the focus and discipline that's required. And I've seen that sometimes that's very difficult for founders because they're so close to their product, so close to their company that they can believe it can do anything. And you never want to lose that passion. You never want to use that drive. You have exactly that in you. You see it in your eyes. So it's the focus is the real discipline you have to learn. And I think, again, it's a classic, what is it you want to be known for? Right? I was having this debate with a customer yesterday evening who's highly agile, highly innovative, and they're worried almost about doing too many things. And I said, if that's what you want to be known for, then go for that. That's okay. At Checkout, we're a bit different. We don't serve the entire market. We're not in in-person payments. We only do digital payments because we believe that digital is going to take over in person and that everything we do will be digital and driven by digital. So that's our bet. We don't serve the whole of the market. We typically serve large enterprise customers who process more than 25 to 50 million online a year. That's the kind of business that our proposition is very good for and it's built for. So that focus means that we put every single R&D, every single piece of investment, every single person in the organization is hell-bent and focused on making sure digital payments work best for our customers. Over time, we should be better than most of our competition from a relative perspective. And that is a really, really crisp sort of positioning statement that I think if you're going to build a great brand, you have to start with. And sometimes the question is not necessarily what you will do. More often, the harder question to do is what you will not do. And don't forget, so usual trick, but sometimes scarcity can even add a little premium. So that focus can be a good thing.
So what I've heard you say thus far in the great conversation we've had is know your customer, but also understand their local and their global perspectives. Understand the challenge that your business is solving, and don't be afraid to niche down, but communicate that well. And it's really important to keep on evolving as the times do, but also let that customer direct that conversation and that journey and validate that through maybe a score like the NPS where you're asking for feedback. But feedback is not just from your end user, but also from your colleagues who are helping to build that business into success. How do you keep on learning? What are some books that you're reading or some podcasts that you listen to? And your answer could be, with that smile, it could be, I do nothing and I just show up for work and that's good enough too.
Yeah, I feel like I read a lot.
Okay.
I feel like I read a lot. I'm not sure I'm reading books, but I read a lot. I tend to have I'm a kind of 3-book-a-year person, and I don't read any business books, I'm afraid. When I read books, I'm reading teenage fiction for pure escapism. But look, I think I read a lot, I consume a lot. I think, like most people, I get addicted to podcasts these days because it's easy to access. I am overly rotating on Scott Galloway's Prof G podcast, so if anybody in the room has other things I should be listening to, it would be helpful because I feel like I'm listening to just one thing. And other than that, I'm spending a bunch of time with people that, just have great experience in life and can help me learn things that I don't know.
And one thing that we obviously touched on prior to even coming on stage is that passion for curiosity. And you've touched on it. You like to learn from others. What are some questions that when we come to conferences like this or when we meet individuals like yourself in that C-suite status that we could be asking you to keep on learning? What are some questions that you like to be asked?
Oh, gosh, no, great question. I think the greatest history in the human race is anything that starts with why. And I think if you meet great entrepreneurs, great innovators, I think anybody that really wants to make great marketing, who's super curious or wants to push creative or build messaging, I think 9 times out of 10 they'll talk about why, and then they'll talk about who, and then they'll talk about what. And that's kind of what they get to. So any question with why is a great question for me, Sonia.
And the interesting thing there is when we are kids, we ask a lot of why. And I often think that if you want to be successful in business, that doesn't mean you have to run a successful business. It just means be successful in business. Is to go back to your childlike behavior and have fun with it. Make it a playground, ask why, stay curious. You see kids running around, asking questions, falling down, getting back up, and then they just figure it out. And I feel that that's the mentality that we have to go back to. And it sounds like the business venture that you all are running, you're having an approach to that in a really fun and playful way, whilst knowing your consumer. Is there anything that you would like to cover as we have 10 seconds left before I say our goodbye?
That's great, Sonia. Thank you very much for the questions. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for being on stage. And on that note, I would love it if we could give a big round of applause to Rory, who has shared so much insight, and to Leap for this amazing conference. Thank you.
Thanks, Sonia.
Thank you.
Thanks to Rory and to Sonia. Please welcome Dr. Khizer Khaderi, MD, MPH, Clinical Associate Professor at Stanford's Byers Eye Institute, Founding Director of the Stanford Human Perception Laboratory and the Stanford Vision Performance Center, and also Dr. Stefan Sommer, Director General, Miss Schools.
Well, good afternoon to you all, and welcome to our session when we'll be talking about gaming as the future of learning. And you might well have thought, well, how is that possible that gaming could be a way of learning? But that is really how we want to start. And we'll start off with the first slide here with the paradox of learning. And you might not have heard of that, but when I tell you that we still, like we did in the 20th century, by and large in schools, teach children in the way we think they ought to learn, when in fact, children ought to be taught in the way they want to learn. And that is really a paradox. So what we're saying is, we are in schools, by and large, carrying on what we always did in the 20th century, when we should be doing what children do at home all the time, being on their computers, making sure that they use technology, making sure they're using AI, and they are aware and prepared for the society that they are going into. So rather than continuing teaching the curricula that we used to teach, we really need to hang out in the spaces where our children are hanging out. So we need to adapt to their way rather than them adapting to our way, which is the old way. That leads us to an old concept of divergent thinking. It was the late Sir Ken Robinson who defined that very clearly in saying that all children, when they're born, have a large dose of divergent thinking, which really is thinking outside the box. While as they grow older, they don't have that so much, which clearly shows that in schools we have successfully managed to teach that out of our children, but in fact that is the exact skill that is needed so very much in the 21st century for our children and our youngsters to function in the way they need to function in the society as it presents itself now.
So when we think about divergent thinking, the epitome of a divergent thinker is the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, whose vision of 2030 seemed unachievable, but as you can see here, everyone that's here, we're achieving what is unachievable here in Riyadh. And continuing with that tradition of, Stanford has a deep and rich tradition of creating divergent thinkers. And when we look at Miss Schools and Riyadh, we have Miss Schools is very well set up to be the next nexus of divergent thinking and thinkers for the future of not just Vision 2030, but also globally. And in the lines of that, we created a new field of science at Stanford at the Human Perception Lab called symbiotics. And it was in the need to think differently. Our relationships with humans and machines is one where it's one of consuming rather than one that's actually serving and working to help humanity as we march towards this future. So how do we bridge this gap between humans and machines, where machines can understand what humans need? Well, we don't have to think too far out in the future, because the technologies that you have in your hands today, or on your wrist, or ones that you use at home, are the path forward. And they're the way that we can harness that technology and the information that it brings to understand how we connect to ourselves, to each other, to the worlds around us.
At Miss Schools, we're really the first school worldwide that are harnessing all these technologies and these facilities that we have here in the context of symbiotics. And that partnership that we formed with the Human Perception Lab is one really that schools around the globe should think about, because it's that we are preparing our students for what they need to know and to be able to do at university or when they enter the job market.
So why gaming? How many here in the audience game? Raise your hands. All right. So about 90%, almost 90% of the Saudi population games. It's ranked second in the world in terms of screen time in gaming. So when you think about that, that's a lot of interactions and interface with your technology. So how can we take that interaction and inform the machines of what it is to be human? So this goes into the symbiotic framework for intelligence. My background, I'm actually a neuroophthalmic surgeon. So I have a very strong background in human science and human systems. And how do I take that and take that knowledge and transfer it into computationally, into computers and into machines? Well, it's looking at how we developed as children and we grew. So that involved perceiving the world around us. When we were little, we didn't know what was hot and cold. We didn't know, right from wrong. Those were things that we perceived around our environment. We made decisions and we acted upon it. And a lot of that had to do with education and teaching, right? Because sometimes we didn't know that the stove was hot and our parents would have to let us know. So it's really taking the concepts of what it is to be human and sharing that with machines so they can understand us better. And that can lead to a lot of advancements that we'll talk about next. So,
we know that about 3.5 billion people around the world are regular gamers. That's a lot of people. If we can harness through the power of symbiotics, those people and while gaming to learn about themselves, learn about their learning skills, learn about their strengths, their weaknesses, and how to improve them. If we just imagine how much of a power that would be for education around the globe, not only in the kingdom, but in all countries around the world where gaming has become such a big thing.
So what is a symbiotic game? Basically, we've developed technology at our lab that can be put into any game that you play today. The games that you play for fun, that you enjoy, that you compete with. But what if you can take those games and measure how a person's perceiving with the game, so how they're interacting, so how they're perceiving the game, how they're making decisions, how they're acting. And we'll show you an example of that right here. So, as I kind of described, it kind of seems too futuristic, but what you can see here is you can see a video game, retro 80s style game, where we're capturing a lot of data of how people are perceiving, making decisions, and acting. And that data can be used to inform the machine how to best serve, personalize the experience to the individual. So,
Generation Alpha are natives, and as I can see, quite a number of you are here. But we do also have 1 in 5 of the children in Generation Alpha have ADHD, which actually means that as a generation, we are seeing a 30% decrease of their attention span. And that's something that should really worry us a little bit. But symbiotics can actually help not only diagnose that, but also alleviate it in the future.
So I know everything we're talking about might seem theoretical, like, oh, this sounds nice. Oh, that would be a great future. But what we're doing is we want to show you that this is happening now, that we're actually building this and we're doing this together. So here is a game that was developed that's a virtual reality game. It's a choose-your-own-adventure game, just like when you read books and you have the choose-your-own-adventure. But imagine this game isn't just a game. It also screens for ADHD, right? And it's doing it all in the background. So you're playing the game, you're learning, you're identifying things, but at the same time, we can now identify if you're one of those 5 that Dr. Stefan has mentioned that has ADHD, how do you now teach differently? How do you teach to meet that person where they are at and use gaming to do so?
So what we're saying really is, through gaming, we can identify a gamer's skill set, strengths, weaknesses, and also ways of improving their gaming skills in that game, suggest other games that might improve their gaming skills in the game that they're currently on, and therefore improve learning skills and the general aptitude and skill set that the gamer has for life.
Yeah. So what that means is if I can understand what your skill sets are, I can personalize your education. So we just had a publication last month that was about that. We created games that can actually capture capture your talents, can understand what your skill sets are, which, as Dr. Seven said, can be used to personalize your education and also to understand what jobs might be good for you, what type of classes might be good for you, and what kind of games might be good for you.
At BIS schools, some of you will know, and certainly those of my colleagues who are here, they're well aware, we've got an Olympic Sports Centre, and sports plays a very important part in the education that we provide. But actually, through gaming and the availability of wearables and other things, we actually increase the sporting prowess and the sporting skills of all children in the sports centre, and therefore make the sporting prowess available and accessible to people who are not in a position to have a sports centre like we have.
So when you think about world-class facilities, such as at MIS schools, you now have the ability to use games to create world-class athletes, which is pretty neat, because you might be playing games and you're actually preparing for a match, whether that's in a virtual environment in esports or actually a physical environment. So if you look at what we have behind me, it's a game that's for baseball. So, in America, baseball is a pretty big deal. And so you can play this video game, and it actually improves on-field performance by up to 22%. So we've worked with Major League Baseball and different groups in regards to this, and we've actually published on this as well. So everything we're talking about is actually things that we're applying, and that's an important aspect. There's one thing to talk about the future, but there's another is to create a pragmatic approach to it, and that's something that we're harnessing and doing today.
There are many things at MIS schools that also, thanks to the tireless work of my colleagues here, that have put us in the forefront of innovation in teaching and learning and in schooling generally. But this relationship with the Human Perception Lab at Stanford University has really broken completely new ground, because it makes us the first school that has formed a relationship with a top university and therefore actively engages students in a way that universities expect them to be when they get there. And that's really should be an example for all schools to do, and there are other talks that are coming up in conferences in the future in education, I'm sure, that will foster these things. So we are setting a trend here.
I'm all for trend setting. So when we think about immersion, everyone talks about the metaverse and how to get there. Well, symbiotics can unlock what we are calling ambient intelligence, which is the next generation of AI, which you take today's technologies, you take the data that you can capture from these technologies to create more immersive experiences. What you're going to see in this video is actually a student that's here, one of my Stanford students, that's probably red in the face right now, but it's the first time that's ever happened that someone has created a multiplayer, co-located game using Snap spectacles. So you'll see a lot of the principles of symbiotics here.
Welcome to Rune Wars, the first ever multiplayer game for Snap spectacles. You are a warrior of the nation of Soldarin, ready to test your strength in trial of elements, a ceremonial combat that keeps your body strong and your spirits connected to the divine energies that flow through our world. You harness the power of runic stones to launch attacks and bend the earth beneath you to defend from them, striving to be the last warrior standing. What makes Rune Wars truly special is attention to every detail. To bring this ancient world to life, all assets were made from scratch, custom runes, hand-drawn illustrations, immersive softwares to take. It's a world designed to get you up and running in the real world while having a blast with your friends. Get ready for Rune Wars, where every battle connects you deeper to friends and real family.
Apologies for the speed, but we were a little bit worried about time, so that's why we made it at 2x speed. But what you saw there was, if you notice, it's two people that are just wearing glasses. You know, these are Snap spectacle glasses. Who here uses Snap? Really? That's it? There should be more. Okay. So when you think about it, it has to do with augmented reality. And when you think about that in relationship to wearables, it's how do you harness that to create more connectivity with each other, but also inform the machine, how you guys are connecting. And so the best place to do that is through gaming, through interactions. You know, humans, when you think about the dawn of time, we've been playing ever since we were created. Think about animals. One of my students reminded me of that as well, in terms of like animals play. That's how they connect. So when you kind of think about it from that standpoint, gaming is the perfect vehicle to understand how and why and what it is to be human. So that was just an example. But you can see, by using these principles of symbiotics, you can not only get to the forefront of immersion, but you can actually help build and march towards a future similar to what has been envisioned for Saudi Vision 2030.
If you just imagine, from all the things you've just heard now, what the motivational power of gaming could be. So if the things that we've just been saying to you could be used in everyday teaching, not only in schools, but only in kindergartens and in preschools, how highly motivated the children would be in the learning that they're engaging in. Because that is one of the biggest problems we have nowadays. The reason why it's harder and harder to motivate children in school for learning is because the bulk of what is being learned in school is adapted to the 20th century and not to their world. This is the world in which our children live, and this is the world that we need to engage in to make sure our children stay motivated for the learning that they have to do.
So along those lines, our lab, some members of our team of our lab have created a platform. And this platform is a way to basically create good habits. Whether those habits are studying at home, studying after school, doing chores, how do you use games, how do you leverage games to do that? And so it's basically creating a reward system. So if you study that hour after school, if you practice an extra hour your sport, you'll get rewarded certain types of currency for whatever game you play. So it's a great symbiotic way of taking something that you're doing in the physical environment and rewarding it in the virtual environment. So, and doing it through gaming. So as you can see, gaming is a great pathway forward. And as you can see, a lot of what we've talked about today has been really around, you know, not just gaming as the future of learning, but the fact that we're already doing that learning and we're implementing those practices now.
As BIS schools, we're incredibly privileged and feel grateful to have this relationship with the Human Perception Lab and for our students to be able to dive into these kind of facilities and these opportunities and actually have their minds opened that yes, the world that they are living in is the world that they can indeed, it is possible for them to use for their learning as well. And that makes it for a very optimistic future. So gaming is clearly one way that our children should learn and can learn in the future, and there are many others. We just mustn't forget that we should all hang out where our children hang out. Otherwise, we'll lose them. Thank you.
Many thanks to Giza and to Stefan. Please welcome on stage Faisal Sultan, Vice President and Managing Director, Lucid Middle East. Panos Maramopoulos Moraris, outgoing Managing Director for Industry Programs and Partnerships, Stanford Institute for Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence. Vipul Ved Prakash, co-founder and CEO Together AI. Faisal Galaria, non-executive director, Starling Bank. And your moderator, Josh Krieger, co-host and co-founder, The Edge of Show.
You should be seated.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming. My name is Joshua Krieger, and I'm really thrilled to be able to spotlight this conversation about where all this goes from here. I'm curious, just as a sort of show of hands, for everyone in the audience, for how many people is this the first leap that they've been to? If you could raise your hand, please. Great. And for how many people is this their first time in the kingdom? If you could raise your hand, please. So quite a few folks coming for the first time and being part of this really special gathering. It's much more than a conference. It really is sort of a thought leadership and networking forum for all of us to look at where do we go from here. And I have an incredible group of panelists and thought leaders that come at this conversation from different angles. But I want to start by just sort of putting some context around how different the world is today than even just a year ago. With that said, just some interesting facts. The kingdom has actually become the world's largest AI investor through a public investment fund-backed firm, with $100 billion committed by 2030, and a focus on AI infrastructure, robotics, and smart factories. Saudi Arabia's pivot from oil dominance to tech leadership is happening, and this is an indication of that. Projections suggest 39,000 jobs and 9.3 billion non-oil GDP boost by 2030. That's a staggering number. And at Davos this year and the past, experts have likened AI to the new electricity, projecting $20 trillion in global GDP growth by 2030. And this is a ripple effect because as developing economies have slowed to 1.75% growth, emerging markets have grown 3.5 to 4% through innovation. Smart cities such as NEOM, a very ambitious project, and Riyadh's IoT market will hit $2.9 billion by 2025, focusing on automation and renewable energy. And of course, the tech GDP goal of the ambitious Vision 2030 aims to quintuple tech GDP from 1% to 5% by 2030. So a lot of things have to happen to make this possible. There's a lot of opportunities and a lot of challenges that we'll discuss today. So gentlemen, for my first question, I'd like to really ask all of you, starting with you, Vipul. As we've seen groundbreaking advances in AI, blockchain, sustainable technologies, how do you envision this convergence to create truly intelligent and responsive environments by 2030? Actually, sorry, let me first ask Faisal Sultan that question.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here.
And I apologize. Please give a little context based on your background as you answer this first question.
I think, look, you know, we're living in a world that is constantly changing. It has, but I think the speed of the change is now grown leaps and bounds. I think in the last 10 years or so, we've seen that curve like astronomically go up. And I think when we talk about smart cities, connectivity, AI, autonomous driving, battery technologies, mobility systems, I think it's just an amazing world that we live in, and the opportunity is huge, right? So I think smart cities, going back to the smart cities concept, I think you're going to see these small pilot areas like San Francisco where autonomous cars, you see them driving, the Waymos,
Yeah, I'm in LA and we got Waymos flying all over the place.
So I think you're going to start seeing these type of things. And what really needs to happen for that to become a reality, for the full city or megatowns or metropolitan areas, I think you need connectivity, you need infrastructure, you need more autonomous, not only cars, but other stuffs, that really needs to happen in other areas. And I think that's going to be very predominantly seen in the next 4 to 5 years. I definitely believe with AI now jumping in, it's going to really grow that at a much faster pace than what we have anticipated it.
Very well. And Panos, you have both a venture background and an academic background. What are your thoughts?
First of all, excited to be here, excited to be on the Kingdom for a second time within the last few months, which speaks at the momentum. You talk about smart cities, and I think about ecosystems as being one of the key foundations of smart cities. You talk about frontier technologies, and I suggest everyone to prompt themselves and think, how do we get, what is the journey of getting to those frontier technologies, both in terms of R&D, all the way downstream to the applied side. And ecosystems play a catalytic role, in particular in an AI-driven world. And if I have to break down what are the key ingredients of those ecosystems, why is it the case that certain places like San Francisco and Bay Area, they have such an advantage versus others not? One I would argue is absolutely the cross-pollination between disciplines, between functions, between geographies, which is sort of invincible unless you are on the ground experiencing this. So at Stanford, for example, up until recently, I've been managing our industry AI ecosystem. We wouldn't allow grants to go towards teams that do not cross-pollinate. We wouldn't sponsor research coming exclusively out of CS or exclusively out of the medical school or exclusively out of the business school. So that cross-pollination, people should know this, like we have a joke in academic cycles, like the invincible college, how those conversations at the hallways can shape the direction of the industry is very important. Second is like academic industry collaboration, something I'm very excited to see. It's picking up in Saudi, it's picking up in the Middle East in general. If you think about AI research, basically needs 3 things. You need data, you need compute, and you need talent. And to maximize the outcome of all those 3, you really need to bring together the best of the 2 worlds. And you have some of the smartest people sitting in the academia, some of the smartest people sitting in the industry. You put together the use cases, the data, the talent, and then you have this ongoing dialogue between fundamental research and applied intelligence. Together, AI actually is a byproduct of this. Like it was one of the Stanford spin-offs. So that's some of the key elements I'm thinking of when I'm thinking about smart cities and ecosystems.
Very well, and Vibal, thanks for joining us. Speaking of moving fast, I think you took a red eye to be here with us today from Paris, and it's great to have you on the panel. For those that don't know, Together AI is the fastest growing AI company in the world. So let's give Vibal a round of applause for that achievement. Woo! And in the process of doing this, you're making a big impact on cities from different angles. Just to take a step back from the momentum, what's your perspective on this question?
I think fundamentally what we have with AI, and this has really happened over, I would say, the last 5 years. Before this, we had systems like, smart sensors, cameras that were doing perception, but we didn't really have the brain, the systems to kind of understand all the input coming in. And now we do, and they are getting remarkably good at not only doing perception, but also doing decision-making based on that data. And, as we're talking about Waymos in San Francisco and LA, that's a great example of what is happening with AI, which is a problem that was, a technology that's over 100 years old, is now completely transformed with AI systems. And I think this is what we're going to see with our urban environments, our industrial environments, that they become a lot more malleable and they become a lot more responsive to what we want to do with them.
So thank you for your answer. And Fazal, I found it fascinating to learn about why a bank would choose someone like yourself that's been having all sorts of fun in the consumer tech world, experimenting with Magic Leap and whatnot. And now you're on the board of a bank, and it sort of points a signal towards a direction where all these industries are learning from one another and thinking about this convergence differently. What's that impact going to be for citizens globally?
First of all, thank you very much for having me. I think that's a great question. And I think one of the benefits of having been around the digital space for the last 25 years is you see predictable patterns. You see things keep on happening again, even though the flavor and the actual the way it reoccurs is slightly different. And so when you look at banking, which in the future looks like it's going to be increasingly dominated by digital assets, you can see a number of different ways that it could progress through DeFi or through central bank digital currencies. But all of those, the kind of the routes that you could take, the role of regulation, the role of stakeholders, the role of how those different actors, they've all played out before in either the transformation of telecoms by Skype or the transformation of music and content at Spotify, where I was privileged to be before. So I think that some of the learnings that you can see around from the consumer internet onto what will be the future of finance means that we'll see you could argue that DeFi and CBDCs are on completely different tracks. But actually, I think what we've seen from Skype and Spotify and all the other consumer internet companies is that the reality is not quite as clean as you could assume from the pure technological point of view, and that the reality is something of a hybrid. And having seen that play out before, how to work with regulators, how to work with different stakeholders, how to create value, means that we can share that value and those experiences and help the new disruption take place.
Well, I'm certainly an early adopter of these types of products, and sometimes I don't even know why. I just know that I gravitate towards different perspectives on traditional industries. So I'm curious, you probably have given some thought about how the intersection of digital banking and content creation looks, and digital banking and mixed reality. What can we expect there?
That's a really great question. Look, I think history teaches us that ultimately really new breakthrough innovation happens not in silos of individual technologies, but you need to have a primordial soup of different technologies that are peaking. And when those technologies peak together, whether it's broadband and audio codecs, creating the environment that allowed Skype to break out, or 3G and mobile and social happening at the same time that allowed Spotify to break out. You need a convergence of technologies. It's very rare that a single technology by itself, if you think about EV cars, right, it's batteries and the car technologies, sensor technologies happening together. You need the primordial soup. And that's where I get really excited, because I think we're at a really interesting time where there are multiple technologies happening which will create really new avenues for innovation and growth.
Yeah, it's truly a sandbox. And Fazal Sultan, can you sort of take that conversation and personalization to vehicles? Like, how are people going to be moving differently in a few years relative to today?
Yeah, I think if you look at today's consumer in the automotive side, they've already changed a lot. I was actually having, with a great friend from the Porsche family yesterday, a discussion in Dubai, and we were talking about where are the auto shows gone, right? So, people used to think differently. Now we're living in a digital world. People just know about things much faster. The consumer knows what they're getting into. And I think when they are trying to buy something, they already know 60, 70% of the information. That was not the case before. So I think that trend is going to continue. You're going to have digital savvy consumer who is going to be very connected with this whole buying experience. And you will have to have differentiation. I think the big thing in the auto industry is going to be how is your product different from your competitor. Personalization is going to come into play. How easily can you change the look of your car? Can you change a color by doing this? Those type of things are definitely going to start becoming common. And then I think also, mobility is going to play a huge role. So OEMs will have to get much smarter of what type of product they're bringing to the market, because you will have to compete against EV tolls, you will have to compete against metros, you will have to, so what are you providing them? That emotional connection to the brand, I think it's going to play a huge role in automotive industry.
Absolutely. Vipul, there's a fine line between competition and collaboration, and you're living in a world of open AI where companies like Hugging Face and Meta and DeepSeek are shaping the future independently, but also together through Together AI, to use that pun intentionally. So my question to you is, like, DeepSeek hit us out of nowhere. I was on vacation over the weekend. I saw it on Monday, and the markets were dramatically impacted. My understanding is your business was dramatically impacted. What are some of the, you can talk about that for a moment, but what are some of the surprises or potential consequences you're thinking about 1 to 2 years from now after we've had this DeepSeek moment?
Sure. One, I think open source is a really important dimension of AI. It's, you think about it, we're building the new digital mechanism for the world, and having open weights and open source models really is going to be fundamental for, global resiliency, for competitive dynamics. So having these ecosystems is amazing. I would say right now we are in this moment where arguably the best model in the world is open source. And you can go to Hugging Face and download it and do, modify it, or you can go to Together and run it very efficiently for inference and training. And this is really fantastic, and this is amazing. We are also seeing this a shift in how these models are being trained, and I think this is also will have long-term, very interesting impacts. One of the things that DeepSeek shows, and it's also similar in the OpenAI's O1 model, is that these models are now learning, themselves. They are correcting their mistakes recursively, and you can now apply computation to make the models better. You can take enterprise data and enterprise tasks and teach these models, really kind of ask them to learn how to solve these problems themselves. So I think this is super exciting. This will, if we feel we've had this amazing progress over the last 2-3 years, the next 2-3 years are going to be very exciting.
Great. And Panos, let's talk a moment for CIOs. I'm sure there's a lot of CIOs in the audience and CIOs here at Leap. How do they balance unlocking efficiencies and cost savings and improving the bottom line with also unlocking human potential along the way, so that the humans that are involved want to stay part of that journey?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you. And I've been spending a lot of my time with industry leaders, policy leaders as well, but also civil society leaders. And AI has been very noisy the last couple of years, and things are moving really, really quickly. And now we are at a point where a lot of organizations have invested a lot of money into this, and there are people either sitting on their boards or if there are public markets, analysts following those companies, and they are getting really anxious about like the ROI of that investment. What is my ROI this? What is the ROI that? Like, if we ask the audience, how many articles they've read the last few weeks on ROI of AI, it's like one of the most popular topics. And this can be a conference by itself, but I think that there is a product question there, that yes, the foundational technology is evolving really quickly, but we still have a product overhang. Like, I don't think we have amazing AI products out there in the market. A second part is expectations versus reality. I think people underestimate the diffusion cycles of those technologies, in particular when they get downstream. And third is, the actual strategies. And I think organizations have been struggling, by and large, to unlock what you refer to as the technology advantage. And yes, for some organizations, that makes sense, business model-wise. But I do believe that for the vast majority of enterprises out there, alpha will come by unlocking the human advantage, by upskilling and reskilling their people, by reimagining their business models, by reimagining the roles and the organizational structures. And leaders have agency in this. It's not going to decision, it's going to fall from the sky. We actually have a lot of research showing that for every dollar invested in technology and platforms, organizations be better off investing at least $7 or $8 in upskilling and reskilling their people. And even in the last disruptions, look at the cloud, look at the mobile, all the reporting we have available says that the number one barrier to large-scale deployment of those systems was not budget, was not regulations, was not any of that, was lack of skills. So I look very much forward in seeing more of that, more focus on unlocking the human advantage. And I've been very excited to see what's happening in the kingdom, both at the public policy level, but also on the enterprise level.
Great. Yeah, I think mixed emotions is normal. Just another quick straw poll, and you can answer yes to both questions. How many people in the audience, by a show of hands, are excited about the future and what is possible with all of this technology converging? Raise your hand. All right, well, they're also excited about hearing more of your thoughts. And then who's anxious, a little bit concerned about what the future may bring with all this technology? Raise your hand. So yeah, I have both emotions, and I'm sure we all do at times. Basil, you have some thoughts on this because it doesn't get more serious than transportation. It's a critical infrastructure item, and it's going to change jobs. It's going to change society in a lot of ways. What's your perspective you want to share with this audience of up-and-comers in our society that have an opportunity to shape the future?
Yeah, I think, look, as I started off this panel, I think I actually see this is a huge opportunity, right? So yes, change is always hard, and when change comes, anxiety comes with it, right? So that's a very well-known fact. And I think we're going through that phase. You have AI, autonomous driving. What is going to happen to my job, right? That's the first question a lot of the people ask. And I think I look at it, as you said, I look at it from an opportunity. I think we need to work on our human skill development, the human capital. We have to look at it. Where are they going to be needed? And then the policies have to follow that. And then the individuals have to really get into this. Where can I contribute to this changing world? The opportunities are huge. There is, the autonomous itself, the battery technology, the efficiencies that are really needed. We have a growing population in the world. We're going to be closer to 10 billion people very soon. How are we going to feed them? How are we going to move them? How are we going to be more efficient in everything we do as a race? And I think that is, where our mindset has to really go. Find ways and solutions. And all of these are tools that are bringing us closer to that solution. That's how I see it.
So Fazil, Galleria, you have this both the B2B perspective and a consumer tech perspective. Do you have anything to add to that conversation?
I guess my perspective, given my background at Magic Leap and Skype and Spotify, is that ultimately we're privileged to be working in areas that 20, 30 years ago looked like magic. What we're doing is creating things which people even 30 or 40 years ago thought was not possible, whether it's AI or quantum or EV. And then I reflect upon, well, maybe 30 or 40 years ago, when people were thinking about landing on the moon or supersonic flight. Those things were similarly, at that point, they were thought to be impossible or at the edge of human capability. And when I think when we're offered the opportunity to be a part of this, my response to people that ask me, like, what should I do, is don't ask, right? If you're offered a seat on a rocket ship, jump on, buckle in, and enjoy the ride, right? Because it's going to be amazing. And in 30 or 40 years, my experience is that the people with who I was able to start some of these category-defining companies, whether it's Skype or Spotify or Magic Leap, they go on to build fantastic companies and have a huge influence on the future.
Just a brief follow-up question for you is, how do we avoid some of these technology bubbles that have sort of plagued past runs like this?
Well, I think there's, we've all lived through a number of bubbles, whether that's the technology bubble of the late 90s or the financial bubble of 2008 or even the more recent crypto bubble again. And I think there are some predictable patterns, to use my earlier phrase, that watch out for overhype and focus on the fundamentals. At least those of us on the stage will all remember companies like Webvan or Pet.com, which had no sustainable business model, were all about hype. But we can see, in this environment, there are fintechs like Stripe or cryptocurrencies like Ethereum that are built on fundamentally long-term value creation models. So I think avoid the hype and look at the fundamentals. I think the other one that I would mention is avoiding leverage and managing risk, right? So if you think about the 2008 financial crisis, arguably it was created by over-leverage of subprime mortgages. And you can see that same model disrupting and badly influencing again when 3ATC, Three Arrows Capital, over-leveraged itself and then went bust in 2012. So these models keep happening. So I think that's the other watch out that I would have.
And we're in a country that has a very ambitious plan. Just briefly, panelists, because I want to leave time for the last question, is how does Saudi learn from other AI hubs and apply some of those lessons to building itself into an AI epicenter?
Yeah, I think similar to what we discussed earlier about the focus on people, this is an intentional decision. You need a framework of policies, both on the government side, but also on the industry side to enable this. But then there are also the intangibles. And optimism is one of those intangibles. Joshua talked about like the convergence. We work a lot with researchers and startups. There has never been a time with that level of upside optionality for people that are building stuff. There's never been a time that a singular individual, whether it's a researcher or a founder, has at their disposal that level of tooling. And AI is a general purpose technology, and with general purpose technology, hopefully we'll solve for intelligence. And by solving for intelligence, then we can address all the big problems in the world, like from climate to education to hunger. So optimism is really important as we are design focus on what is going to be built versus overthinking the risks or the knockoff effects.
Well said. So the clock is turning red. The countdown has begun. One last question for all of you. This has been a really insightful conversation. I've learned a lot. I'm sure our audience has as well. What is one piece of advice that you would give to businesses, policymakers, individuals to prepare them for the rapidly evolving technology landscape that's here now and certainly accelerating? Vipul, let's start with you.
You know, I would say, going back to the theme, that open source is a great set of technologies and tools, and for AI, it's fairly evolved and can, you know, there's a lot of agency to turn this into something that is applicable in local context.
I actually see the opportunity for commerce, business, and policymakers to come together. This whole space is moving so quickly that we can't leave it purely to the policymakers to make investment decisions, policy decisions about technology, which is moving at such a pace and where they're not the experts.
Absolutely. Panos?
Ecosystems and how intentional we should be with ecosystems. And by intentional, I mean I hear a lot of folks around the world saying, oh, we're going to build the next Silicon Valley, or we're going to do Silicon Valley this and Silicon Valley that. And yes, like Silicon Valley works well for Silicon Valley and the US and North America, but I think it will be way more efficient and impactful at the end of the day to actually get inspired by things that they do work well for your own individual ecosystem and then adapt and customize and take it downstream versus just try to replicate something that might look very fancy but might not eventually be the best possible fit for this particular country or this particular region. So be inspired, replicate, but intentionally.
Yeah, I think for me it's public-private partnerships, kind of picking up on the ecosystem development. I think if we really want to do a good job, I think we need to be collaborative, and innovation is good, but it needs to be practical and it needs to be executionable. So at the end of the day, that's what matters.
Right on. I'll just add, for me, I have a show called The Edge of Show. I'm all about education. I think it starts with education, all of us being in the room together, learning from each other, and never stop learning, because this technology is rapidly advancing and we want to be in front of it. Thank you all for joining us. Let's give this panel a round of applause. Thank you, audience, for being part of this conversation.
Many thanks to our panel and, of course, to Josh. Stay with us, won't you, ladies and gentlemen, here at LEAP 2025 for a retrospective of this year's event. Yes, those all-important numbers, and what many of you have been waiting for, the rocket fuel competition. It's all on the way here at LEAP 25. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Leap 2025. And now, it's time to welcome Yasser Al-Osaimi.
السلام عليكم، مساكم الله بالخير وحياكم الله في لحظة نفخر إذا وصلناها بس نحزن على فراقها. أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، ما أبغى أقول الحفل الكريم، أقول عائلة ليب، حياكم الله في ختام هذه الفعالية اللي كان لي الشرف ولا زال إن شاء الله لي الشرف، إن شاء الله إني بطول وأنا شغال عليها إن شاء الله، مع فريق أشوف عيونهم مليانة تعب وفخر، لأن عشنا من أيام وشو ليب إلى نشوفك في ليب. هذه التظاهرة الجميلة اللي نشوفها سنة بعد سنة تكبر ويزيد فخرنا فيها. وزي ما نبدأ حنا دايم بإنجازات عظيمة، ودنا نختمها بمفاجأة أخيرة. رحبوا معي على المسرح برئيس مجلس إدارة الاتحاد السعودي للأمن السبراني والبرمجة والدرونز، فيصل الخميسي. حياكم سعود.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. مساء الخير جميعا. سعيد باختتام ليب 25، النسخة الرابعة من ليب، أعظم نسخة على الإطلاق من المؤتمر. في الكلمة الافتتاحية لفعالية ليب، أعلن معالي وزير الاتصالات المهندس عبد الله السواحة عن استثمارات قاربت 15 مليار دولار في الذكاء الاصطناعي، التصنيع في المملكة العربية السعودية وغيرها من المجالات. وزي ما يذكر أبو يوسف دائما we walk the talk. لكن سأترك الفرصة لزملائي مايك وبيلي ليحدثون عن أرقام ليب 25. أنا ودي أتطرق لموضوع آخر، وهو ماذا يحدث بالعادة داخل فعالية ليب. هنالك ما يجري قبل الفعالية ويتم الإعداد له بأشهر، ويعلن عنه أبو يوسف بداية الافتتاح مع الشركاء والمستثمرين بظهورهم على المسرح في بداية الفعالية. لكن في داخل الفعالية في حراك آخر ما يقل أهمية، حيث يلتقي أصحاب الشركات مع العملاء مع المستثمرين مع الزوار والمهتمين، وهذا الحراك ينتج عنه أشياء كثيرة. شركات تجري صفقات مع عملائها، مستثمرين يستثمرون في شركات ناشئة، شركات تصل إلى شريحة أكبر، أفراد يتعرفون على تقنيات جديدة من الورش والجلسات اللي تحصل، عقول تلتقي وتؤسس ستارت أبس، وبعضهم يجد وظيفة أحلامه. ودعوني أعطيكم أمثلة رمزية عن ما يجري داخل فعالية ليب. مثلا شركة إيجاري، جناح بسيط مع الشركات الناشئة في ليب، التقوا بأول مستثمر لهم وأغلقوا أول جولة استثمارية بقيمة $1 مليون، ثم جولة ثانية بقيمة $15 مليون، واليوم نما فريقهم لأكثر من 30 موظف وطلبات وصلت لأكثر من $50 مليون. هذا كله تم بدايته من ليب. شركة داتا ليكسينج، ستارت اب سعودي كان على وشك الإغلاق قبل الفعالية، شاركوا معنا في جناح صغير في ليب 22 وكبروا معنا سنة بعد سنة. اليوم يبيعون منتجاتهم في أكثر من 10 دول حول العالم، ولديهم أكثر من 2000 عميل، 65% منهم خارج السعودية. شركة كوانت، شركة ناشئة شاركت في ليب، وفي يوم واحد فقط أغلقت جولة استثمارية بقيمة $2 مليون. شركة ترانس، إحدى الشركات المتخصصة في التنظيم وإدارة الحشود داخل الفعالية، بعد العمل في ليب عدد موظفينهم زاد بنسبة 400%، بحيث تجاوزوا 8000 موظف، وليب ساعدهم ليصبحوا أحد أكبر شركات إدارة الحشود وتنظيم الفعاليات في المملكة. وأيضا الشركات الكبرى، في فرص للشركات التقنية الكبرى للمبيعات والوصول لشريحة أكبر. تمكنوا في أيام ليب فقط من اختصار مجهود سنة كاملة، وهذه أمثلة عن إحدى أكبر شركتين تقنية في المملكة. احنا نتكلم عن حجم أعمال في 3 أيام قد يوازي في بعض الحالات سنة كاملة ما قبل ليب. هذا أثر ليب. لكن لكن اليوم ليب ينافس نفسه في المنطقة، وأنا متأكد أن الأرقام ستتضاعف وسنرى قصص نجاح أكثر وأكثر في النسخة القادمة. لكن what's next for ليب؟ ما هو القادم بالنسبة لفعالية ليب في عام 26؟ أنا سعيد أن أعلن لكم بأن ليب سيفعل دوره في مقولة من المملكة إلى العالم. ليب السنة الجاية بيكون بنسختين، نسخة في الرياض ونسخة في هونغ كونغ. وطبعا كل ما نشهده اليوم ونحتفل فيه لم يكن ليحصل لولا دعم وتمكين سمو سيدي ولي العهد الأمير محمد بن سلمان. وفي نهاية الكلمة أحب أن أشكر كل من ساهم في نجاح نسخة ليب هذا العام من الزوار، العارضين، الرعاة والمنظمين، والشكر موصول تحديداً لرجال وزارة الداخلية وسدايا والهيئة الملكية لتطوير مدينة الرياض. جهودكم كانت ركيزة أساسية في هذا النجاح. وبالأخير عندي شكر خاص جدا لأهالي ملهم. ما كانوا فقط مستضيفين بل كانوا شركاء حقيقيين في نجاح ليب. حضورهم، دعمهم، حفاوتهم، واليوم نفخر بأنه يعمل معنا أكثر من 100 شاب وشابة من أبناء ملهم أصبحوا جزء من فعالياتنا على مدار العام. حيوهم معي على المسرح إذا تسمح معالي أبو يوسف.
شباب
مجموعة هنا. ايه لا دقيقة، وختاما شكرا لكم، نشوفكم السنة الجاية في ملهم ثم هونغ كونغ.
شكرا أبو سعود، شكرا معاليكم، وشكرا لأبطال ملهم اللي شاركونا هذه اللحظة اللي تملانا بالفخر صراحة. فتحوا قلوبهم قبل بيوتهم وقبل حتى تجاراتهم اللي موجودة حول المقر. كانوا معنا كمنظمين، كانوا مضيافين بطبعهم، وبيض الله وجيههم هم وكامل فريق العمل. And now, moving on to our next part of the show, Faisal said he's going to leave the next part of the details about LEAP 25 to two people who create around 500 WhatsApp groups around the year. I know the Tahaluf team is just can't wait for this to finish. You guys did a wonderful job. Please put your hands together, welcoming Mike and Billy.
Well, thank you very much for that amazing welcome. And, you know, it's not easy to follow someone on stage like Faisal Al-Khamisi, but thank you for your brilliant words. I can see that His Excellency, the Minister, Abdullah Al-Swaha, is in the audience. And I just want to say thank you very much for coming to see us and also to give our respects to him and also to His Excellency, the Vice Minister, too. So, I'm Mike Champion. I'm the CEO of Tahaluf. And I'd like to introduce you to Annabel Manda. Annabel Manda is the Executive Vice President of Tahaluf. And she's been with us. Annabel's been with us since the very beginning on this journey with Leap. And it's really only fitting now that she's going to give you some details about this amazing new project that we're going to be doing in Hong Kong. So Annabel, why don't you take that away?
Thank you. Thank you, Mike. So over the last 4 years, Mike and I have had many countries approach us to do a Leap-style event, very much inspired by what they've seen here in Saudi Arabia, which is very exciting for us. I'm very proud to announce that we have found the perfect partners and the perfect location within Hong Kong. This is a really big milestone for Tahaluf. It's our first homegrown Saudi IP expansion into a huge international market. So we're very excited. At Tahaluf, we like to do things big and we like to do it impactful. So when we launch Leap East, you can expect 300 speakers, very much focusing on the Asian markets. We'll also have 200 investors, 300 exhibitors, and 200 startups. This is just one of the incredible initiatives that we'll be doing as part of Leap for 2026. To take us a little bit backwards to what we promised you all in 2024, I'll pass over to Mike to cover.
Thank you. 2024, we had a really good edition of Leap. But we decided, along with the help and advice of our partners, that this edition, we would make it truly world-class. We had 3 different factors that we were going to look at. The first one was quality and how we could improve on that. The second was to fulfill our promise on activating the city of Riyadh. And the final one was to improve the customer journey. So, to give you the details of that, Annabel's going to talk about quality.
It was very important for us this year to deliver an event that had impact and business outcomes. And I'm very proud to let you all know that that has been achieved. Leap is a deal-making hub. We have had increased attendance by 31% from major international markets. We've had a 16% increase from C-suite buyers, so international buyers and local buyers with purchasing power coming to meet with our exhibitors to do deals. We've had a 106% increase in our Leap app connections, and most importantly, we have a 171% increase in completed meetings that have taken place during Leap in this edition. The Startup and Investor Program has always been incredibly important for us. This year, we've had over 1,900 investors, and 74% of them have flown in internationally to Riyadh. This is a 23% increase year on year. Thank you. And thank you. And our AUM has increased to 22 trillion, which is a 400% increase year on year. So we really are bringing all of the world's best investors here to Riyadh and Saudi Arabia. We have 830 first-time exhibitors here at Leap, and I'm showcasing a few of them on the back here. This is just a snapshot of what to come. Next year, we'll have more new exhibitors, more hands-on demonstrations, and we promise you we'll bring you more emerging technologies in 2026. Last year, Mike very bravely on stage promised to bring the city of Riyadh to life with a citywide takeover, and I'm happy to report that that has been delivered. Across the last 7 days, we have had over 63 events take place throughout Riyadh. Everything from desert safaris, dinners, networking, closed-door matchmaking. Everybody knows that Saudi Arabia has the best hospitality in the world, and we will be able to show that to thousands and thousands of international visitors who had come to Riyadh for the first time. In 2020... And in 2026, we can guarantee more activations and more events across Riyadh and Saudi Arabia.
Thanks. So the third aspect that we needed to improve on and we wanted to get right was the customer journey. And we listened to feedback from our many visitors from last year. And we realized that what we had to do was improve from your homes or from your offices the journey to the event, the directional signage and everything within the event, the ability to find car parking spaces and that sort of thing. That's really important for a show, especially when you're bringing some of the world's most important thought leaders to it. So we've worked over the last 12 months with very special partners to be able to deliver this. And I can see that we have in the audience Dr. Rakan, and also we have Ryan Al-Gadouri as well. These guys, the CEO of Salah, and the guy who's really in charge of all the venues that we operate in, especially this one here, have worked faithfully, non-stop, to deliver wider roads, 5,000 new car parking spaces, the infrastructure that is required for us to continue to grow and for us to have a seamless traffic and traffic management experience. On top of that, we've also worked very closely with government entities who have been absolutely brilliant in collaborating and ensuring a really seamless and excellent experience driving in. So thank you very much to those guys. But part of that agreement is a big capital investment, to make new roadways and widen roads and things like this. So Tahaluf's role in this was to give assurance that we plan to increase the amount of mega events in the kingdom, that we plan to expand and to grow the current events that we already have in Malham. And I'm very pleased to say that we have signed and agreed a special MOU, a strategic MOU with Salah, which secures events like LEAP at this venue for the next 4 years to come. And I would like to just invite a couple of the protagonists on stage right now. If Ryan's there, please, could you come up stage? And also, can I have Muteb as well on stage too, just for a quick photograph.
Hi. How are you? How are you?
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Cheers. This, from an event organizer's perspective, is a major deal. Very rarely around the world are you able to collaborate with the full tapestry of friends in Saudi, governmental entities, private entities, the venue owners, and the organizers, and to have a full, cohesive setup which ensures and protects the valuable assets that are coming to Saudi Arabia going forward. Tahaluf itself, and me as the CEO, I can announce now that we have dedicated a 300 million SAR tenancy to this venue over the next 4 years in order to ensure that this is implemented. Now, why have we done this? Well, the economic impact of our events in 2022 to 2024, we've calculated the total amount of that at $37.5 billion. Those are the events like LEAP, events like Cityscape, Money 2020, etc. But what this deal has ensured we can do, it has expanded the venue. It has made the venue possible for us to add more shows in from abroad, and it's also enabled us to grow the current set of shows we've got here. We think that that's going to at least double the amount of economic impact that Tahaluf is able to bring to Riyadh. And I've got one more figure to give you on economic impact, because we've only just worked out and calculated what we expect to be the minimum economic impact of LEAP this year. And if you remember, last edition, I stood on stage and I said it was at least $500 million. After the wash-up, we calculated it more accurately at $608 million. And by that same calculation, I can reveal now that the economic impact of LEAP in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia will be $820 million. So allow me now just to show you on video some of those brands that we're going to be bringing into the kingdom and running at this event next year. Okay. If someone could play the video. All right. Sometimes things like this don't work. Okay, so I can tell you what those brands are. We're bringing in Money 2020, the most iconic fintech event that we've got. We're also growing and bringing in CPHI, the world's largest and most important pharmaceutical event as well. And whilst we're here, I'd like to do two more things. The first thing I'd like to do is I'd like to just reveal what the attendance of this show is. Over 200,000 people have again attended. And finally, Bel, I think just to say thank you to our partners, particularly MCIT, their vision, what they've done to ensure that this event is accelerated and is amazing. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. Also, to Faisal Al-Khamizi and Mutib and the Federation, and what you guys have done, again, we couldn't do it without you. And Bel, who else do you have to thank?
And finally, just a heartfelt thank you to my team at Tahaluf. A lot of work and effort goes into this, and you smashed it out of the park. So thank you all so much, and thank you for another great event.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Wait. Mike and Bill, I want you guys to remake the photo of His Excellency and Faisal.
Oh, right. Come on.
حيهم تحية كبيرة يستاهلون.
Okay,
I
back
will
for that.
never be sorry on staying out of the... Yeah, I like to surprise them by doing this every once in a while. شكرا جزيلا لحضوركم. أعزائنا الحضور، خلال دقائق إن شاء الله راح يكون عندنا جوائز كبيرة تقدم في أو لمشاريع الفائزة في مسابقة Rocket Fuel. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay with us for a few minutes as we have $1 million on the line for the winners of Rocket Fuel competition. To the rest of you of the team, شكرا جزيلا لكم، نشوفكم السنة الجاية. السلام عليكم.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main stage for one of the most gripping, thrilling moments of LEAP 2025. We're talking about the rocket fuel pitch competition final. So welcome everybody. And this is where the most innovative minds of the startup ecosystem are going to battle it out. So I would like to introduce myself briefly. I'm David Beckett. I'm your MC for this event. And I'm a pitch coach, and I believe that great ideas need a voice. I've been working with startups for the last 12 years, helping them tell their time in no time at all, and telling their story. And I created the best 3 minutes pitch methodology, and I'm the author of the book Pitch to Win. And it's been my pleasure to work with the startups that you're going to see pitch today to help them tell that story and convince a distinguished group of judges. Now, LEAP is co-organized by the Saudi Ministry of Communications and Information Technology, the MCIT, and the Saudi Federation for Cybersecurity, Programming and Drones, SAF CSP, and Tahaluf. We would also especially like to thank NTDP, our startup ecosystem sponsors, and of course our host, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So today, 12 groundbreaking startups, 12 high-energy pitches, and 4 esteemed judges who will take the stage in just a couple of minutes. And they will ultimately decide who will take home the $1 million in equity fee-free awards. Now, those $1 million are split into 6 different awards. I'm going to walk you through those 6 different prizes. So, first, we have the LEAP Award. This is for the strongest, most outstanding startup across the whole competition. This award is worth $250,000. Next, we have the LEAP Landing Award. $150,000 will be awarded to a non-Saudi startup which is showing remarkable potential for growth in the kingdom and looking for huge innovation. It offers a chance to soft land in the KSA, access to the local market, and benefit from targeted workshops and mentorship, providing a strategic gateway into one of the fastest growing tech startup innovation hubs in the world, one of the fastest tech markets. And our third award is the Shooting Star Award. This is for a booming early stage startup displaying a remarkable trajectory, and this prize is also worth $150,000. The fourth award is Into New Worlds. This is a company on the verge of changing life as we know it. Think emerging tech like AI, new food sources, blockchain, and this award also comes in at $150,000. Our fifth award, the Scaling Star. This is for the strongest growth or late stage startup with unicorn potential. And this is also $150,000. And the final award for this year is the Tech for Humanity, for the startup worldwide dedicated to creating solutions with a positive societal impact, serving as a catalyst for sustainable and positive good. So this is worth $150,000. Now we're going to see 12 startups going for this prize pool of $1 million. And I can tell you, there's some really amazing innovations. I think you're going to be surprised at the quality of the pitches and the quality of those innovations. Now, we'd also like to ask you to give yourself a round of applause as well. Thank you so much for coming. So I'd like to ask you to give yourself a round of applause. And that is because, startups need an audience. They need you to give them your energy so that they are supported and they're going for it. It's really hard to tell a story in 3 minutes, and so give them your support, and that will help them with their pitches to the judges. Okay, so the judges will be scoring each startup across 7 key categories, rating them on a scale of from 1 to 5. And those categories are potential, innovation and creativity, impact on people and society, functionality, financial health, team, and delivery. Now, each startup, they've really worked tirelessly to refine their pitch, together with myself and my colleague Sheila, and they've been perfecting their message, perfecting their storytelling, but now it's time to put their ideas and their pitch to the test. Now, let's be clear on what we're doing here today, what the startups have to do, and they're behind, they can hear every word. So I'm going to make sure they know what the requirements are. It is a 3-minute pitch, and we're really strict on the 3 minutes. So I'm going to be the nice guy who welcomes them on stage, but I'm also the bad guy who has to kick them off if they take too long. So we will be focusing on the 3 minutes, and then they will have 3 minutes question and answer from the judges, who you will meet in just a moment. So, now that we know the competition format, let's meet our judges. I'm going to give you an overview of the judges, and they are extremely experienced. Let me explain. I'll give you their profiles. First, we have Connie Chan. She is a board partner at Andreessen Horowitz, and this is a venture capital firm. I guess you've heard of it. It's one of the most famous, if not the most famous in the world, that backs bold and ambitious entrepreneurs ready to make their mark on human progress. She has been with the firm since 2011 and leads their consumer investing practice. She's currently focused on AI, e-commerce, marketplaces, video, and finding inspiration from global businesses, all topics she writes about extensively. Connie gets especially excited about innovative business models, going after large markets. She serves on the board of Cider, Cobalt Metals, and whatnot. Our second judge is Vusi Thembekwayo, and he is a CEO of My Growth Fund, Venture Partners. He's also a famed dragon on South Africa's Dragon's Den, championing entrepreneurship and innovation. Vusi is a world-renowned business leader and investor. He's founding CEO of his award-winning investment firm, My Growth Fund Venture Partners, and he's the co-founder of Club 100 and School of Scale, as well as GQ Business Leader in 2020. Now, Vusi's innovative strategies and profound insights have transformed industries, empowered countless leaders. So we're delighted to have Vusi here as well. Next, we have Latifa Al-Walan, and Latifa is an inventor, a serial entrepreneur, and she's working at Endeavor Saudi. She started her first company at the age of 16, and she's currently the managing director of Endeavor Saudi. Now, being an Endeavor entrepreneur herself since 2014, she's driven by her belief in how Endeavor supports high-potential companies to impact local economies positively. And the fourth of our judges is Ahmed El Alfi, and he's the partner and chairman at Sawari Ventures. And after 25 plus years of being an investor, Alfi co-founded Sawari Ventures, which is a leading venture capital firm based in Cairo with a mission of transforming the MENA region's economies through the growth of high-impact companies, and his commitment to nurturing early-stage startups led to co-founding Flat 6 Labs in 2011, which has gone on to become the leading seed and early-stage venture capital firm in MENA and Africa. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for our judges. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. So, thank you so much for taking the time, judges. We really appreciate it, and I think you're going to see some great pitches today. All right, now, you're about to hear these top 12 visionaries share their story and vision, and they want to make sure that they communicate why their startup will be the next big thing. So, let's move in to the first pitch. The first company is a deep tech startup from KSA. It specializes in AI-powered natural language processing, and it's a deep tech company building efficient, accurate, eco-friendly AI tailored to businesses and governments for MENA. So please, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome on stage Lisan AI.
Office employees spend 43% of their productive time writing. It's the most time-consuming task we know. Foundation model players like OpenAI have one core priority, building AGI. They are not set up to deliver the real value-driven solution that enterprises need, such as adaptation, quality, security, reliability, localization, and cost. For instance, Arabic is hard. It's hard for us. The error rate in the Arabic language is 30%. It's the highest in the top 20 languages. Introducing Lisan, the AI infrastructure for organizations. Basically, it enhances quality, boosts productivity and performance. So we have state-of-the-art language checking models for both Arabic and English. There's a comparison with Microsoft. We correct 12 types of errors, including spelling, grammar, morphology, style, decency, even errors with names, such as Elon Musk. It connects automatically with Wikipedia, titles, quotes, and it also understands our culture. I'm sure you already know Grammarly. So this is a quick comparison with Grammarly. You see the error rate here. So you might ask, how did we reach this level? So in the past 4 years, we developed 32 AI components. Most notable ones are morphological compression, a way to compress the language, relay architecture. This is different from the transformer-based architecture. It's more specialized in the task that we are working on. There's also a comparison with ChatGPT. So it's real-time, customizable, most importantly, local deployment. You can install it also mobile phones. So we have multiple models, compliant, reliable, explainable. And we approach 99.97% reduction in costs. So this is all the first part. The second part, real value-driven, which reduces cost. So I'm running here inside of Word. With one click of a button, it auto-styles my document. This is one of the most time-consuming tasks employees have. So I can highlight a text. With one click of a button, I can generate a chart from this. Also, getting contracts, detecting all variables within a contract, and filling them automatically. So I don't need to do it twice and fill them incorrectly. And this is also translation. You see, like in Arabic language, we also flip the slide, becomes from RTL to LTR. Sorry. Yeah, so tractions. We have been growing 21% month over month in the past 2 years, 9.9x per year. And you can see in the past 2 years, we turned profitable. This could not have been possible without an amazing team of AI engineers. Together, we wrote more than 5.6 million lines of code, all in-house. This is just to put it in perspective. This is 3 times the largest AI library by Google, which is TensorFlow. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Thank you for listening.
Great pitch from Lisan AI. So, judges, I'm sure you have some questions for our entrepreneur here.
I had a clarification question. Could you talk a little bit about what market you're targeting first? Is this going to be mostly focused on Arabic language? Is this a global marketplace?
Exactly.
And which markets are you going to start with?
Exactly. So we started already with Arabic market, and we have already 16 government and businesses here in the region. And we are now in winning a big deal with one of the 3 largest mobile producers. They want us to extend not only to Arabic and English, they want us to extend it to 12 other languages. You know, like other languages that are also complicated. So we are now doing it. So we have 3 models so far, L1, L2, L3. L1 and L2, you can run them on your mobile. So this is very important for them because each time currently you use your mobile phone, if you're using, for example, iPhone, your data goes to OpenAI. If you're using Samsung, your data goes to Google Gemini. If you're using, it's really sensitive, all your chats. So that's why they want it secure and locally run on your mobile phone.
And just for clarity, sorry, Cody, if I can jump in. I just want to make sure I understand it. You're targeting predominantly institutional clients, right?
Exactly.
So this is not a B2C play. You're going B2B is what you're doing.
Yeah, it's faster and because it's more secure. So this is currently it's not untapped market. 100. So you can run it locally. Other providers you need to connect to the cloud. So for example, we charge very basic cost, 120K per each 1,000 users, and you can calculate the ROI for each installation. So it's beneficial for them.
Let me ask another question while the judges think of something. What is, in terms of the stage that you're at now, What are the 3 major areas that you're finding as stumbling blocks that you would deploy the capital into if you were to win this prize?
I mean, yeah, so everybody knows, for example, our competitors, Grammarly. So everybody, because they spend 71% of their money on marketing. So 3 parts. One part is very important, is marketing and PR. Nobody knows about us except few people. One part. Another part is mainly, basically, we need to develop more, like especially building it for other languages. For each language, it took us 4 years to develop it. For Arabic, it was very hard. In English, it took us around 7 months. Now, if you want to extend it to other languages, now we are faster. We are doing it faster. We need more experts, especially in communication, corporate communication, these kind of people, to basically to train these models and imitate them. That's the goal for now.
Last question.
Of course.
What's your exit strategy here?
So we already have one acquisition offer by one of the companies here, large company here in the region, already suggested. But we still think that there is a room to grow. I mean, this could be benefit like all people around the world. So we see this growing fast. Basically, either acquisition by one of the 3 major companies working in AI, in order for them to run, like to come to the region, it's really hard, or also to expand. So there are multiple acquisition offers that can be possible, or IPO.
Thank you so much for your questions, judges, and thank you, Lisan AI. Big hands. Okay, we're off to a great start, so let's move on to our second team. This is a fintech, edtech startup from Pakistan, enabling student financing through AI-driven alternative credit scoring. They're democratizing access to education with their innovative new credit product. It's called Study Now, Pay Later. Sounds great, right? So let's please hear it for Edufy.
Education is the cornerstone of advancement for any country. And we at Edufy, short for Education Finance, are trying to democratize that and make it more affordable through our core product called Study Now, Pay Later. Think buy now, pay later, but for the education sector. Saudi's education sector has over 9 million students, yet 1% of the credit goes towards the education sector. The total addressable market for Saudi is over $17 billion. A lot of people in Saudi think that the entire education sector is funded by the government. It is. Over 5 million students is. But there is still a large private sector which requires education financing. Our key 4 products that we have built over the last 4 years include a campus information system which allows us to gather education data to score the customers that require lending. It also allows us to do targeted marketing towards the parents, allowing lower customer acquisition cost. Our second product is the loan management system that the banks and the liquidity providers use. This allows for real-time data collection, zero origination, disbursement, and collection costs for the banks, and automated AI-based credit scoring, which is integrated into the system, allowing the loan to be dispersed in the app within 5 minutes of the application coming in. Our AI-based credit scoring model has scored over 30 million customers to date with less than 1% non-performing loans, which means defaults. We have our app, which is our 4th core product. It is quick, fast, easy, and reliable. And once someone has downloaded our app, our retention rate is over 60%. Our traction to date, we have a license in Pakistan. We have launched and we have dispersed over $500,000. We have seen a requested loan volume on our app of over $5 million. We have signed 50 universities and have over 2 million students on our platform. Our month-on-month growth is over 88% realized in Pakistan. And our team is, especially our STEM team, is fully female. Our CTO is female with experience in both lending and fintech. I personally went to MIT. Our board composes of all MIT graduates, and they all have vast experience in lending and tech. We've raised over $6 million to date, and we're raising another $2.5 million to increase access of and make education affordable and accessible to a larger number of people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Then questions for Edufy.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. So are you targeting university level or private schools? What is the cycle of payment here? Is it yearly, you close the loan, or is it something that people pay over a longer period of time?
Sure. So the maximum tenure of the loan is capped at the semester cycle. So if the semester cycle of the university or school is 3 months, the maximum is 3 months. If for example, for universities it's longer, it's up to 1 year, the maximum tenure is 1 year, so that they can finish the cycle before the next fee voucher comes out.
Have you negotiated rebates from the educational facilities you finance?
We have signed 3 universities in Saudi, and they're all agreed to rebates, correct.
And what's the default rate?
The default rate in our existing portfolio is less than 1%.
And what's the interest rate in Pakistan and projected to be in Saudi?
So in Saudi, we're not doing interest rates to the end consumer. It's a true study now, pay later product in which we charge a discount to the university, but the end consumer gets the same price or same fee rate that they would be getting charged anyway. In Pakistan, we do charge interest, which is Sharia compliant, and it's around 1.4% per month.
What are the best case studies in maybe other countries or other places that have done something like the study now, pay later?
So actually in the US, this product doesn't exist, and I think that it could really break through the student loan crisis in the US. But successful student loan companies in the US include Empower, Avance, and the likes.
If you can do such a quick credit analysis, have you thought of going into SME lending?
SME lending is a huge untapped space in both Pakistan and Saudi. I think that you can make a lot of credit products, but for me personally, education excites me, and I think I'm trying to direct subsidized credit towards this sector. Both in Pakistan and in Saudi, the education sector doesn't have access to that level of funds. So I'm passionate about driving credit to the sector, but yes, SME financing could be a great one. We could also lend directly to the educational institutes themselves.
My last question, are you securitizing or are you lending everything only off your balance sheet?
We have 2 models. We have a license in Pakistan, so we lend off of our own balance sheet there. In Saudi, we are currently working on partnering with a partner liquidity provider in which the loans wouldn't be on our own balance sheet.
I'm sure there's loads more on your mind. We're going to have to wrap it up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you once again, Edufy. Ladies and gentlemen, just to give you an idea of the size of this competition, we had over 2,200 startups who applied, and then we narrowed them down to 120 semi-finalists, and now we're down to the last 12. So these teams have already been through quite a process to get to this stage. And the next company that's gone through that process is a software solution startup from India. They're helping companies optimize workflow automation, and they help companies rationalize their people costs, leveraging real-time analytics. Please could you welcome CompUp.
Hey everyone. So we envision a world where everybody is paid fairly for the job that they do. Global GDP is more than $100 trillion right now. And you know what? More than 50% of that is just salaries. But how are salary decisions taken right now? They're taken by humans with little data and a lot of gut feel. Let me walk you through a process once. Let's assume we have to decide compensation for a software engineer in my company. These are the factors that I'll have to consider before making that decision. Number 1, what is the market rate of software engineer in my geography? Number 2, what has been the performance rating of this individual, and maybe historical performance rating as well? How much are other software engineers getting in my organization right now? How much is this software engineer getting right now? Is this person already overpaid or underpaid? And the list goes on. Now, how do we expect a human to synthesize so much of that information consistently across all employees and take a decision? This is one of the major reasons why for every dollar earned by a male, only 80 cents are being earned by a female. How do we change that? I am Anurag, co-founder and CEO of CompUp, and we are building an AI agent that will take compensation decision for 3.5 billion people globally. And it will do so efficiently, consistently, and without bias. We acquired our first customer in January last year, and since then, we have acquired over 30 customers, bringing an ARR to about $500,000. Currently, for our customers, we take 40 to 50% of their compensation decisions, and we aim to bring this number up to 90% in another 1 year so that we are able to deliver more value to our customers. As of now, there are 3 touch points at which CompUp helps these companies. Number 1 being every time that a new hire is made, we suggest the compensation. For every employee, every year, we suggest the annual increment. And for internal compensation ranges, we are able to edit it and optimize it using market data and internal company data. This is more than a $22 billion opportunity in India, US, and the Middle East. So this is us. We are CompUp. We are all founders from the same college, and we are second-time founders, and we have been supported by some amazing investors and advisors. Thank you so much.
Great stuff. Thank you so much for your pitch, CompUp. Then, judges, what's on your minds for this team?
How are you building these models? I mean, what is your data sources in order to assess these companies?
Okay, so data comes in from the companies. We are not building an additional data source. So for example, in order to take a compensation decision, one data is market data, which is basically all the job codes are matched to a market data, and let's say software engineers should be getting so much, an accountant should be getting so much. That is one source of data. Another data source is offer data. Every company keeps on releasing offers for different roles, so that becomes the other source of market data. Third source of data is existing employees. They are getting compensated already. That becomes one source of data. Historical data of employees, how the compensation has grown across role in that company, becomes the other source of data. So yeah, combining all these data sources, we are able to arrive at an optimum decision for the new employees.
Can you talk about your selling process? Who in a company do you sell your software solution to? Is this to HR or the CEO? Which budgets does the money come out of?
We sell this to the CHRO. At times, in more mature companies, there is another persona that we sell this to. It is head of compensation. So yeah, we primarily sell to these 2 personas.
Maybe a bit cynical, but I would think over time this would discourage excellence by individuals because they're being judged by market standards, not as individuals. And so why should I be an A++ if I'm going to get scored by whatever the market's doing?
Okay, so the model not only judges an individual on the basis of market data or market benchmarks and internal data, it also judges on the basis of the comp philosophy of the organization. For example, if a company has consistently paid its top performers 1.5 times the increment than it has paid to a mediocre performer, the model already knows that, which means if a company you want to reward for performance, the model will automatically reward for performance. But if as a company you are more egalitarian, you are more socialistic, and you actually do not reward for performance, the model as well won't reward for performance. So it is consistent with the company philosophy.
Wouldn't the natural next step be to integrate into the email system and judge the email and see people's responses and performances and so on?
We already integrate with the performance management systems, and hence we already have all the historical data around performance of an individual. Not just that, we also have other parameters against an employee, such as potential rating of an employee and the past compensation of an employee.
Oh, how do you price this product?
We price this on a per employee basis. As of now, our current customers are paying on an average $10 per employee per year. We aim to increase this to about $200 when we are able to take more and more compensation decisions confidently.
And that's what we have time for in terms of questions. So thank you so much once again, CompUp. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll just give the jury a moment to make their notes because they're thinking about this $1 million prize pot, which is spread across those 6 awards. And this is an equity-free award. Not only that, but there's opportunities to get access to the market and, of course, to get the validation of being part of that LEAP prize pot. And the next team that's battling for that $1 million is a biotech med startup from KSA. And they're using nanotechnology for advanced medical treatments. Nanopalm's vision is to cure the world of genetic diseases, transforming healthcare by developing new LNP-based nanomedicines. So please, ladies and gentlemen, will you put your hands together for Nanopalm?
Hello, hello. So, gene therapies are for the few. Why not the many? We have really big challenge here. We have 300 million around the globe suffering from 10,000 different genetic diseases. Over 1,000 are really significant just in Saudi Arabia. So clearly we have scalability issue. Me and my founder share the same pain. Both of our relatives are suffering from intellectual disabilities, sickle cell disease, and so on. So our vision become quite clear. Let's cure the world of genetic disease, but one genetic disease at a time. The current patient experience is really terrible. They have to pay up to $2.2 million to get one gene therapy, and they have to be in and out of the hospital up to 12 months. Why? Because their cells are being collected, shipped to a manufacturing plant, and in a petri dish, gene therapy is happening, and then shipped back to the hospital. Patients are asked to go transplantation and chemotherapy, and then become cured. Supply chain is expensive and long, hence those cures are only accessible to the few, but not the many that are waiting. We want to change the game. We want to introduce injectable gene therapies. We want to cut down the duration of treatment from 12 months down to a half-day visit in outpatient clinic and 7x cheaper than what's out there. To realize the dream, we found a really advanced nanotechnology machine used to create semiconductors, used to electronics. So we made millions of lipid nanoparticles. We patented this. One dose is one patient. For one patient, we transform it into emulsion and become ready to go. And this is only in 40 minutes manufacturing. We fed the AI model with our own data, and now it's highly functioning to predict the best gene therapy for a disease of interest. We interviewed 50 plus experts, and they are all as excited as we are. And we even kept the momentum. We did a pilot study in a hospital in our backyard, and it worked. So with that, we really want to cure the world of genetic diseases, and that's our team. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So some questions from the jury about this tech.
Sorry, can you explain kind of the difference between what you're doing in CRISPR and gene modification?
Yes. So today's CRISPR has to be done outside the body in a manufacturing plant. And with our platform, this is the core that can transform CRISPR from being outside the body to in vivo, injectable. And then CRISPR will go bind to the diseased cells, snip the DNA inside the body, and correct the mutation.
So what was the one lung trial that you did? Can you locally?
Yeah. So it's for sickle cell disease?
Yeah.
Yes. What's your question? I'm sorry.
What was the treatment? You treated sickle cell disease with a nanoparticle instead of the $2 million CRISPR treatment that they're doing in the US?
Correct. So instead of the $2 million ex vivo treatment using CRISPR, we use lipid nanoparticles loaded with a prime editor, injectable, so it can land in the bone marrow, correct the sickle cell mutation, and leave. That's our clinical trial.
Okay, and it's supposed to be repeated treatments, CRISPR?
No, just one shot
once in a
permanent.
lifetime, same as
Once
CRISPR?
in a lifetime, exactly.
Okay. And what's the financial condition of the company now?
The financial, we are in seed round. We are raising VC money since October. So far, we have only raised $2 million, non-dilutive, zero equity. Hopefully, we close the round very soon. We have term sheets. We have really interesting investors negotiating with us.
One question from my side. So for the technology you developed, do you need to, where are you in the approval process? Do you need to get FDA? Usually these take a long time. Where are you in that?
Latifa, that's a great question. We don't need to continue all the way to get US FDA approval. Our business model is we discover, we finish the IND, we start the clinical trial, license it to our partners. We needed them to execute the rest of clinical trial and FDA approval.
So your strategy is selling it to big pharma?
License it to a big pharma.
What's the origin of the research? Did it come out of a university lab? Is this something you did privately?
The lab?
What's the origin of the research?
Yeah, so it's a spin-off from KAXT, from King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology. So yes, you're absolutely right. We've been doing R&D for the past 4 years to develop this groundbreaking manufacturing method.
Thank you once again. Thank you once again to the judges, and thank you, Compub. Nanotech. Okay. This was not Compub. This was Nanopalm. Nanopalm. Biotech med startup. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, just think to yourself about making a 3-minute pitch, telling your whole business story in 3 minutes. I'm going to give you one tip. If you ever have to do that, then how many words could you say in 3 minutes and still remain understandable? How many sentences could you say? Well, I've done a lot of research on this to help these kind of startups tell that story in no time at all. It turns out that you can say 150 words per minute and still remain understandable. That means they have a maximum of 450 words. And that makes about 25 to 27 sentences. That gives you a feeling about how they have to shrink their story to the absolute essentials. And the next team which has been working to get to that essential story is a femtech startup from Egypt, specializing in AI-driven reproductive health solutions. Dalila is an AI health assistant that provides Arab women the services, the tools, and the information to manage their health. So please welcome on stage, Dalila.
Hi everyone, I am Yusuf Al-Samma, and I am the CEO and co-founder of Dalila. Now, 200 million Arab women, what do they have in common? How much they really dislike the current healthcare system. Why? Because of how hard and inconvenient it is to go through the traditional route of booking your first appointment, waiting for the follow-up, waiting for your diagnosis, and everything in between. Because of how frustrating it is to find the right experts and to speak to someone you don't know, who doesn't understand what you're going through about very sensitive topics that you have very little information about. And that is why we created Dalila, the all-in-one health app that treats women holistically. Everything from reproductive health, fertility, skin and hair, to many more. We focus on 4 main features: an AI assistant, medical consultations, access to relevant educational programs, and a peer tracker. Now, what makes us different is having operated a clinic for a year before launching Dalila, we were able to build an AI system that is able to automate the intake form from the user and create comprehensive reports for our doctors to review, and eliminating the need for live consultations. Each case takes less than 4 minutes for a doctor to review and diagnose, and the user gets their treatment same day. And that is why, in less than 2.5 months since launching this feature, we were able to diagnose and treat more than 1,200 cases. Our AI assistant is able to converse in local Arabic dialects and answer in culturally relevant information, but is also integrated into their healthcare data, understanding where they are in their menstrual cycle and sending them reminders for their periods and birth control and much more. Since launching Dalila more than 6 months ago, we have more than 70,000 users, of which 30% come from outside of Egypt. We have more than 15,000 paid users across B2B and B2C channels, and we are very popular on social media with more than 3.1 million followers. Our revenue model is a freemium subscription that unlocks different features and also commissions from lab referrals and pharmacies. Since launching Dalila, we have so far closed more than $1.1 million in funding from different angels and VCs, and we are looking to, this year, close $2.5 million to further grow in Saudi and further develop Dalila. Having automated the doctor side enables us to decrease our COGS on the admin and doctor side, giving us margins of more than 70%. In January of this year, we have already surpassed our revenues from the last quarter of last year, and we are projecting to make more than $2.8 million in revenues by end of 2026. Our team is a diverse team that comes from having built different ventures, exited ventures before, doctors, healthcare providers, managers, and a tech team, building something that is truly unique to this market and to women's health. Thank you very much.
Great pitch. Thank you so much. You can see me coming in the corner of your eye, right?
Yeah.
Over to the judges, please. Any questions?
You excited me to download and try the product, mashallah.
Thank you.
So can you tell us more, explain the B2B, how are you doing, how is the business model in terms of how are you interacting with healthcare providers, how is Dalila, what's the structure there?
Sorry. So how the B2B works and how we work with the care providers? Okay. So having built this AI system that eliminates the live consultations, so we used to operate a clinic and we're used to do telehealth consultations and in-clinic consultations. What we found is very difficult for these apps to scale is the unit economics of having to pay per consultation to these doctors. It's very hard to scale the amount of doctors and the inconvenience of having to go through live consultations. Now with the AI system, the report is sent to the doctors and within 2 to 3 hours, they get on the dashboard and they have a full comprehensive report of all the symptoms, medical history, everything. So they have the quick actions of what they can take to treat and diagnose the cases. And the AI also assists them in predicting what the diagnosis and treatment could be. So it takes them less time. So we pay them per hour to diagnose more than one case in that hour. So usually it takes around 1 hour to diagnose 10 to 15 cases. So we pay them a salary and we expect them to dedicate certain hours flexible throughout the day. So this is what we do on the doctor side. On the B2B side, currently, we partner with companies so that it's an added benefit to the women's health. But as we grow, like any other health tech company, we start B2C, you start B2B, and then you integrate with health insurance so that it's covered through their health insurance.
Yeah, can I jump in? Sorry, Colin. I just wanted to give me a sense of your unit economics.
Okay, so on average, because we're based in Egypt, the costs are low. Currently, we have a very low affordable plan of $25 per year, and we pay our doctors around $500 per month, which enables them to diagnose up to 1,000 cases per month. This, at scale, represents around 70% on the COGS of a gross profit margin. As we grow, the subscription is going to grow, so within the year, we expect it to go to up to $80 and $100 when we are able to open different features and fully integrate with health insurance.
What do you think the competitive moat will be? How will you handle the competition if it arrives?
Sure. So if you look at the global apps, period tracker apps, or telehealth apps, they're in English language, so this is the first disadvantage. So localizing it gives us an advantage, but also we're an Egyptian company. We're trying to open into Saudi, and it requires us to set up a different kind of operations, having Saudi licensed doctors work with us, so it's very complicated. This is the same case when you go from each country in the region. So us taking the advantage on building these localized models in each country and enabling us to build that all-in-one solution gives us an advantage for these apps or any potential competitor to have to replicate this into each market they get into. And as well as the data from the AI, having 500,000 questions today, imagine in a year or two building on that data and integrating it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dalila. A big hand. Thanks again for your questions, judges. And as I mentioned, we had 2,200 applications for this competition, and those applications came from all kinds of industries. You've already seen a diverse range of technologies and ideas that could really make massive change in the world, and you'll keep seeing that during this competition. And we also saw early stage companies and growth stage, those who are pre-sales and then those with traction already. So let's see the next team in this trajectory of startup life. It's a fintech startup from KSA, innovating in Sharia-compliant digital payments. They leverage AI to streamline SME loan underwriting in Saudi Arabia, and they're bridging a 170 billion financing gap with tailored, efficient solutions. Please would you welcome on stage Abwab AI.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة الحضور الكرام السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. My name is Barak Koshak and I'm here to present Abwab AI, where we make basically SME financing easy for lenders. If you're a small business today and you're trying to access capital in Saudi, it's almost a mission impossible for you to access capital. And the underlying reason for that is, SME expensive is actually expensive, risky, and slow. And the underlying actually reason for that is that there is a lack of a credit insight when making a credit decision, and there's an operational inefficiency that makes the unit economics not feasible for financial institutions to finance these SMEs. And this is where we come in and we produce an AI-powered SME financing solution that first tackles the problem of credit insights by generating a predictive algorithm to predict default of SMEs using open banking and transactional data. And second, leverage on the automation to make the unit economics feasible for financial institutions to finance SMEs. And the value, in a nutshell, is basically a 70% cost reduction and a 90% time reduction, and in fact, a 40% default reduction when it comes to financing these SMEs. We come from a global team of experiences in the financial sector and in the underwriting space for SMEs. Myself, I'm a third-time founder, ex-Revolut, Hella, and McKinsey. Our Chief Growth Officer has 15 years of experience in banking. Our CTO is an MIT grad, ex-Yahoo, ex-Andalusia, and our Head of Machine Learning is ex-NVIDIA, Ubisoft, and Entropy. We're backed by bankers, ex-regulators, CFOs, and founders. Why now? Who cares? The financing gap is actually huge. The government is mandating SME financing, and they're actually subsidizing the risk, while the digital infrastructure is here, the data is here. 94% of all transactions in Saudi are quite digital. And if you look into the data, the market has doubled SME financing, reaching 64 billion of SME loans. However, 70% of that is medium enterprises, while in the market, more than 70% are actually micro and small. And if we look into the current credit signals that exist, financial statements, bank statements, credit bureau, and sales data, they're either incomprehensive, delayed, or unaudited. And this is where we come and we produce an AI business pulse that reads all their transactional data and produces a real-time profitability, liquidity, solvency, concentration, risk analysis of these businesses. And that enables basically a seamless customer experience, seamless banking operation, and instant credit decisioning. We've been honored to be recognized by the authorities as a disruptive technology. And in fact, the way we offer our proposition to the market is by basically, offering a full embedded automation solution for embedded financing, origination automation, and underwriting and portfolio management automation. And finally, over the last 2 quarters, we've processed more than 200 million loans, and we've onboarded more than 16 lenders. Being a fintech Saudi company in Saudi, we are uniquely positioned to bridge the 170 billion financing gap in the market. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Over to the judges for questions.
Revenue model. You charge the banks a fee.
We charge both SaaS for the operational efficiency, so it's tied to how much we reduce the cost of operations, and then a transaction fee for the brokerage and the embedded financing proposition.
Isn't the biggest reason that some of these SMEs are unfinanced the fact that they don't have digital transactions? You said 90% of digital transactions in Saudi are digital.
Correct.
The SME sector that's the least finances, the other 10%?
No, I mean, in Saudi, the adoption of digital payment is really, really high. So even these SMEs, if you look into their bank accounts, you have a full visibility of the business. And from the other side, as a financial institution, you wouldn't want to finance a business on their cash activity anyway, because that's not an activity that is bankable, and most lenders wouldn't want to finance them on that activity. So from what we're seeing in the market, the visibility from open banking and transactional data are sufficient to produce that profitability, liquidity, solvency, concentration risk analysis.
What is the fundraising history to date? How much money have you raised so far?
We've raised $800,000, and we're closing our seed round now for $3 million. Yeah, that's the history.
So, have you thought of being a lender yourself?
We have. Being a lender is definitely interesting. However, we think if we go to the route of being a lender, a lot of our resources will be drained when it comes to licensing, operations of a credit facility, warehousing that credit facility, and owning a balance sheet business. We think by leveraging on the resources that we're able to capture in the market today for full innovation in the technology and the predictability of default using the data that we're processing is much more efficient to eventually maybe offer financial products as insurance or private credit or whatnot, rather than being a direct originator in the market.
Can you run me through just your unit economics and kind of the scale you need to get to for your business to break even?
Yeah, so basically for our SaaS solution, the way we commercialize it, it's basically a quarter of what the financial institution would pay for a credit team. For us, the margins there are more than 100% because it's a fully automated engine where we read the transactional data, we pull that data from different sources, and our predictive model and our machine learning model is able to classify each transaction. Is it OPEX, capital injection, dividends, and whatnot? And from that, it generates that comprehensive AI business models, basically. So our margins currently for our SaaS are quite high. When it comes to the brokerage or the embedded financing, that has a dependency on building these relationships with the pools of SMEs, and that's the primary cost as of today. But we think over time, as the market gains more credibility, the cost of onboarding these partners are going to be reduced, basically.
And that's what we have time for. Thank you again, Abwab AI. Thank you. Thank you, judges. And ladies and gentlemen, if any of you are startups, then I strongly recommend to listen carefully to the kind of questions that these judges ask, because they're all investors, extremely experienced investors. This is an opportunity to get inside the mind of an investor and find out what are the kind of things they really want to know about your business. This can really help you in your own investor meetings. Okay, now we're going to move on to an HR tech startup from Pakistan. And they're developing smart payroll and compliance automation tools. They're a modern HR tech startup making things easy, affordable, and customizable. They quickly onboard businesses from 10 to 1,500 employees. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Paysmo.
Thanks, David, and good evening, everyone. Has anyone here ever experienced delayed payroll? Did you know it could take a business an average of up to 10 days to calculate payroll? That means for 1/3 of the month, a business is working on calculating all things payroll. That's crazy. This means they're grabbing all these payroll inputs like onboardings, offboardings, timesheets, leaves, policies, reimbursements, loans, custom allowances, deductions, appraisals, just to calculate and disperse payroll. My name is Rebecca. I'm CEO and co-founder of Paysmo, and we are here to automate and AI optimize your people operations. And we believe this is the first step to getting to our grand vision, where we are looking to enable companies to be the best companies they can be. At first glance, we may seem like a feature-rich SaaS company pushing out product like crazy, and that's because we are. But We are so much more than that. Under the hood, we are a data company, mapping a company's people graph to improve decision-making. We have built a global platform that allows us to integrate with all sorts of products with our open APIs. We have built an integrated database with just one click, you can make cascading effects. We've also enabled a custom setup so that companies can easily onboard with us. We've enabled policy, workflow automation, so businesses can easily focus. And most importantly, we are working on AI optimizations so that businesses can easily answer day-to-day questions like who to hire, who to promote, who to train, will they fit in the company culture, and many other questions. Our favorite customers are those who really care about digitizing their companies. We are vertical agnostic, we can cater to desk and deskless workforce, and we can cater to 5,000 to 3,000 employees. Our acquisition channels are through direct sales, resellers, technology partners, and benefit partners. Our traction, we have over 100 companies onboarded, 8,000 employees across 7 different countries. We have 3,000 companies in pipeline via partnerships with leading banks and the top banks in Pakistan, for example. And we have been able to 2x and 4x our revenue on renewals. Our ambition in 2025 is to get to 1.5 million ARR by going after mature and emerging markets based on current pipeline and strategic partnerships. Our team, like our product, is global. My co-founder and I met at Penn, and we have a team between the US, Pakistan, Mexico, and Ethiopia, and one day, Saudi Arabia. Thank you again. I am Pesmo, we are Pesmo, and we are here looking for fundraising opportunities as well as partners, and we are most excited to launch into Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
Great work. Thanks so much for your pitch. Judges, what questions do you have on your minds?
How do you 2x to 4x customers on renewal? That was very interesting.
Yeah. So when we first onboard customers, we allow them to come in at a lower price, right? Maybe $1, $2. And after we've added more modules to the product, they see the value after using it, and they're willing to pay more for the product.
Other questions, judges?
I think we're all just catching up on the scoring still.
I'll give you a little bit more time in between. Okay.
Very impressive pitch. Okay.
Thank you.
Talk a little bit more about how you use AI in your systems.
Great question. So we use AI optimizations in many parts of our product. One of them is a relevancy scoring model on recruitment, where you're able to upload thousands of PDFs. And based on a company's preferences, we have built a model that helps provide scoring based on those preferences, like years of working in a specific position, what type of tech stack are they looking for, and that is catered to the company.
Of all the different features that your solution offers, which ones resonate most with your customers?
Yeah. Most of our customers love how easy to use our product is. We have a lot of out-of-the-box customizations, and our onboarding is super fast. Customers can easily onboard within days. They don't have to wait a year and a half to onboard with us.
When you think about your competitive landscape, who do you benchmark against?
Yeah. My dream is to build an incredible product like Rippling. We are focusing on emerging markets where we go after the 5,000 to 3,000 employee range, usually because after 3,000, they're focusing more on like ERPs, like SAP or Oracle. But because with technology partners, they notice there's a gap where anyone below 3,000 or between 5,000 to 3,000, no one is able to cater to that area.
We have an alarm in the building. Not quite sure what that's about, but let's carry on regardless. This is startup life. We just go over any obstacles as we go along.
This is a literal fire.
Yeah. You have one more question?
Yeah, well, I will ask one last question from me. What is your application of capital? What are you looking to do next with the capital you receive in the business?
Yes, we're looking to fundraise about 3 to 5 million because we're looking to take this product globally.
How did you end up in 7 countries?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your question.
You said clients in 7 countries, right? In your
Yes.
presentation?
Yes.
How'd you end up with clients in 7 countries?
Yes. So our go-to-market has been through technology partners, resellers who are already selling products such as SAP, Oracle, and they're looking for a product that can cater to a bit below, and so by number of employees, so they look at us for that. And even just being at our booth here, so many technology partners from Kuwait, from Qatar, from Saudi came to us asking to see how can they resell our product.
Great stuff. Thank you once again, judges and Paismo.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, I'm going to give the judges a moment to catch up on any scoring that they might be trying to get into their iPads. So let me just give you a little thought about the next time that you have to pitch. You know, you've been pitching many, many times in the last few days. In fact, every time somebody asks you the question, what do you do? Then there's a pitch. And whilst we might not think of it as a pitch, it's that moment where we're trying to find out, is there any common ground? And my suggestion, after doing this for 12 years, I've coached more than 2,700 entrepreneurs and startups, and something like 40,000 people. My recommendation is to focus not on what do you do, but rather on what do you solve. As soon as you translate that question of what do you do into what do you solve, you talk about solving a problem. And that's what people are interested in. They tend to be less interested in a product or a process, and much more about what can you solve for your customers and in the world. So keep that in mind the next time you have to pitch and convince somebody of your service or solution. And let's think about the next company that's solving some big problems in the world. It's a deep tech startup from the USA. They're pioneering immersive display technology for next-gen computing, and their frictionless, headset-free immersion for all productivity and entertainment applications in automotive, defense, and enterprise market. So please, would you give it up for Brelion?
Right, how's everyone doing? Nice to meet you all. Hello, everyone. I'm Barmak, CEO of Brelion, and Brelion is an MIT spin-off that's engineering light and content to amplify your visual experience of computers. Everyone loves the immersion of headsets. That's why $30 billion was invested on headsets. But unfortunately, nobody likes to wear them, and that's exactly what we are solving. In fact, we have 47 patents on how you can use computer graphics and optics to give people immersion without the need for wearing a headset. We have been delivering products, shipping units, and we did $2 million last year, and we have $60 million of booking, and that's why we are ramping up our production very rapidly. We have 3 tracks to capture this $43 billion market: our standalone product, our automotive integration, and our software solutions. Our standalone product is the world's first virtual display. It gives you virtual images without you having to put on any headsets. Right now, it's used for teleoperation, control centers, security centers, and it can replace multi-monitor setups, fully backward compatible. No need for new content. This got so much traction in simulation training that Lockheed Martin actually invested in our company along with LG and Corning Glass to make this a reality. So now we have contracts with Air Force and pilot schools to use Brelion display instead of large half-ton projectors. Our next generation was announced at this CES, and this has got many awards, including a Times Best Invention, and it is able to give you 8K virtual images in 2 different layers. And what's really special about this next generation is that it can generate some of the contents from your HDMI in different layers of depth. We got so much traction for our standalone product that we started our own factory in Taiwan from scratch 3 years ago, and we have been shipping units globally. And we are here in Riyadh to go big. Our solutions are getting integrated into automotive through 5 contracts we have with OEMs for backseat entertainments and heads-up displays. And just to give you a sort of a taste of these opportunities, even integration in one automotive model can generate around $100 million per year, or even getting integrated into one program of record for one application in United States defense applications can get you to that revenue. But I'm glad to say that we also announced last month our collaboration with NVIDIA to spin out our generative rendering engine beyond our own displays. So now we can have these generative capabilities on other displays as well. So in summary, we are a team from MIT, DARPA, and IMAX, and we are here with you guys to take a leap toward the world of immersive computing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, brilliant. Inspiring pitch. So over to you, judges. What's on your mind?
You mentioned it was a spin-off from an MIT research. Is this an exclusive license that you guys have? Can other companies also use that technology?
So I was a research scientist at MIT, and I was working on scientific imaging cameras. And basically, our technology is inspired by the work that I was doing there, except now it's used in displays instead of in cameras. So all the patents belongs to the company.
Sorry, you were talking about the revenue opportunity. Well, your first slide said you have 60 million in bookings and 100 million opportunity.
Yeah.
Can you talk just a little bit more?
Absolutely.
You were then talking about a $100 million opportunity with a single car model.
Yeah, absolutely. So basically, we did $2 million last year. We have 14 letters of intent, around 15,000 units of booking. That sums up to $60 million. That's our standalone product through distributors, through different opportunities that we have. And then we have 5 automotive contracts, around 3 defense contracts. As you know, those contracts have a different sort of phases that you have to go through. So those are sort of, even if one of those hits, basically, that's already somewhere around $50 to $100 million of revenue. That's aside from our standalone product.
Unit pricing, standalone product, gross margin on it?
That's a great question. So right now, our solution is $12,000 per unit. Yes, that is correct. And that's really something that's dependent on the volume and our production capacity to sort of bring that cost down. We've been working very closely with Corning Glass and LG to really take this beyond the sort of defense and enterprise market into the gaming market. We think this is, as the cars became electric, the displays are going computational, and this is the next chapter of immersive computer experience. We think not everybody going to wear headsets in the future.
At scale, what price point do you think you can target within a year or two?
We can be very competitive to normal monitors, anywhere from $2,000 to $3,500. So like a gaming monitor, basically.
Have you looked at any of the companies that are making the 3D holographic chips?
That's a very good question. If you're referring to the waveguide holographic chips, or you're referring to lenticular lens-based holography, those are 2 different things. Usually the problem with the chips is that they're very expensive to make it large. So you need a very large facility to do that. What we're doing is that we're, for the first time, using optical cavities to change the wavefront of the light, so it doesn't require holographic nano imprinting of the surfaces, which makes it much more scalable.
Fantastic. Thank you for your answers to the questions.
True pleasure, everyone.
Hands together for Brilliant. All right. So we'll give you a moment to think of your scores. How are you doing out there? Let's give yourselves a round of applause for watching these first 8 startups. They're doing a great job, I think. And we're getting some great questions from our judges. So we're going to move on to our next team. And this is a medical space tech startup from Luxembourg. And they're creating bioprinting solutions for space and healthcare. What a combination, right? Space and healthcare. How does that work? Well, they're revolutionizing drug discovery with space-based high-throughput screening. And what they promise is faster results, fewer failures, more cures. So, ladies and gentlemen, will you please welcome ExoBiosphere?
Thank you very much, David. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, The future of drug discovery is in microgravity. And in the next 10 years, every major pharmaceutical company will have to have a space division. My name is Kyle Asherno, and this is my third space company. I've assembled a team of technologists and biologists, doctors and entrepreneurs, pharmacy insiders, and everyone who's willing to grind to solve one of the biggest problems in the pharmaceutical industry. The fact that it costs 2 billion euros, takes 10 years, and 90% of drugs still fail. The reason behind this is because of the lack of efficacy and the fact that the preclinical results are incorrect, leading to post-clinical failures. Well, we've learned something very interesting over the past 30 years in space, and we believe that we can shorten the drug development timeline by about 30% and slash the cost in half. That's because cancer grows between 10 and 100 times faster in microgravity. And because it's growing so fast, that means that you can find the accelerated results faster. And because it spreads so much faster, you're able to get a more strong drug, a more accurate description. In order to tackle this problem, we've developed what we call OATS, the Orbital High Throughput Screening Device. It's basically the size of a carry-on suitcase. And inside of it, we have innovative technologies like a microfluidic dispenser, microscopes, and plate readers that are able to dispense drugs into the well plates, find out what's going on, and live send that information back down to Earth. This technology is really game-changing because the fact that technology has been so miniaturized, so this is the smallest thing that's ever been put into space in terms of the robotics. And here you can see what's happening is it's really dispensing the liquid. It's not dropping, it's dispensing it into the well plates so you can have the drugs and the media interacting with the cancer. We're going to be, we have a plate reader which is able to then scan that information and send it back down to Earth. The great thing about this is that this technology scales. On our first mission, we will be able to do 2,000 tests, which is 20 times more than it's ever been done before. But all we need to do is to enlarge the size, and we're able to double that. By 2030, we hope that we can do up to 300,000 tests. We have a launch coming up in 2025, so we're going to be the first to market. And we have a number of already engaged customers who really like this because they know it's going to save them billions of dollars and millions of lives. We're on track for $1 million in revenue this year, and we have notable partners from the Luxembourg Space Agency who's already given us $2 million to get started. Judges, with your support, you will literally be giving us the rocket fuel to get this into space. Thank you very much.
Inspiring stuff. Thank you, Kyle. I'm sure you have some questions. What's on your minds, judges?
Sorry, so I missed the step. The culture, the cancer cell culture, happens before you do the dispensing of the chemo or whatever, the protein that you're testing, right? So how do you do that and then do the dispensing? And then how do you do the dispensing and the pipetting in zero gravity?
Thank you for that question, Ahmed. So you're correct. We put the cancer cells into the well plates, and then we launch them up into space with the drugs and with the media. Then it's being dispensed while in microgravity. We have a microscope that's doing live cell imaging. That data is being sent back to Earth, so we don't even need to get the cells back. We're already getting the most important data. And that data is interesting, not only to big pharma, but also to some of these future drug discovery companies that are focused purely on AI.
I'm fascinated to understand the unit economics of your business.
Tulsi, thank you for that question. So we are acting as a contract research organization. Currently, most pharmaceutical companies farm out the preclinical research. So we're doing the same thing. That's how we position ourselves. We're able to charge up to $500,000 per campaign, and we believe that we'll be able to do numerous campaigns on an annual basis until the Starship comes. And when the Starship comes, that's going to be a game changer for the entire industry.
Could you just say a bit more about that? Because I want to understand where the scalability is.
Yes, so right now we're going to be launching this on a small, would say that's a re-entry vehicle. But when Starship launches, it's going to be building a lot of other commercial space stations. VAST is one of them. So the first launch, small, 1 suitcase. The second launch, as we scale up the technology, we'll have to do 2. But in 10 years, there are going to be numerous commercial space stations. And at that point, we can do an entire rack. So we can do up to 300,000 tests.
So you launch, comes back, the equipment comes back, or is launched in like in a low-level orbit and it just burns up on the way down?
Very good question. So there's 2 versions. There's one that launches up, it goes into orbit for 30 days, and then it re-enters. The other version goes up to space and stays there permanently, like the International Space Station or future commercial space stations. And then when astronauts go up or there's a cargo delivery, we're able to send up the cells. So currently there's about 6 trips that happen annually. That's about to dramatically increase. So that's where we're positioning ourselves for the future.
And that's what we have time for. So thank you very much again.
So much. Thank you.
Exobiosphere and Kyle, thank you. So judges, I'll give you a moment to get your scores down. Just to share one thing, what it was like to help close to 120 startups to prepare their 3-minute pitch. Over 3 weeks, myself and my colleague Sheila were doing online sessions every day. Even one day, I did 13 online coaching sessions with the different teams. And you can think, well, that would be tiring, right? But I can tell you that there is one word that makes it not tiring at all. And that word is hope. That's what startups bring to the world. They bring you that hope that they can bring new ideas, new ways of solving the biggest problems in the world. That's exactly what we're seeing today, and the next team is bringing exactly that as well. It's a sustainability startup from France, revolutionizing water access by extracting potable water from the air. Cumulus Water turns air into fresh mineral water with eco-friendly tech, providing a sustainable and economical drinking water solution. So please, a big round of applause for Cumulus Water.
Thanks, David. So water from air, drinking water from air, sounds like a dream, right? But you can ask our 50 clients, villages, schools, factories, offices. More than 2,000 persons are drinking our water every day. But let me tell you how it all started. 4 years ago, we wanted to go to the deep desert. 10 persons, 4 days, full autonomy. We brought with us 100 liters of drinking water in plastic bottles. But then we woke up in the morning to this view. The dew covered our cars and our tents. There is water even in the deep desert. So you just need to know how to extract it. And then you think about the hundreds of millions of persons that are suffering from water scarcity. And then you see the solution that they have that are either very costly, very pollutant, or hard to put in place. But let's be scientific for a moment. There are 6 times more water in the air than in all the rivers in the world. And this is what we do at Cumulus. We extract that water in the air. It's very simple for the customer. He just plugs it, waits for 1 hour or 2, and then gets the water. But inside it's more complex. We condensate the air, the humidity into drinking water. By condensating the humidity, we transform it into water, we filter, we mineralize, and you have very pure and beautiful water. But we're not just a machine. We are a customer-oriented company. We're a water-as-a-service company. So there is the machine, there is the software that allows us to remotely monitor and control the machine, and then the service around it. And this brings us to the business model. For a customer, one machine will allow him to replace up to 11,000 liters of water per day, and he will be making saving of 50% approximately of the water that he was spending. We are B2B focused. We sell to factories, offices. We also sell to off-grid sites. We're better for the environment, it's better for the logistics, and it's cheaper, of course. The air-water generation is one of the fastest growing technologies when it comes to water technologies. The SAM is of more than $3 billion. And we're already capturing a lot of this market. After 18 months of launching the product, we have signed and deployed more than about $1 million of contracts to more than 50 customers, big names like Ernst & Young, PwC, BIC, and others. And this is thanks to the team, of course. I'm the co-founder and CEO of the company. I'm an engineer from UC Berkeley, from École Polytechnique. I'm a Boston Consulting Group consultant, 7 years of private equity. My co-founder has 5 years of thermodynamic and construction management. But more than that, we have a team across 3 countries, Spain, France, Tunisia, 3 PhDs, 10 engineers, and salespersons today. We've been able to raise more than $4 million. We've been able to be present in these countries, sign $1 million of contracts. And in the coming years, we're raising $15 million to expand in Saudi Arabia and in the US. Thank you.
Thank you, Cumulus Water. So questions, I see you grabbing the microphones, judges.
Some of the customer logos you put on the slide were not ones that I would have expected. Can you talk about where they're placing these devices? What are their main use cases?
Sure. I'll give you the example of PwC in Tunisia. They have 100 consultants. They have a big building, and they used to bring them the water that you have in front of you, those bottles of water. So we installed the machines at the terrace, 4 machines, and we replaced. Now the consultants just go and grab the water from the machines.
The machines have to be placed outside, though. Is that correct?
The machines are placed outside, but you can plug it to the grid of the building, and you can use the tap and drink from it inside the building today.
I see.
Forgive my ignorance, but I imagine the efficiency of the machine has a lot to do with the quality of the air.
Very true. You have 2 things that are impacting the machine: the quality of the air and the quantity of humidity, right? One thing that is important, you look at the MENA region, it's one of the extremely water-scarce regions, but it's super humid. It's sufficiently humid. You look at the eastern province, the western province of Saudi, the machine can produce 40 to 50 liters per day. That's the first thing. And then you have the quality of the air, how polluted it is, and this is one of the expertise that Cumulus has, how to filter the water and remineralize it.
Say a bit more about that, because I'd love to understand a bit more about that.
Which one, the pollution?
Yeah, this pollution part.
Yeah, so the air, first of all, the air is less polluted than the ground, that's for sure. So then once you create the water from the condensation, you have certain number of pollutants that the technology allows to filter with filters, UV filters for bacteria, pollutants, and then you remineralize after that. And that's kind of the expertise and the competitive advantage that Cumulus has.
At what level do you reach scale, and what do the unit economics look like?
Sorry, what level?
Level do you reach scale? How many markets, how many clients, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah, sure. So for me, the scale is $100 million of revenue. We're at $1 million now. So the objective is to go at scale with bigger machines. So now we're working on that. Our machine now is 30 liters. We're building machines that go to 1,000 liters, first of all. And second, you need to expand. That's the go-to market. You need to extend through distributors. And distributors will allow you to scale with your own technology.
Latifa.
My question is, we've seen this technology in water coolers. So how differentiated is it? And is it a commodity technology, but your spin is on distribution? What differentiates you?
So first of all, you said water coolers. But water coolers, they use the water from the tap and from the grid. Right.
I've seen water coolers that does exactly what your machine
Now,
does.
the competitive advantage from a technology perspective, we have better water quality with mineralization, patented technology with better mineralization, and more efficient machines, cheaper water that is produced.
At what revenue level do you break even?
Sorry.
At what revenue level do you break even? You're at $1 million, you want to go to 100. Where do you break even?
We're $1 million, we reach $6 million, we break even. That's in 2 years.
Fantastic. Sorry. Yes, go ahead, Latifa.
Where
Last
do you
question.
manufacture?
We assemble in Tunisia, but we're fabless. So once we reach $2 million in a region or in a country, we manufacture in that country. That's the plan for Saudi.
Great. Thank you very much, Cumulus Water. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 more startups to listen to, and I'm going to give the judges a moment to make their scores. But while they are, we'll thank them properly at the end. But I would just like to ask you to give them a thank you in just a moment. You know, the judges here are giving their time to listen to the pitches, raise their questions. We also had 6 different panels of investors over the 6 different sessions of 20 startups pitching during this LEAP competition, this LEAP event, in the Rocket Fuel pitch competition semi-finals. So 6 sessions, 20 startups per session, and there were 6 different panels. So We really appreciate all those investors who put their time in. And would you please give a quick round of applause to our judges? We appreciate very much your efforts. So, ladies and gentlemen, the next team to pitch to our judges and try to impress them, then the next big thing is a biotech startup from Canada specializing in 3D tissue bioprinting for cancer research. Now, Voxcell creates 3D bioprinted cancer tissue models with artificial vasculature, I've been practicing that word, vasculature, as a preclinical drug testing to boost drug success rates. Would you please welcome on stage Voxcell?
Let me tell you something shocking. Did you know it takes 15 years and more than $2 billion to take a single oncology drug to the market? And on top of that, 95% of them fail. The drug development process is the process in which pharmaceutical companies take a drug from an idea to the lab into the clinical trials. And in the lab, they decide which drugs are going to be tested in humans. The problem is most of the lab platforms, they are not good enough to predict human behavior. While patients are still waiting for the therapies, while drugs are failing on them. It's time for a change, and Voxcell is this change. Voxcell is using bioprinting technology to create human-like cancer tissue models. These cancer tissue models will produce human-like results. They are reproducible, very scalable, and on top of that, they contain a complex blood vessel network. And we can mimic this blood vessel network the way we want. These tissues are created 100% of our own technologies. Let me show you how we do that. We created these tissue models by combining our high-resolution bioprinter together with our software that generates blood vessels and our bioinks, that is our printer's cartridge. The result is a 3D model that contains real cancer cells and an artificial vasculature. Pharmaceutical companies will inject the drug candidates just like in the human body and see how those drugs are interacting with the cancer cells. The goal is to eliminate the inviable drug candidates earlier, spending time and money in the drugs that are more likely to succeed. We are not asking pharma to do anything different. We are asking them to do better and to choose us instead. This is a multi-billion-dollar market, and we are focused on breast and lung cancer right now. We are going to be selling these tissues directly to pharmaceutical companies with a 70% margin, and we have a couple more tissues in the pipeline, including brain cancer and prostate. We also sell this as a service where we take the drugs in-house and screen in our tissues, and we just signed up a partnership with 2 German companies to test their immunotherapy. What makes us different is the vasculature and the fact that we are reproducible and scalable while producing human-like results. Voxcell is raising a $10 million round, and this round is a growth round for us to take our scalability to the next level and really allow us to produce around $2 million in revenue per printer per year. None of this would be possible without an amazing group of people and a very good, supportive group of advisors and board members. Our mission is quite simple. We want to accelerate life-saving therapies, getting those therapies to the market sooner, into the hands of people who need them. Voxcell is female-led, 50% women, 50% immigrant, and together we shape the future of drug development. Thank you.
Great work, Voxcell.
I brought a sample here for you guys to see. A plastic representation of the sample, absolutely.
So your questions, please, judges.
So if I may start, so where are you in the commercialization process? Do you
already
have customers?
already commercializing the tissue, the breast cancer and the lung cancer right now. So that's already being shipped to research centers, pharmaceutical companies. And right now, really working with the large pharma to see what are the next tissues in the pipeline. There is a lot of indications of brain cancer right now as being the next one, but these tissues are already on the market. We started the commercialization fall last year, so it's very new. Thank you.
So you create the vascularization,
Yes,
and then
that's correct.
you add cancer cells to this,
Yes.
so that you're basically testing the permeability of the chemo or the drug from the vessels to the tissue.
That's a perfect explanation,
Okay?
yes.
Okay, but I mean, it's like each tissue is different, unique.
Absolutely.
The blood-brain barrier is completely
Absolutely.
impermeable, completely different than, like, you know, different breast cancer and so on. So how do you tweak those? And
The secret sauce is our software. So every tissue, we generate a blood vessel network for that specific tissue. And that's using physiological constraints. So we have human data that we implement in the software. So as you said, some tissues are more vascularized than others. So the tissues, they do look and behave differently.
okay, but I mean, even the vascularization in the body is, you know, probably 100 times smaller than this.
Oh, and this is a 5,000 times sample than the reality. The reality sample is 5,000 times smaller than
Smaller.
this. Yeah,
Got it.
so
This-
we are really mimicking the capillary size.
Got it.
Yes, thank you.
Maybe I'll ask a financial question. I could ask 20 questions about the science because it's actually very interesting.
Thank you.
Revenues, can you tell a little more on the revenue? And has anybody really used this for, you know, a trial?
Screening the drugs. Yeah, so we are, the commercialization of the tissue as a service, we are screening immunotherapy in-house right now in the lung cancer, but we're also shipping samples to North America right now. So you see San Francisco, you see Santa Cruz are actually using these samples right now for their drug testing. So already getting to the market.
If you can mimic vascularization properly, why don't you do that to create tissue, like liver tissue for transplant and things like that? Because I've seen 3D printed tissues,
Absolutely.
and the challenge has always been the vascularization.
It's the main challenge with the field, but working as a screening platform allows us to get to the market faster and without FDA approval. Going to a point where we are producing organs, we have a long pipeline, it's expensive, it's time consuming, and it's almost like a little bit riskier. So putting as a screening platform allows us to get to the market sooner and then to more research and more pharmaceutical companies. But you're absolutely right.
More questions on your mind, but we're going to wrap it up for now. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together.
Thank you.
Voxel.
Thank you, all of you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you again for the questions. So, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are very close to the end. We're down to the last startup. And before we bring them on stage, let me just remind you what these 12 startups are pitching for. It is a $1 million equity-free award fund. And that $1 million is spread across 6 different awards, rewarding early stage, growth stage, and some brand new ideas, and just the best of the best in these 12 startups. So that's what the judges are going to be thinking about. A little insight into what's going to happen after this last startup. We're going to let the judges go off, make their deliberations. There will be a fireside chat here, and then we will come back and announce the winners. But before that, let's go to the last team that's pitching for a part of that $1 million. It is an ag tech startup from KSA advancing sustainable agricultural innovations. They're growing food locally with locally developed 40% more energy efficient indoor farming technology and 8 times higher ROI than greenhouses. So please, ladies and gentlemen, give a warm welcome to Energia.
Do you know it costs $20 million to sustain the life of 1 astronaut per month of oxygen and food? And this is based on the lowest prices today for SpaceX for space cargo. Hello, my name is Abdulrahman Al-Zubaydi, and together with my co-founder Mohammed Rifa'i, we have developed a highly efficient indoor farming technology in the previous 5 years, and it's proudly currently operating here in Riyadh. And together with our third co-founder, Dr. Ma'moon, who's a specialist in microalgae, we asked ourselves, how can we utilize our previously developed technology to produce food and oxygen directly in space? And we developed the GeoCom, a highly efficient microalgae cultivation unit that is able to increase the oxygen production and CO2 absorption by 67%, and increase the biomass production by 58%. To simplify this, a small geocomp unit that is the size of a BC case can actually cover 35% of the daily nutrients needs per individual. And 4 units of it can cover 100% of the daily individual, 100% of oxygen for the daily, for one individual. Scaling this a little bit more, we can actually capture 1,000 kilograms of CO2 and generate 1 CO2 credit per day from 95 meters squares only. With that, we are presenting a much better and efficient alternative for current solutions that would require huge investments in infrastructure or investing in forests abroad, in countries like Kenya, where Saudi Aramco and other companies paid $14 million in 2023 because we didn't have a traceable CO2 credit source locally. And yes, it's not traded yet here. However, believe me, it's coming. And it's going to be very expensive unless we started early. So we started, and proudly, we are presenting to you the first prototype that we have been able to fabricate with the support of Munshaat here in Riyadh. And we also started developing our AI-backed software that would enable us to optimize the operations and assure the traceability. And we have a clear path forward with the best partners who have already supported us or showed interest in supporting us achieving our target of covering 50% of the Saudi market CO2 credits by 2030. And we present our technology in a very unique business model that we call CO2 credit as a service, where we will be establishing geocomp farms that will both generate CO2 credits for petrochemical companies and human-grade microalgae. With that, we will also be able to achieve profitability by selling the microalgae only and capturing not only CO2, but many other opportunities in exponentially growing markets. And we're currently raising our seed round of $450,000, where we managed to already secure $90,000 for proof of concept and prototyping. And that's Energia. You're also invited to join us sustaining life where none exists. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, inspiring pitch. Thank you. Judges, over to you.
Sorry, but you kind of lost me. First thing is, at the beginning, did you mention that you use sound to help grow the algae?
Sorry?
Did I see the word sound flash on a slide in the algae growth at the beginning?
Yes, we have a technology that utilizes a high-intensity growing light and a sound technology that accelerates the multiplication for microalgae.
Okay, I saw that at the very beginning, but sorry. Are you going to be a CO2 credit company? Are you going to be a space company? Are you going to be an algae food company? I missed just like too many shots.
Yeah, sorry. That's a very good question. So the beautiful thing about the geocomp is that it's a technology that can do all of that and many other things. However, for the short term, we believe that the best practice for it, so that we can also develop it even more in the future, is to focus locally on CO2 credits generation. With that, we'll also be able to develop the technology even further and be ready to join the next mission to Mars by 2030. Today, we cannot actually apply the technology directly in the space. However, we can have a much better and a near future application for it that we really need here in Saudi.
There seem to be much easier ways to generate CO2 credits.
Such as?
Planting trees.
If you have a harsh climate like the one we have here in Saudi, it's not really the only solution that you can follow. Microalgae can tolerate temperatures up to 40 Celsius. So with that, we are presenting a solution.
I didn't mean that. I think your technology is very cool.
Thank you.
I wouldn't use it to do CO2 credits. You have so many cool things that you talked about. I'd focus on cool. Focus on the cool stuff. It's really cool.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
You said you're a prototype, so this, I imagine you mean pre-revenue, right?
Yeah, we are pre-revenue now.
Have you started thinking about, and this might be early, the answer can be no, but have you started thinking about what your revenue model might look like?
Have
you started thinking about what your revenue model might look like?
What our revenue model might look like?
Yes.
Yes, this is what we mentioned in the slide for the business model. So we will be establishing farms from the geocomps that will be generating both CO2 credits to be sold to the petrochemical companies like Aramco and the other companies we mentioned, in addition to also producing microalgae, the human-grade microalgae, which we will be selling to the pharmaceutical companies as a supplement, because those microalgae are being considered today as superfood.
Did this come out of a research lab? How did you guys come up with this and the formula and the light and the sound and the growth? How did you get there?
So in the 5 previous years, me and my co-founder, Mohammed, have actually developed a highly efficient endofarming technology where we have developed the high-intensity growing lights that are 40% more energy efficient. We have also developed a sound technology that accelerates the growth cycle by 10 days. And this is already validated and operating here in Riyadh, in Aziziyah. What we did is that with our third co-founder, who's Dr. Ma'mouna, who have more than 20 years of experience in microalgae from the US all over our region, we're combining the previous traction that we have in terms of technology, his experience, and with the need that we want to achieve and solve.
And that's where we're going to wrap it up. So thanks once again, Energia and judges. So ladies and gentlemen, we have seen 12 groundbreaking startups, 12 amazing pitches, and there's some tough decisions to be made. So our judges in a moment will go to the green room to make some very important decisions and decide on our final 6 winners. I'm going to pass over in just a moment to Lucy Hedges, who will be moderating a segment with our very special supporters of the startup ecosystem, NTDP, and they're supporting Rocket Fuel as well. And don't forget to come back after that segment, and we'll be announcing the winners of that $1 million pot. But for now, we'd like to thank you for coming to this Rocket Fuel Pitch Competition final. Thank you to the judges, and we'll see you with the announcements of the winners. Thank you. Okay, but I don't have their names. It's not in the script. It's not in the script. Oh, yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Ibrahim Nayaz, CEO of NTDP, and Lucy Hedges.
In the heart of Saudi Arabia, an ecosystem of innovation is rapidly emerging, powered by the National Technology Development Program.
Our main mandate is to build, uplift, and foster the growth of the tech startup ecosystem in the country.
It's like an answer to all the different challenges we've been hearing.
It's about the connections to the right stakeholders.
Is focused on educating entrepreneurs.
They only developed this after talking.
to all of the ecosystem.
As we continue to grow, the train will never stop. They have the understanding of all stages related to the company.
The great thing about NDTV, they don't interfere in your company. They just provide support.
With the enablement that the government is providing, I decided to give it a shot.
If NTDB didn't support us, it will take us another 3, 4, 5 years. It expedites the process of building deep tech companies.
Having a believer like NTDP, it's a validation for this startup.
It impacts almost every vertical of their operations.
We closed the pre-seed round after we graduated from the MVP lab. It makes us push the boundaries when it comes down to what can we do in AI and where can we push the limits there.
It really helped to take us from a level to another level.
We were able to achieve 3x growth.
Some of the startup in the unicorn program already became a unicorn.
It was one of the most beneficial programs I've ever seen in the kingdom.
We want to be part of this wave of transformation.
It's initiatives like this that make building businesses in the kingdom so exciting. And I can't wait to see how Saudi's entrepreneurial spirit continues to inspire the world by building tomorrow today.
All right, I think that's for you. All right. Hello, everybody. How are you?
I'm doing very well.
I feel like it's become something of an annual tradition, seeing you, and a tradition that I very, very much look forward to. So it's great sharing the stage.
Great, and I was telling Lucy behind the stage, she's like a Christmas. I saw her once in a year, but we have good times,
Always good times.
Always good times.
Yes, and what a great way to kick off our chat with such a great video as well.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Actually, the documentary about NTDB will be launched next week. It will be on Shahid platform. It will be in Saudi Airlines and a couple of global TVs as well.
Yes, yes it is. Okay, so before we kick things off, I just want to set the scene a little bit. So since joining forces with Leap and sponsoring the Rocket Fuel competition back in 2022, this event has played what can only be described as a really significant and pivotal role in shaping NTDP's ecosystem. So we're about to hear about all the ways in which NTDP have benefited from sponsoring and partnering up with Leap and Rocket Fuel and all the wonderful things that have happened as a result of joining forces with what can only be described as this monumental event. And who better to do that with than the CEO, of course. And for those of you who don't know, I have been with Rocket Fuel, on the Rocket Fuel journey since its inception, and I've watched it evolve. And I mean, even back then, it was such an incredible event, and it really is great to see just how far it's evolved. So much startup, so much innovation, and it's just getting better in its fourth edition.
It brings life, passion, energy, positive energy, dealing with this kind of challenges and dealing with this kind of innovation and ideas as well.
Yeah, passion.
It keeps you alive,
Yes, it does. So Leap 2022 was a real turning point for Saudi's tech ecosystem. So what was the vision behind NTDP becoming the main sponsor or sponsors and partners of Rocket Fuel at such a pivotal moment? And how did this pivotal moment position NTDP as a leading force in Saudi's innovation strategy?
Great question, Lucy. So before answering this question, let's step back and take the bigger picture of NTDP. NTDP is a 2.5 billion Riyal fund to build, uplift, with a mandate to build, uplift, and foster the growth of the tech startup ecosystem in the country. But we have a vision by 2030 to become one of the top global tech hub.
Yes.
So I remember when I was in the first version of Leap 2022, I wasn't part of NTDP at that time, but I was enjoying the scene, and I saw the Rocket Fuel competition. Then in mid of 2022, I joined NTDP as a CEO. Then by end of the year, we had a discussion about our participation in Leap. And I told the team, look, now we have the mandate to build the tech startup ecosystem here in the country, but our vision is beyond that, to become a global tech hub by 2030.
Yes.
Now, if we want to reach to that, we should start planting the seed from now. So we started to sponsor the Rocket Fuel competition, not only just to sponsor it, but only to give the exposure of NTDP, not only to the great startups, hundreds of startups and entrepreneurs and founders from all over the world, but also to reach to the judges. We have tens of judges, great investors, global investors, great tech CEOs, great tech mentors, great tech founders who judges the rocket fuel competition. And I remember I told the team, we want to sponsor this because we want to reach to the global startups, but also at the same time, we would like to reach to these influencers to see what we offer in NTDB and to let them, to make them look at our vision in 2030 and what we offer to build the startups. That's why we decided to sponsor the rocket fuel competition. And guess what? Sponsoring the rocket fuel competition in the last 3 years actually gave us the right exposures. So we had tens of global investors who came to Saudi Arabia because of the sponsoring of rocket fuel competition and started to invest in the tech startup here in the country. Not only that, Lucy, because of when we sponsored the rocket fuel competition in 2023, we have a program to relocate global startups to the country. And guess what? In less than 3 years, more than 140 global startups relocated their MENA HQ, and some of them relocated their HQ to Saudi Arabia because of the rocket fuel.
Wow, yes, that definitely deserves a rapturous round of applause. That is incredible.
And guess what? Once they relocated to Saudi Arabia, they closed an investment round with more than 400 million riyals, which is amazing. And actually, we are expecting that they will create more than 2,000 jobs in the country, and we are expecting they will add to the GDP more than 1 billion riyal in the next 3 to 4 years. So this is because of the rocket fuel competition. I think we made the right decision at that time.
I love to hear it. And you know, I think one of the great things about LEAP is it's all about collaboration, partnerships. And I think your partnership with Rocket Fuel is a testament to just what happens when people fuse together and we can make such amazing things happen.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I don't doubt for a second that you will hit that goal in 2030 of being a respected, widely known global tech hub.
Of course.
100%. So LEAP has rapidly become a global hub for innovation. How did NTDP leverage this platform to not only establish its mission, but also accelerate the growth of Saudi Arabia's startup ecosystem on the world stage?
Amazing. I remember in 2022, I thought, again, I wasn't part of the NTDP, but I remember that His Excellency Engineer Abdullah Swaha announced the strategy of NTDB at that time, and it was a great strategy. And when I joined NTDB, they told me you have to come to the main stage on the second day and say something about NTDB. And I said, but we did not execute anything yet. So what should I do? What should I say? And we had a couple of meetings with the team, and we said, okay, we did not launch any products yet. We only launched the MVP Lab in October 2022. Let's launch our first batch of products on the main stage in LEAP 2023.
Yes.
And actually, I remember I was on the second day on the main stage launching 6 products, the first batch of our products, 6 products, with a total support of 1 billion riyal. Once I came down off the stage, I went to our booth, and guess what? Everyone was there. So we started to answer the questions, putting all the efforts to manage the expectations at that time.
Yeah.
Then after LEAP, I had a meeting with the team, and they said, wow, this is great, but we are freaking out. I said, why? They said, you launched all these products. Now, how we can execute this? We are only 13. And I said, we should roll up our sleeves and get things done, you know? Let's do it. So we started actually executing our products. And because we launched all our products in LEAP 2023, at that time, we started to have all the traffic, all the startups, founders started to apply to our products. So we started to onboard them and started to provide the support. Then I remember in 2024, last year, I came on the stage on the second day, launching a new patch of products. But at that time, I started to talk about our impact because we achieved an amazing impact in 1 year that even myself, I did not expect that we can achieve it in 1 year. Why? Because we launched it in LEAP. Then so I came on the stage, I started to talk about our impact, and it was mind-blowing. Then I launched another 6 products with a 1 billion riyal as well. Then again, once I came down from the stage, I went to our booth again. everyone was there. So we started to onboard the startups. So Leap, we are here in Leap not just to participate. We are here to create the impact. And last year, I remember we sponsored around 200 startups. We covered 50% of their cost to be in Leap. And once we get the feedback about the impact that we created and how fast they closed their targets, we decided this year to cover the cost of 400 startups, full cost. So we brought 400 startups from Saudi Arabia and all over the world. We covered the cost of being here, and we helped them actually to be in contact with the investors, with VC funds, and also with partners, and we got an amazing results out of that.
Wow, you know, it really does sound like you've been on quite the journey, right? And just such amazing growth in such a short space of time. It's such a remarkable achievement. You must feel just so proud.
It is a platform where magics happen.
Yeah, oh, I love that, where magic happens. So, talking of your journey, how has NTDP's journey evolved since joining forces with Leap? You know, talk to me about some of the milestones that have defined its impact in empowering the next generation of Saudi tech pioneers.
So when the royal decree came out in 2020, establishing an NTDP, they put the target on NTDP to achieve a 10 billion riyal as a GDP contribution by 2026, and 10,000 jobs to be created by 2026, and have 10 unicorns in the ecosystem by 2026. Now, as the end of 2024, we deployed more than 1 billion riyal as a support to the ecosystem. We launched 18 products, and we have more than 50 great partners, local partners, global partners, from government entities, from private sector. They are helping us to execute our products. This is as an output. This is as an input. As an output, we supported more than 2,000 startups. We supported more than 2,350 tech entrepreneurs in the country. We created 735 new startups in the last 3 years. We brought 141 global startups to the country. This is as an output, but as an impact. Guess what? We achieved 11.3 billion riyal as a GDP impact, surpassing the target of 2026.
That is incredible.
What? We created 17,000 jobs. The target was 10,000 in 2026. We achieved this in 2024. And guess what? I remember in 2021, the debt financing for the tech startups and the tech SMEs was around 400 million riyal. We reached to a 4.6 billion riyal as a debt financing for the tech startups. Wait.
That's not it all. That's not it, guys.
Our portfolio startups, they closed an investment round with a total of 4.8 billion riyal, which is more than 50% of all investments in the country.
Oh my gosh.
So this is as an impact. So yeah, and please give a big round of applause to my great team. We are only 30 people. So thank you so much. They are the source of inspiration. They are the source of making dreams to become true. And a round of applause to our great partners who made this to become a reality.
Absolutely. Just keep that applause coming. It's great to hear just how you are the backbone behind so much innovation, so many dreams, and so much magic. It really is great to hear. I mean, impressive figures. You only need to go by the amount of applause that we just heard just then.
Of course.
Just how amazing you guys are doing. So Saudi Arabia, it's fair to say, is no longer just adopting technology. It's creating it. So can you share some of the most inspiring success stories of startups that have really benefited and grown from NTDP's initiatives and have gained visibility through Leap?
We supported more than 2,000 startups. I can do this all day long.
One out there.
So, in the opening speech, His Excellency the Minister shed the light on a couple of success stories that's supported by NTDP, and also on the closing remarks, Faisal Khamisi gave an example of 4 great startups. All of them, they got supported by NTDP. But let me bring some stories that never told. We have Intelmatics. It's an agentic AI startup. Intelmatics didn't only get a support through an NTDB, but also we supported them to be in Leap in the last 2 years. And also this year, they have an amazing, huge booth. But Intelmatics, they are an agentic AI startups who they have a site intelligence AI agent. They help the F&B business owners and the retail business owners to improve or to predict their revenue based on the location with more than 80% accuracy rate. And also not only that, they have the digital twin that empowered by AI, where they provide to the business owners a real and live data about demographics of each location, demographics, purchase powers, the population of that area, and so many data, so they can help the business owners to speed up the process of opening new store by 25%. Not only that, they cut the cost of needing the need for a real estate agent and expedite the process of entering the market. Not only that, we supported them through one of our products. It's called Next Era, where we provide grants for R&D activities. They built a platform called EDEX, which is Enterprise AI for intelligence decision. Through this platform, actually, they help the business to improve the inventory management operation by 400%, you know, and drop the cost or drop the wastage of stock by 80%. And also they integrate an AI tool for pricing mechanism where they help the business owners to have a smart pricing mechanism and improve their revenue by the profit by 10 to 25%.
Yeah.
This is Intelmatics, one of our startups. Also, and actually, they closed around, after we provide them the support, they closed the largest AI startup Series A round in the region with a $20 million. Another example that we have, another example that we have, Amplify Health, founded by Dr. Mishar Al-Washmi. Mishar Al-Washmi participated in LEAP 2022 as a moderator for one session, but he got inspired by the movement. So he came to us in NTDB in 2023, and he pitched his idea. And we helped him to build his startup. He joined us in MVP Lab. He built his startup. Then we give him another grant to do an R&D activities, and he developed his product. But before talking about his product, let me give you some stats. Every 20 seconds, there is a chance that someone will lose his food because of diabetes. And once they lose their food, they have 90% that they will die in the next 5 years. Why is that? Because of wrong diagnosis and because they did not discover this in early stages. So when we supported him, actually, he developed a thermatic imagining tool empowered by AI, where they can diagnose and discover all these diseases in early stage. So they can prevent this and provide a preventive solution where they can help diabetes all over the world. And they get recognized by Google as one of the top 20 health AI all over the world. And they started to apply this actually 2 weeks ago to test their solution on 1,000 patients in all over the world, all over the kingdom. And they had more than 80% accuracy of diagnosis. And actually, imagine how they will save lives.
Yeah.
This is like a heart-touching story, actually.
Yeah, absolutely.
And guess what? 10% out of that 1,000, they discovered new diseases they didn't know they were hiding. So Amplify actually started from Leap. We supported them through NTDB, and now they are saving lives all over the world.
I mean,
another great example, also Noon Academy. Actually, we supported them in the last 2 years to be in Leap, and we supported them to expand their solutions. So they provide a ed-tech solution, but they don't only help the students, but they help the schools, the teachers as well. So they have this smart classroom solution where they can provide the learning and teaching in rural, underserved area. giving access to children from all over the world to get the right to get the education, and enabling great teachers from all over the world to deliver these classes. And I remember that we supported them through our product. It's called Bridge, where they can expand their product. Yeah. And right now, they are serving more than 1,500 children in Yemen and in Pakistan. These children, they didn't have a chance to get a proper learning.
Yeah.
Now they are signing with more than 100 schools in Pakistan to deliver.
That is just incredible. Yes.
I can do this all day long.
Yeah, so many startups, but who doesn't love a success story? And they were such brilliant examples of just how nurturing startups and giving them the support they need can really make an impact on the world. You know, got a couple of questions left, so apologies.
Apologies.
I can see the timer going red, but I'm going to go for it anyway. As Leap continues to grow, and it's going to grow and grow and get better every year, what are NTTB's ambitions for future editions, and how do you see it further strengthening Saudi's position as a global leader in tech innovation?
Great. So in the last couple of years, we will be focusing on all sectors. It's a sector agnostic to build the pipeline for new startups to create this ecosystem. But starting from 2025, we'll be focusing more on planting the seed to become one of the global tech hub for deep tech startups. Yeah. So we'll be focusing more on AI, we'll be focusing more on biotechnology, space technologies, open RAN, semiconductor, and deep tech and emerging technology. So we started the movement actually early this year. So a couple of days ago, we launched the first MVP Lab version dedicated for AI. We'll be launching also MVP Lab for deep tech. So we will, really would like to focus on deep tech to become one of the global hub in deep tech.
Yeah, I'm really salivating at the sound of that. So much exciting tech, and I'm a self-confessed tech head, so that's really exciting to hear. And finally, Ibrahim, if we fast forward, if we look in our metaphorical crystal ball and we leap forward to 2030, what do you hope we'll be celebrating about NTDP's role in shaping the kingdom's tech future?
I think you have a great imagination, right? And everyone here.
Yes.
So I want you, Lucy, to imagine with me and everyone in the room. We are in the heart of Saudi Arabia. We are in Riyadh. It's 2030. We are in Riyadh, welcoming people from all over the world, not only in Leap 2030, but also Expo 2030. I imagine that we are welcoming top leaders from all over the world, top CEOs from all over the world, top investors, top entrepreneurs, top influencers who are joining us in 2030. And we are welcoming them here in Riyadh. And this time, they are joining us not as visitors. They are joining us as participants in the tech revolutions that has completely changed the global landscape of tech and innovation. I imagine that we are welcoming here, and they are seeing a nation who doesn't know the impossible, a nation who can dream big, but not only dream, they can deliver on their promises, a nation who can make the impossible possible, a nation who can make the dreams a reality. I imagine in 2030, Saudi Arabia is not an emerging market anymore. Saudi Arabia is one of the top 10 global tech hub for innovation, the launch pad, tech startup.
Yes.
Wait for it. A place where every entrepreneur from all over the world dream to launch their startups from Saudi Arabia. A place where every investor from all over the world dream to invest in this country. An ecosystem with more than 20 unicorns, every one of them telling their stories, inspiring all over the world. And in the heart of all that, Leap 2030, where made the impossible possible, where made the dreams become true, and connect Saudi Arabia to the world and bring the whole world to Saudi Arabia. This is how I imagine 2030. But as our great leader, our great motivator, the leader who believed in us, the leader who made us to dream big and make these dreams reality, the leader who believes in his people, the leader who said once, the impossible, it's not in the dictionary of the Saudis. The leader who made us to dream big, push us beyond our limits, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. He said once, the greatest success story of the 21st century is Saudi Arabia. It is the story of the century.
Yeah.
So I'm telling everyone in this room, roll up your sleeves, join us in this journey, and be part of this story.
Yes, yes. And what a beautiful, impactful sentiment to end this conversation on. Based on what I'm seeing, what's happening here in the kingdom, I don't doubt for a second that everything you said, all these dreams, they're going to come true. And this is going to be on the map as one of the biggest tech global hubs on the planet. I see it. I see the vision, Ibrahim. I see it. Okay, on that note, we're over for time. I'm going to hand back over to David. I'm sure our finalists are waiting in the wings.
We still have more to come.
Yeah.
We'll give money now.
Okay, so on that note, give it up, please, one more time for Ibrahim Nayaz. Yes, my man. All right. Thank you. Over to you. Thank you.
A blend of cultures coming together because deep roots foster economic growth in partnership with you. The kingdom works, the region works, the whole world works. Leap 25 for us is a defining moment, and in partnership with you, we're gonna leap together.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to that moment that we've all been waiting for, the announcements. And it's my pleasure to invite two outstanding representatives from our organizing teams to the stage. We have with us Ibrahim Nayaz, CEO of NTDP. And joining him, let's give a warm round of applause to Dalia Kamar, who is the head of investment and startup of the startup program at Ta'aluf, to join him on stage. So, welcome. Thank you. Thanks, Dalia. All right. So, I have it specially hidden away in my phone, the finalists, the final winners. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're first going to make the award for the Leap Award for the strongest, most outstanding startup across the whole competition and winning a prize of $250,000. It goes to Edufy. Congratulations. Do I get, please?
Well done.
Congratulations. And so, the next award is the Leap Landing Award. This one is worth $150,000. It's going to be granted to a non-Saudi startup showing remarkable potential for growth in the kingdom and an opportunity to bring true innovation. So, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of Leap Landing Award is Voxel. Congratulations. Congratulations to Voxel. All right. The next award, to really unlock the phone and get that important information for the next award, it is the Shooting Star Award for a booming early stage startup with an amazing trajectory worth $150,000. And the winner of the Shooting Star Award is Lisan AI. Hey, congratulations. Okay, 3 down, 3 to go. Our next award, ladies and gentlemen, is the Into New Worlds Award. It's a company on the verge of changing life as we know it. This also comes in at $150,000. And let me see which team has won the Into New Worlds Award. It is Nanopalm. Congratulations, Nanopalm. Okay. Our 5th award is the Scaling Star Award for the strongest growth or late-stage startup with unicorn potential. This is once again worth $150,000. Which team is it? Please put your hands together for Brelion. Congratulations to Brelion. Okay, let's unlock and see the last award. I totally agree. Okay, here we go. The final award is for the Tech for Humanity. It is worth $150,000 for the startup dedicated to creating solutions with a positive societal impact. Please give a big hand for Dalila. All right. Congratulations, Dalila. Thank you so much. Well, so should we bring everybody, would you like all the winners, would you like to come on stage? And the judges, if you'd like to come back on stage as well. We'd like to see all of you in one place. So please, the winners come on stage, and the judges who did such a great job of assessing them. Come and spread across. Here we go. All right. Congratulations to our winners. And thank you once again to our judges for their help in choosing. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. So let me wrap up things. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us on this incredible journey over the last days and weeks that has been the rocket fuel pitch competition. Congratulations to our winners, as well as all the semi-finalists and finalists. Let's give them a last round of applause. And thanks very much to the judges for their help in making this a great event, and to you for being here and also making it a fabulous competition. Please give a round of applause for yourselves. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, that is it. We're finished with the rocket fuel pitch competition until next year. See you at LEAP 2026. Thank you.